Chapter 24 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 24, Ghost or Mortal. Just give her the reins, Jarvis. She'll find the right road better than either of us in this Egyptian darkness. That's just what I was thinking, Doctor. It's the pitchest dark night this nigger ever knowed. Can't see his hand afore his face. Couldn't he if it was white as yours, Doctor? And Kate, she's sensible hoss as the next one. A case of severe illness had kept Dr. Monteith out far beyond his usual hours, and he was returning home over roads made wet and slippery by a sudden and heavy storm of rain that had not yet ceased, though at this moment it fell with less violence than at the beginning, and accompanied by fewer peals of thunder and flashes of lightning. But the intense darkness and the state of the road, here and there washed into gullies, rendered their progress necessarily slow and toilsome. Dr. Monteith was a good man, a Christian, therefore not apt to grumble at the weather, and Jarvis, his faithful manservant, would have scored to show less power of endurance than his master. So they jogged on quietly, the one thinking of his patient, the other of the good supper his dinner was doubtless keeping hot for him at home. "Hark! What was that?" cried the doctor, coming out of his reverie with a start, and laying hold of the reins in a way that brought the old mare to a sudden halt. "There is someone in distress. Hold the lantern, Jarvis, till I see who it is, and what can be done." He had leaped from the carriage before the words were fairly out of his mouth, and guided by a repetition of the faint moan which had struck his ear, he groped his way to the foot of a tree not 3 feet distant. "This way, Jarvis, quick, quick with your lantern," he cried, as the servant followed somewhat more deliberately. "Yes, doctor, I'm coming. I'm right here." The light of the lantern flashed upon a death-like face, framed in with heavy masses of dripping hair, a young, delicate face, perfect in outline and in features, with beautifully arched and penciled brows and long, heavy silken lashes resting upon the marble cheeks. The doctor started violently, and his knees shook under him at the sight, while a low, half-smothered exclamation of mingled astonishment and pain escaped his lips as he turned quickly to his servant. Jarvis was not a whit less moved by the sudden apparition of that death-like countenance. His eyes, which were riveted upon it, seemed ready to start from their sockets, and his dusky face was blanched with terror. "Come away, doctor," he whispered with chattering teeth, laying hold of the sleeve of his coat as he spoke. "It's a spirit a-tempting you with them looks." "No, Jarvis, the dead has not come back from the grave," his master answered with quivering lips, as he stooped and gently raising the poor insensible form, took it in his arms. "There is life here, and we must do what we can to save it. Take hold of her feet and help me to lift her into the carriage. You need not fear," he added, as Jarvis shrank timidly back. "How she came here is a mystery, but there can be no doubt of her humanity. Listen to that piteous moan. But I will not ask you to touch her. Only hold the lantern so that I can see to get her into the carriage." Tremblingly, and with teeth still chattering with terror, Jarvis obeyed. "Now let us get home as fast as possible, for this poor child is wet to the skin, and evidently very ill indeed," said the doctor, resuming his seat, with his dripping, insensible burden resting on his knees, while he supported it with his arm. "Yes, sir," replied Jarvis as reluctantly, and still trembling with fright as he followed them into the gig, and taking up the reins, he chirruped to his horse. "You're not a-going to take her to Wald into your own house, doctor?" he said presently, in a tone of mingled surprise, inquiry, and disapproval. "Certainly, Jarvis. What else could I do? You would have had me leave her there to perish, eh? Is it possible I could have been so mistaken in giving you credit for great kindness of heart as I always have hitherto?" The negro's reply was unintelligible, and he hung his head with a mortified air as they drove on in silence through the darkness and the rain, which had begun again to descend in copious showers. The doctor had thrown off his own waterproof coat and wrapped it about his charge, and, forgetful of self, his only anxiety seemed to be to shield her from the storm, and get her under shelter at the earliest possible moment. He was the first to break the silence, and it was just as they turned in at an iron gate, which seemed to open of itself, and, entering the grounds of Wald, as he had called his beautiful country seat, drove on over a broad gravelled walk, and underneath the wide-spreading branches of giant oaks and elms, which, though dripping with the rain, yet shielded them in a great measure from the full violence of the storm. There was agitation in the doctor's voice as he spoke, and Jarvis, who had lived with his master for 20 years or more and knew his history, did not wonder at it. "This is not to be talked about, remember that, Jarvis," were his first words. "Mrs. Barron will, of course, hear the whole story from me, and Dinah cannot be kept in ignorance. But this night's adventure must remain a profound secret from all else, and no one ever hear how or from whence this young lady came to us. Do you understand, Jarvis?" "Yes, sir, and I hope you can trust your old servant, sir." "That I can, my good fellow," replied the master kindly, and at that instant the carriage drew up at a side entrance. The lateness of the hour was favourable to the carrying out of the doctor's wishes. His ward, young merchant De Vere, had retired some time before, and was already asleep, and Rose and Adolphus, the children of Jarvis and Dinah, were also in bed. Dinah had, as in duty bound, waited up in readiness to admit her master and her liege lord, and to provide them with suitable refreshment after their long battling with wind and storm. But she was nodding in her chair in the kitchen, so that the only person really awake in the house was Mrs. Barron, or Aunt Lettice, as she was affectionately called by the doctor and his ward, a distant lady relative of the family, and much like a mother to them both. She, having come to the conclusion that the doctor might not return before morning, had gone to her room and was preparing to retire for the night. But hearing the sound of the carriage wheels, she hastily threw on a wrapper and went down to admit him and see that he was made thoroughly comfortable after his exposure and fatigue. As she opened the outer door and saw him coming toward it, bearing the unconscious stranger in his arms, she started back, with an exclamation of surprise. "Quick, Aunt Lettice," he said, "throw open that bedroom door, and if you please, let me lay her on the lounge." She hastened to obey, asking no questions, rather wondering at the agitation of the doctor's tones, but ascribing it altogether to the state the stranger was in. Whether living or dead she could not tell, for there was neither motion nor sound as he bore her in and laid her gently down upon the couch. "A glass of wine. She is terribly exhausted," he said, huskily, leaning over and chafing her cold hands with an air of intense solicitude. Mrs. Barron set down her lamp and ran to the storeroom, where a supply of stimulants was kept in readiness for such times of need. She was gone but a moment, and as she again stood by the doctor's side, she caught her first glimpse of the stranger's face. It so startled her that the glass had well nigh fallen from her hand. "Clarence, who is she?" she gasped, turning white as a sheet and trembling from head to foot. "You see the likeness too? I was sure you would," he said in a voice almost inaudible from emotion, as he raised the drooping head and held the glass to the pale lips. With some difficulty he succeeded in pouring a little of the wine between them. It was swallowed, but with an effort, and his patient's eyes did not unclose. She lay as motionless and unconscious as at first. "Who is she? Where did you find her?" again questioned the old lady in an agitated whisper. He shook his head. "Who or what she is, with a face so marvellously like—" The sentence remained unfinished, but he added abruptly, "I am as ignorant as yourself. I have just picked her up by the roadside. She is very wet and extremely ill, as you may see at a glance. I trust to you to make her comfortable as a warm bath and dry clothing can, and let me know the instant you have finished. I will send Dinah to assist you, and—" "With all my heart, Clarence. I will go for the clothes at once." "But you are wet too." "Never mind me. Only make haste," he answered with an imperative gesture, and she hurried from the room. He stepped to the kitchen door, and calling to Dinah, who was listening with open-mouthed wonder to her husband's excited story of "de young gal de doctor had picked up by the roadside, with a face exactly like our dear dead young missus," he bade her make haste to prepare a little nourishment for a sick lady and bring it in as soon as it was ready, and to see that there was plenty of hot water to give her a bath. Then returning to his patient's side, he laid his finger upon the slender wrist. She still lay as he had left her, without sign of life except a fluttering pulse, faint breathing, and now and then a slight moan. He bent over her, eagerly scanning her features while his manly lips quivered and telltale drops stood in his eyes. Hers were still shut, and he longed to see them open. "Are they too like hers?" he murmured, bending still lower and gazing yet more intently into the beautiful face, strangely, wonderfully beautiful, even with that death-like pallor upon it. "Oh, my Nina, my darling, I could believe you were before me now as you were in the days when we first knew and learned to love each other so fondly." Even as he spoke, suddenly the eyes flew open, and with a wistful, earnest, upward gaze into his face, she murmured in low, piteous accents, "Oh, Papa, did you call me your own little Nina? I'm so glad, for they've been very cruel to me. But now you will take care of me, and Mamma, dear, dear Mamma." The white lids drooped again, and the long silken lashes swept the fair cheek, while the doctor, almost unmanned, turned to Mrs. Barron, who was again at his side. "You heard her? Who is she? Who can she be?" he whispered in great agitation. "She has my Nina's own glorious eyes and answers to her name." Mrs. Barron shook her head. "It is astonishing, unaccountable," she said in moved tones. "And how very ill she looks. I must make haste to get her wet clothes off, and while I'm doing it you go into the dining room and get a cup of tea and something to eat. Tina has it there all ready for you, and if you mean to help nurse this child you will need all the strength food can give you." "Yes, you are right, but call me the moment you are done," he answered, hastily leaving the room. Half an hour later she summoned him back with the information that his patient was comfortably in bed. "And look here," she whispered, holding a coarse linen handkerchief to the light, "I have found the name on this. Nina Clemmens. See? Clemmens. Ah, it is then the little orphan girl I met on the cars some 5 or 6 years ago, for that, I remember, was the name she gave as hers. Poor child! It seems I read that woman's face aright, and her cruelty has driven the helpless young creature out, friendless and alone, into a cold, hard world," he said, deeply moved. "Thank the Lord with me, Aunt Lettice, He has given her into our care. That wonderful likeness draws my heart to her with irresistible force." "Mine too. It is wonderful," she responded. "Wonderful indeed." They spoke of it again many times as they watched together beside the sick bed, and more than once he said, "If I had not seen my little one in her coffin, I could hardly doubt that this is she, my own, my darling, my Nina's child, and mine." Had she been indeed his own child, she could not have had more tender, careful nursing during the long weeks that elapsed ere sense and reason returned, and the months of languor and weakness that followed. Her naturally strong constitution had received a severe shock, and for days her life hung by a thread, which but for his tender care and watchfulness would have snapped asunder. Dr. Monteith ranked high as a physician, and Mrs. Barron had seen much of sickness, and possessed every qualification desirable in a nurse except physical strength. Of that too she insisted that she had sufficient, but the doctor would not have taxed it too far, and the next day provided a professional nurse who took all the heavy part of the work of caring for the invalid until the crisis was past. But during that first night Aunt Lettice never left the sufferer for a moment, and all the rest the doctor allowed himself was taken near morning, on a sofa in the next room, where he was within call. "You both look quite worn out this morning," remarked Merchant de Vere at the breakfast table, glancing first at his guardian and then at Aunt Lettice. "Is there anyone ill in the house?" "Yes, I have a very sick patient, a young girl who arrived last night after you had retired," said the doctor with a grave professional air. "Indeed," said the young man, elevating his eyebrows for an instant, yet not greatly surprised, as it had happened once or twice before since he had become a member of the family, that a patient had been brought from a distance to be placed under Dr. Monteith's care. For the same reason there was little difficulty in satisfying the curiosity of Rose and Adolphus concerning the advent of the young stranger, though the former wondered to her mother how one so ill could have travelled alone, or if friends came with her, that they should have left so suddenly. "You dunno nothing about it, and better hold your silly tongue, you Rose," said Dinah sharply. "Of course the young lady wasn't high so ill when she started on the journey, and nobody supposed she get was so fast on the way. But bless the Lord, she's in good hands now, for our doctor'll fotch her round without anybody kin." Rose had very aristocratic notions, priding herself greatly on belonging to the Monteith family, one of the best in the land, and would have felt supreme contempt for the stranger guest had the least suspicion of the truth dawned upon her. This Dr. Monteith knew also that Rose had a nimble tongue and liked an occasional bit of gossip with the servants of the neighbours, and knowing this, his measures were taken accordingly. By his orders, the clothes of his protégée were washed out at once, on being taken from her person, dried before the kitchen fire, and before morning hidden carefully away under lock and key, those in the little satchel which Jarvis had picked up and brought home being placed with the others. So there were fewer persons privy to the manner of Nina's coming to this new home than that to her arrival at the other, where she had been so tenderly loved and cherished. And those who were of the despised African race kept the secret as faithfully as any. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 25. A terrified intruder. Nina had fallen asleep upon the sodden earth, with no shelter from the raging tempest, save the storm-tossed branches of the tree, through which the rain streamed in torrents, beating piteously upon her uncovered head, while thunders rolled and crashed above her, and the lightnings gleamed now and then lit up the scene with its fearful glare, only to make the darkness more intense as it vanished. Then followed a long troubled dream in which she seemed to see new faces, to hear new voices, and to suffer much pain, weakness and weariness, much distress of mind and body, but to know and understand nothing distinctly. After that came a deep calm slumber, and she woke to find herself lying upon a luxurious couch, and as she raised her beautiful eyes to the face of the watcher at her side, to meet a tender, loving, joyous look, such as a doting father might bestow on a beloved child just snatched from the jaws of death. A noble face it was that bent over her, a face full of intellect, fire, and sweetness, a broad, massive brow, fine, expressive eyes, and a mouth that spoke of firmness of purpose united with rare tenderness of heart. The fellow feeling for human woe of one who had been no stranger to suffering himself, and by means of it had grown strong to succour and to comfort others. "Where am I?" murmured Nina, feebly lifting her head from the pillow. "With friends, dear child, with those who would love and cherish you to your life's end," he answered, in low, rich tones that fell like music on her ear. His finger was on her pulse, but removing it, he poured something into a delicate china cup which he held to her lips, saying with gentle authority, "Drink this, my daughter, and go to sleep again." The words, the tone seemed to soothe her like a spell, and again she slept a long, dreamless sleep. The time of her first awaking was in the early morning, while as yet the sun had scarcely peeped above the horizon. But when her eyes again unclosed, it was long past noon, and Dinah, in the kitchen, was busy with her dinner, while anxiously listening for the return of her master and her husband, now and then remarking to her daughter that she feared somebody would keep the doctor away till the chicken would be all dried up and the young beets and peas cooked to death. Wonderingly, Nina looked about her, too weak and languid to raise her head from the pillow, or move even so much as a finger, yet finding a great deal within her circle of vision that surprised and bewildered her. Lace curtains, half-closed blinds, and the waving branches of trees beyond gave a subdued light to the room, which was large and lofty, with delicately tinted walls, finished with a handsome cornice, and adorned with several fine paintings. A rich carpet covered the floor, marble, rosewood, and satin damask composed the furniture, and the sheets and pillowcases of the bed on which she lay were of linen beautifully fine and white. Everything spoke of wealth, taste, and refinement. Her eyes had made the circuit of the room, and returning, rested upon her own hand and arm which lay on the outside of the coverlet. The sleeve of her night-dress, of delicately fine cambric, and richly trimmed, as might befit the occupant of such an apartment, surprised her more than aught else, and again she murmured, "Where am I? This must be a dream." "Ah, dear child, you are again awake," said a soft, sweet voice, and a lovely-looking elderly lady, with beautiful grey curls and a fresh, fair complexion, rose from an easy chair at the head of the bed and stood beside her. "You have slept long and soundly, and are looking much better," she added, in her gentle, quiet tones, passing a soft, cool, white hand caressingly over Nina's hair and cheek, then bending down and pressing a loving kiss upon her forehead. Tears sprang to the young girl's eyes. It was so long since such a caress had been bestowed upon her, for surely it could be naught but the wild fantasy of a dream, that he who had addressed her by the dear name of daughter had also laid his lips on her brow in such loving fashion as a tender father might. "Where am I?" she repeated, looking up wonderingly into the sweet face. "And who are you, dear lady, who seem to love me, and he who called me daughter? And how did I come here?" "There, how you are tiring yourself, and how the doctor will scold me if he finds you worse," said the gentle, pitying voice. "You are quite exhausted, and must not say another word. You are with friends who love you and think it a pleasure to take care of you. This is Dr. Monteith's house, and it was he who sat beside you this morning, and I am Mrs. Barron, a kind of aunt of his, Aunt Lettice. He and Marchant call me, and that you shall call me too, dear, if you like." "Dr. Monteith," repeated Nina to herself in a low, bewildered tone. "I don't know him. I don't know how I came here. There, dear, don't puzzle your poor brain about it," said Mrs. Barron with another gentle caress. "You have been very ill, and are too weak to think or remember. But it is all right, and you have no need to worry about anything. Here, drink this like a dear good child, and go to sleep again," and she held a cup to Nina's lips. Too weak to have any will of her own, Nina obeyed, swallowed the beef tea offered her, and the next moment was again sleeping sweetly. The door opened softly, and with noiseless step Dr. Monteith drew near the bedside. A glad smile stole over his face as he gently laid his finger on the sleeper's pulse, gazed earnestly at her, and then turned to Mrs. Barron. "Better?" she whispered inquiringly. "Yes, God be praised," he answered in a low tone, tremulous with emotion. "The crisis is fully past, and with such nursing as you can give her, Aunt Lettice, we may hope soon to see her restored to health." Dr. Monteith was regarded with reverence and warm affection by every member of his household, one and all of whom had strongly sympathized with him in the deep anxiety he had evidently felt for Nina during the 2 weeks of violent illness she had passed through, since her sudden and mysterious appearance among them. Their faces had reflected the sadness and care that overshadowed his, and now they rejoiced in his joy, as they saw that the cloud was lifted from his brow, and heard his glad announcement that the danger was well nigh past, and his patient in a fair way to recover. Nor was their rejoicing all mere sympathy for the loved and revered head of the house, for the youth, beauty, and apparent friendlessness of the stranger had excited in the younger portion a deep interest on her account, an interest which was much intensified by the remarkable resemblance to the doctor's deceased wife which the elder one saw in her and spoke of with such emotion. A prior engagement had called the professional nurse away this morning, and Rose was sent in to sit by the bedside while the family were at dinner, Adolphus taking the duty usually assigned to her of waiting upon the table. She placed herself where she had a full view of the invalid, and sat gazing with a sort of awe upon the still white face among the pillows. So still and so white it was, that presently a sudden fear struck her that the doctor might be mistaken, and she leaned forward, listening intently for the sound of breathing, drawing a long though suppressed sigh of relief when she had at length satisfied herself that it was not the sleep of death she was looking upon. She was glad when Mrs. Barron returned and bade her to go to dinner, and when on the conclusion of the meal Dina remarked that one of them ought to sit beside the sick bed and let Mrs. Barron take a nap. She'd lost so much rest of late, while the other washed up the dishes and set things to rights in the kitchen. She eagerly expressed her preference for the latter employment, and urged her mother to go to the sick room, reminding her of her superior skill in nursing. "True enough, Rose. I have had a good deal more experience of nursing than you," replied the mother, changing her check apron for a white one, and smoothing down her dress. "And you can go up to work here just as well as me, if you choose. So see that you do it, and don't be noisy about it nother. Remember, no singing or loud laughing or talking while the young lady's so sick. The doctor has give particular orders that the house is to be kept quiet." She had reached the door, but turned back to ask, "Why are you going, Dolph? What you going to do with yourself?" "I'm to help father harness just now, 'cause the doctor is a going out again, and after that I'm to weed in the garden," answered the boy. "Very well," said his mother, "but look out you don't come whistling around the house." An hour later an elderly woman, dressed in calico gown and sunbonnet, and carrying a basket of berries on her arm, might have been seen to open a side gate leading into the grounds of Wald, and walk leisurely up the path toward the house, apparently enjoying the change from the heat and dust of the road without to the shade and coolness within. "Sure, and they must be rich folks that live here," she muttered to herself, glancing admiringly from side to side as she wound about among the shrubbery, now and then getting a glimpse of the lawn, where a fountain was sending up its cool showers of spray, while in its white basin ducks were idly swimming, and gold and silver fish darting hither and thither, or of the gardens gay with flowers of every hue. At length she came in full view of the house, which its distance from the road and the number and size of its shade trees had at first partially concealed from her sight. It was the rear of the building she was approaching, much less imposing in appearance than the front, yet sufficiently attractive and indicative of wealth and luxury to cause her to stand still and gaze for a moment in silent, perhaps envious admiration, ere she ventured to cross the plot of soft velvety grass that lay between her and it, flecked with the sunshine as it shimmered through the trees, whose leaves were dancing and nodding in the wind. She plucked up courage at last, hurried over it, stepped upon the wide cool porch that encircled two sides of the house, and with cautious tread, for the perfect quiet of the place struck her with a kind of awe, she could have scarcely told why, drew near an open door and knocked gently, at the same time glancing in to see if the room was occupied. It was the kitchen as she had surmised, but so comfortably furnished and so exquisitely neat that she half doubted if it were. No one was there, for Rose, having finished her work, had run to her sleeping room directly above to smarten up a bit for the evening, as she was wont to express it. She heard the knock, but was not prepared to answer it immediately, and refrained from calling out lest her voice should penetrate to the sick room. And the woman, after waiting a moment and repeating her knock, walked in and kept on her way through that and the dining room into the hall beyond, nor paused until she had reached an open door. But there she suddenly stood still, gazing straight before her, with blanching cheek and dilated eyes, as if transfixed with horror and amazement at the sight which met her view. The room had but two occupants, Nina quietly asleep upon the bed, and Dinah nodding in an easy chair by her side. It was upon the still white face of the former that the woman's eyes were riveted, and as she gazed and gazed, cold drops of perspiration stood on her brow, and she shook and trembled in every limb. "Who told you to walk in here? Come right away this minute," said Rose's voice in a loud whisper at her elbow. "Come," she repeated, plucking her by the sleeve. "This isn't no place for strangers, and you must have forgot your manners, for if you've got any, to come all the way here without no invite from nobody. Now what do you want?" The last query was put as they reached the kitchen, the woman having submissively followed Rose thither. Who is it?" she gasped, dropping into a chair and setting her basket by the floor, while she lifted her apron and wiped the sweat from her brow. "Why, the doctor's patient, to be sure. Her that's been a-lying at death's door this 2 weeks, and mustn't be disturbed on no account whatever." "But what business is it o' yours, I'd like to know?" returned Rose loftily, folding her arms and gazing severely down at the offender. "Oh, of course, it's nothing to me, nothing at all, dear," replied the woman with an effort to appear unconcerned, but trembling more than ever. "I don't see what you axed for, then." remarked Rose. "But you ain't told your business yet. Did you come for to sell 'em berries?" "Yes, dear. And won't you ask the mistress if she'll have a few for tea? Them's Lawton berries, you see, and very fine ones too. My son-in-law, he's a gardener, you see, and—" "We don't want none," interrupted Rose, with a scornful toss of her head at the berries, which the woman was uncovering with her shaking hands. "We've got a heap finer in our own garden. You'd better take 'em to town." The trembling hands covered them over again, and without a word the woman rose and moved submissively towards the door. Turning back upon the threshold, she asked, "What's the name of your master?" "Master," repeated Rose in great disgust. "I ain't no slave, and you aren't nobody, or you'd a knowed this was Walt, Dr. Monteith's place. Now be off, and don't keep me standing here a talking to you. Now if that don't beat all. 'Pears like she was skeered at the very sound of the doctor's name," she added to herself, stepping to the door and looking after the woman, who was hurrying away as fast as her trembling limbs would carry her, muttering, though so low that Rose could not hear the words, "It's him then, it's him, and it's her too. Oh yes, it must be her." And she glanced shudderingly at the windows of Nina's room as she passed, then crossed herself rapidly 2 or 3 times, muttering a prayer to the Virgin as she turned the corner of the house and sped down the path to the gate. There she met Dr. Monteith face to face as he alighted from his carriage. He lifted his hat and spoke with his usual polite and friendly manner toward rich and poor alike. But she averted her face and, brushing hastily by, sped on down the road as if she expected to be pursued and brought back against her will. "How strangely the woman acts," remarked the doctor, looking after her. "Do you know who she is, Jarvis?" "No, sir, I don't believe I've ever seen her before," replied the coachman, as much surprised as his master. "But I'm feared she's been at some mischief in the house. Hope she hadn't had her dirty fingers on the silver, doctor. Shall I go after her and fetch her back?" "Oh no, not until we have more reason to suspect her than merely her rudeness and haste. If she has taken anything, it is probably only a little fruit, which we can very well spare," answered the doctor in his pleasant, kindly way, and opening the gate as he spoke, he passed into the grounds and walked with quick, firm, elastic tread towards the house, thinking he could inquire about the woman, but ere he reached the door, forgetting her entirely in his deep interest for the young patient awaiting his arrival. In the meantime the old Berry woman kept on her way in fear and haste, never stopping for an instant until, almost exhausted, she entered the door of a small frame tenement, distant a mile or more from Wald, and setting down her basket, sank half fainting into a chair. "Och, mother, and what's the matter?" exclaimed a tall, raw-boned Irish woman, who stood combing out her hair before a little cracked-looking glass that hung on the wall. "Sure, and he haven't sold the berries already?" The old woman shook her head with a groan and a gasp for breath. "But what's the matter?" repeated the daughter, laying down her comb to run for a cup of water, which she held to the old woman's lips. "You're enough to scare a body out of her wits, with your pale face and your groans and your gasps. Have you been taken sick?" "No, no, Katy, child," she answered, putting the cup aside after swallowing a mouthful. "But I've seen her with her white face resting on the pillows that's hardly as white as it, and her long black silky hair a streaming over them, the white, white dead face as has haunted me this many a long year. Oh, the miserable woman that I am!" And she covered her face, shuddering and groaning, and rocking herself to and fro on the chair. "Mother, are ye going daft?" cried Katy Murphy in a loud, shrill tone, taking her parent by the shoulder and shaking her not too gently. "I know never a word what ye're talking about. What have ye done that anybody's face should haunt ye? And how could the dead come back after all them years?" "I don't know, Katy, I couldn't tell, but there she was, as sure as me name's Judy Flanagan, she with her dead face, white and dead and cold, but with it all the beautifulest that ever I see." "Mother, be quiet. Don't ye see there's a stranger here?" whispered Katy, putting her lips close to Judy's ear. Who?" asked the old woman fearfully, ceasing her groans and her rocking motion and looking up wildly into her daughter's face. "A woman that came in with a basket of pins and buttons and sich like fur to sell, and asked could she stop and rest a bit," replied Katy, still whispering, and standing so as to screen her mother from the stranger's view. "So don't be after talking no more nonsense till she's gone." "What sort of place did ye see it was where ye see the sick woman so frightened ye so, mother?" she asked in a louder key, adding in the same tone, "And no wonder, for it might be something catching, and ye wouldn't like to bring disease home to me and the child ashore." "That I wouldn't, Katy," replied the old woman, taking the cue, for it was ill indeed she looked, poor young thing. "But it's a very fine house, and it's good nursing she'll have, and good doctoring too. And the nigger wench, she said he was the best doctor about here, and the folks come from a long way to have him doctor 'em. This one did, she said." "What's her name, ma'am, if I may be so bold, and where is it he lives?" asked the stranger, getting up from the chair on the farther side of the room where she had been sitting for the last half hour, and coming eagerly forward. "For you see I got the rheumatiz awful bad, and maybe I could get him to cure me." "Is it Dr. Monteith, mother?" asked Katy, anxious to get rid of the stranger, and a little impatient at seeing her mother hesitate in her reply. Judy nodded assent, and Katy added, "And it's a big grand place, just about a mile away in yon direction," pointing with her finger. "Thankies 1,000 times. It's right there. I'll go and see what he'll do for me, the good gentleman. And it's obliged I am for the rest, ma'am." And the stranger, taking her departure with a basket on her arm, pursued her way leisurely along the road in the direction of Wold. "I do believe it's her, as sure as me name's Mary Haggerty," she muttered to herself, "and me luck has turned at last. It's a long haunt I've had. But didn't I track her to Philadelphia after a world of trouble? And didn't I find her hat out here under a tree? And didn't I overhear the folks at the other grand house talking about the beautiful young lady that had come to Dr. Monteith's? And nobody knowing nothing o' how she got there? I believe it's her, and I'll make sure of it afore I'm an hour older, and thin I must send word to her, the old witch, and it'll save me the stopping o' me nate little income that I get for keeping the darlin' always in sight. Well, I do declare, 2 old women with baskets in one afternoon," muttered Rose, looking up from her work and seeing Mary Haggerty approaching, though still at some distance. Rose had finished her toilette after Judy's departure, and bringing down her sewing, had established herself very comfortably in the back porch, and she had no mind to be disturbed, so she gave but a gruff rejoinder to Mary's bland "Good evening, miss, and would ye like to buy a trifle of a poor old cratur, a row o' pins or buttons, or an illigant bunch o' shoestrings, as chape again as he'd get 'em in the city stores? No, we don't want none of your old trash here, so ye may just as well clear out first as last." "But I've got more purteous things than them that I've mentioned," persisted Mary, seating herself on the step by the indignant maiden's side and opening her basket. "See here, them's illigant entirely, real gold and precious stones," she said, holding up a card on which was stuck some half dozen or more of brooches, bits of coloured glass, set in pinchbeck, "and I'll sell ye one for half what it cost me, seeing it's you, and let ye take your pick o' the lot too, and that's the best offer that ever he had." "How much?" asked Rose, looking at them with longing eyes. 50 cents for any one of them beauties." Rosie hesitated, and the woman, holding up a quarter of a yard of cherry-coloured ribbon, said, "And I'll throw this in too. You're a nice-looking girl, though maybe I shouldn't say the like to your face, and it would become your red cheeks and purty black eyes." Rose was conquered. "Stay in a minute," she exclaimed, and jumping up, ran for her purse. Mary listened intently till the sound of the girl's feet ascending the black staircase conveyed to her the assurance that she should be unobserved for a short space. A covert glance around the spot had already satisfied her that no one else was in the vicinity. Then, rising hastily and leaving her basket where it stood, she walked with quick but cautious tread towards that part of the building where Nina's room was situated, the half-closed shutters leading her to suspect that it might be the invalid's apartment. Fortune seemed to favour her, for just as she placed herself opposite the window nearest the bed, peering cautiously in, very fearful of being seen by those in attendance upon Nina, a puff of wind blew aside the delicate lace curtain, and gave her an instant's distinct view of the beautiful white face resting among the pillows. The curtain fell again and shut out the view, but Mary had seen enough to satisfy her that she was right in her conjecture, for spite of the ravages of illness, that face was not to be mistaken for any other. With a low, inarticulate, half-smothered exclamation of delight, the old creature turned away and hurried back to the place where she had left her basket, reaching it just in time to assume the appearance of not having moved when Rose returned with her purse in her hand. Their bargain was soon concluded. Rose became the happy possessor of the brooch and ribbon, and Mary, pocketing the silver, took up her basket and went on her way, rejoicing far more, however, in the knowledge she had clandestinely gained than in the fortunate sale she had effected. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 26, Doubts, Hopes and Fears. As strength and memory returned, Nina's countenance grew sad and troubled, and she shrank with sensitive pride from the caresses and endearments of her new friends, fearing that they little suspected upon whom they were bestowing them. She had several times heard the voice of prayer and praise coming from some distant part of the house. She seemed also to remember whispered words of supplication offered by her bedside while she lay in a half unconscious state, and from these and a word dropped now and then from their lips, she had gathered that this, like the one from which she had fled, was a professedly Christian household, and she thought within herself that, when they should learn her secret, they too would spurn her from them as Mrs. Powell had done, and tell her to be gone, lest the purity of their home should be sullied by her presence. Alas, she felt like a guilty thing in keeping it to herself, yet how could she bear to reveal it while still too weak to rise from her couch and go away again out into the wide, wide world, friendless and alone? They were so kind, so very kind and tender in their manner toward her, and it was so sweet to be treated thus after the long, long years of hungering and thirsting for such love and care. And how could she say the words that should change those loving glances into looks of aversion and contempt, those terms of endearment to harsh, cold, formal phrases, and make a desert waste of this blooming paradise? Dr. Monteith saw that something weighed upon her spirits, that some struggle was going on within her breast, and greatly retarding her recovery, and though he had at first tried to discourage her from either talking or thinking, telling her there was no need, and that he only wanted her to be quiet and rest, and get well, he now determined to endeavour to learn what her trouble was, that he might, if possible, remove it. He came to this resolution one afternoon, on returning home for the third or fourth time, to find her restless and ill at ease, with traces of tears on her cheeks and evidently losing ground. They were alone, for Aunt Lettice had gone to the library to write some letters, he having volunteered to take her place in the sick room. Nina half averted her face and closed her eyes on hearing his step approach, for she would fain have hidden her emotion from him. But he saw that she was not asleep, and bending over her while his fingers encircled her wrist, "What is it, daughter?" he asked in gentle, tender tones. "You are sad and troubled, when surely you have reason to rejoice and be glad on account of your spared life and returning health. Do you know that you have been very near to the gates of death? I wish I had passed through them. Oh, why did you bring me back?" she cried, with the bitter tears forcing themselves from beneath the drooping eyelids and coursing down her pale and wasted cheeks. "So young and fair, and yet already weary of life?" he asked, deeply moved. "What have I to live for?" she murmured in a choking voice. "A homeless, friendless, nameless orphan?" The tones were inexpressibly mournful, and the moisture gathered in his eyes as he listened. "No, dear child, not homeless, if you will accept the shelter of my roof, not friendless while I lived," he answered soothingly, while his hand passed caressingly over her hair, "and surely not nameless, for we found a name upon your clothing, Nina Clemmens, the name of a little orphan I met on the train from New York to Philadelphia, some 5 years ago. Do you not remember it? Are you not the very name?" "Yes, sir," she answered, lifting her eyes with an eager, searching look. "And now I know why your face has seemed like a forgotten dream. You were so kind, so very kind to me then. You are now. Yes, I am the same, and yet not the same, for I have learned that I have no real right to that name," she added, with a hopeless sigh and sad, averted face. "Ah, you don't know whom you have taken under the shelter of your roof and invited to remain beneath it. If you knew it, you would think my presence pollution, you who are so good and pious, and would bid me begone." An expression of mingled surprise and pain swept across his features as he listened to her strange, wild words and bitter, despairing tones. He was silent for a moment, then said gently and kindly as ever, bending over and almost laying his lips to her cheek as he spoke, "I have thought you pure and innocent, as you are young and fair, but if it is not so—" He paused slightly, then went on, his voice trembling with emotion, "Yet is there forgiveness with him, that he may be feared?" He said, "Neither do I condemn thee. And could I treat you with scorn and contempt, I, who am your fellow sinner? It would evidence that I possess little of the spirit of the Master whom I profess to love and serve." Aunt Mrs. Powell always told me I was the most depraved child she ever saw," Nina answered, in the same weary, hopeless tone. "Proud, passionate, wilful, and wicked. And so I was. Yes, so wicked that I would not go to church in an old faded scanty calico, and sit beside her in her rich new silk. But that was not the great reason why she considered my presence so polluting. No, it was because I never knew it. She never told me till that night I ran away. It was because I wasn't her sister's own child at all, but a poor friendless babe left at her door, and nobody knows who or what my parents were. Only Mrs. Powell persists in believing that my mother oh, I can't say it. I don't believe it. I never will believe it." And the beautiful eyes, which had been flashing with indignant anger and pride, filled with tears. Sobs choked the voice already tremulous with grief and passion, and the blushing face was hidden in the small white hands. He lifted her up, gathering her to his bosom, and folded his arms close about her, and she made no resistance, but let him do as he would, and laying her head on that broad heaving breast, like a weary homesick child, wept out all her grief and anger there. He did not speak for many minutes. The words telling him she was a waif had sent a strange thrill through his heart, awakening for an instant a wild wish, almost a hope, preposterous as the next moment reason showed it to be. He had lost an infant daughter, who, had her life been spared, would now be just the age of this fair girl, who was the very image, and also bore the name of his deceased wife. How strange the coincidence! How his heart ached with a longing wish to know that she was indeed his own, a treasure for which he would have freely given all his wealth, and yet he knew it could not be, for his child slept in the same grave with her mother. But at length Nina's tears had ceased to flow. The tide of feeling had evidently greatly exhausted her still feeble frame, and laying her gently down upon her pillows, he administered a soothing draught, saw her eyes close in sleep, and stealing softly from the room entered the library, where Mrs. Barron was still busied with her correspondence. "Clarence," she cried in a startled tone as she looked upon his entrance and caught sight of his pale agitated face, "what has happened?" "Aunt Lettice," he said, laying his hand on the arm of her chair and gazing down at her with an eager, questioning, almost entreating look, "does it seem to you even barely possible that my child, my daughter, may yet live?" "Oh no, how can you ask such a question?" she said, shaking her head with a half smile of incredulity. "Why, did we not all see the little darling lying dead in its poor mother's arms, both in one coffin and buried in one grave? How could you ask so strange a question?" "True, too true, alas," he said with a heavy sigh. But he paused, then spoke rapidly, and with a trembling eagerness in his voice. "Children have been exchanged. Those two women were all who were present at the birth." "No, no, Clarence, it couldn't be possible," she answered hastily. "A strange suspicion of the like haunted me at that time. That oily-tongued woman, with her exceeding suavity of manner, her cloying sweetness of voice and speech, always roused suspicion in me that she was not what she seemed, always gave me the impression of a serpent in the grass, and that led me to scan the face of the dead babe very closely, when I found it bear so remarkable a resemblance to the mother that I could no longer harbour the smallest doubt that it was indeed hers." "Yes, you are right," he said with another deep drawn sigh, "for I too looked again and again very earnestly upon the little face, and marks the wonderful resemblance so unusual in a babe. that had but breathed and died, and which increased tenfold the poignancy of my grief at its loss. And yet, he continued, turning and pacing the floor, though reason tells me it is impossible that this lovely young creature, so marvellously like my lost wife, my own beautiful Nina, so strangely thrown in my way, and just the age that my daughter would have been, can be mine. My heart contradicts it, and tells me that she is bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh, yet it yearns over her with all the parental love and tenderness I could have felt for that other one had God spared her to be my solace and treasure all these years. Then, Clarence, let your heart have its way. What is to hinder such happiness to you both and to me? She added, her gentle, kindly face glowing with delight at the thought. It is the very question that has been tugging at my heartstrings ever since I brought her home, he answered, with a beautiful smile. Yes, I am quite resolved to adopt her, if she will consent. Ah, no doubt of that. Who could refuse to accept such a father? Exclaimed the old lady, with a glance of proud motherly affection at his handsome, kindly, noble countenance and fine manly form. Ah, Aunt Lettice, I fear you are but a partial judge of my merits, he answered, with an affectionate look and smile. Yet methinks my love and care should exceed what any other father gave his child. Nina's first waking resemblance was of that tender fatherly embrace given her immediately after the dreaded revelation of her sad secret, and tears of happiness filled her eyes, while her whole heart went out in filial love to him who had bestowed it. What would she not have given to be indeed his child, always to live with and be loved by him? Daughter was the name he almost always used in addressing her, and it sounded inexpressibly sweet to her ear. Yet she had not thought that he meant to adopt her, and grateful as she felt for all his kindness, still her sensitive pride shrank from the thought of dependence, or laying herself under increased obligations to those upon whom she had no claim of kindred. She had been taunted with it once. She would not, if she could help it, lay herself open to the charge again, but as soon as sufficient strength returned, she would go away into the wide world, earn her bread by the labor of her own hands, for surely, where there was so much work to be done, there must be something suited to her capabilities, and a will so determined as hers could not fail to search out and secure it. Such were the thoughts that passed through her mind as she lay there gazing at the sweet placid face of Aunt Lettice, and dreamily watching the rapid motion of the knitting needles. "Oh dear, so you are awake again," remarked the old lady, looking up with a pleasant smile. "Has your nap refreshed you?" "Thank you, ma'am, I think it has," replied Nina. "How very kind you are to me, you and Dr. Monteith too," and her eyes filled with grateful tears. "He is always kind," said the old lady, with a look that spoke more plainly than any words could have done her loving admiration for him. "Kind to the sick, the sorrowful, and all who are in trouble or affliction of any sort. He has known heavy trials, almost heart-breaking sorrows himself, and they have taught him true and tender sympathy for others." "Yes, there is something in his face that made me feel sure he has suffered," said Nina, the tears springing to her eyes again. "And yet he looks happy too." "And he is," said Aunt Lettice, "sorrowful yet always rejoicing, happy in his Saviour's love, and in the thought of the bliss, far beyond all that we mortals know, of those dear ones gone before, and the certain hope of one day joining them in that heavenly home." "Oh, tell me more about it if you think he would have no objection to my hearing it," said Nina, half raising herself from her pillow in her eagerness. "I do not think he would object, dear," replied Mrs. Barron, "but it is a long story, and I hear his step in the hall now. Besides, the tea bell will ring presently, but to-morrow, when we are settled for the morning, you shall hear it." Nina did not forget to claim the fulfillment of Mrs. Barron's promise when the appointment time arrived, and the old lady, nothing loath, for it was a tale which never lost its interest to her, began at once. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 27. The story Aunt Lettice told. I am distantly related to Dr. Monteith, as I believe I have already told you, she said. His grandfather and mine were first cousins, but I am much older than he, as is quite evident from our appearance, she added with a smile. He is not much over 40, while I am nearly 65. So out of respect for my superior age, he always calls me aunt, though we are really cousins. His parents and I were very intimate and strongly attached to each other, and when at 32 I was left a widow and childless, they urged me to come and make their house my home, which I did. They were living here, and Wald has been my home, or one of my homes, ever since. Clarence, that is Dr. Monteith, was an only son and inherited the place from his father. Besides the doctor's parents, I had one other very intimate and dear friend, a lady who was twice married. She had one child by her first husband, Nina Hamilton, a perfect marvel of beauty and as good and sweet as she was lovely. She was beloved by all who knew her, and was the idol of her stepfather, so much so that I have sometimes suspected that he married the mother as much or more for the child's sake than for her own, though she was herself a very lovely and lovable woman, and they lived very happily together. He outlived his wife, and at his death it was found that he had bequeathed to Nina the bulk of his property, which was very large, 1 million or more of money, besides a beautiful country seat on the banks of the Hudson, and a handsome residence in New York City. So beautiful, so rich, and so beloved. How happy she must have been, murmured the listener. Wealth and beauty are not to be despised, yet they do not always bring happiness, my dear, nor does earthly love, said the old lady. And though our sweet Nina was, I believe, as happy as mortals ever are in this world of sin and sorrow, I am very certain that her chief treasure was not in these. She had been the wife of Clarence Monteith for nearly 2 years, when her stepfather, Mr. Delacourt, died, and they were most tenderly attached to each other. They had a beautiful babe too, a son, the image of his father, and esteemed by both parents a greater treasure than all their wealth. Mr. Delacourt had a half-sister who was a bigoted Romanist, and the mother of 2 or 3 drinking, gambling, spendthrift sons, and a daughter who had married a man of the same sort, and was perhaps little or no better herself. They had property, but were wasting it very fast, and I several times heard Mr. Delacourt express his determination that they should not have the opportunity to do the same with his. He left his sister an annuity sufficiently large to support her comfortably, even should she be left dependent upon it alone. But that was all. Her children were not mentioned in the will. Some few thousands were bequeathed to various religious and charitable institutions, while the bulk of the property was, as I have said, given to Nina and her children forever. Mrs. Craven, his sister, was very angry, as you may suppose, and even talked of contesting the will, but was discouraged from doing so by her lawyer, who told her that she would certainly lose the suit. So she gave it up and made friends with Nina, who, however, had never been other than friendly toward her. She was a very plausible, oily-tongued woman, a great talker, and very demonstrative in her manner, especially towards Nina and her husband and child, lavishing caresses upon the mother and babe, and sweet words upon them all, in a way that was very disgusting to me, and to Clarence also, I could see, though he said nothing as far as I know. I used to scold myself roundly for doubting her sincerity, but really I could not help it, and I was very loath to have her with my dear children, as I used to call Clarence and Nina, unless I could be there too to watch over them. Why, you could hardly think she would murder them, exclaimed her listener inquiringly. I really could not have told what I feared, replied Aunt Lettice, but I felt that she was not to be trusted. Old Mr. Monteith died shortly after his son's marriage, his wife years before, and so, as Mr. Delacourt could not bear to be without his daughter for a day, and was also much attached to his estate, they passed most of the year there while he lived. Afterward they divided their time between the 2 places, and as they always seemed to want me with them, I seldom let them go to Avonmore without me, and Mrs. Craven was nearly as sure to be there as I. Nina had never been well from the time of her baby's birth, and her father's sickness and death wore on her very much. Her grief for his loss was deep and lasting, for she fully returned his affection. And at length she became so completely prostrated that her physicians ordered her off to Europe. Her husband went with her, of course, and she was very anxious to take a little boy, then nearly a year old. But neither the doctor nor Clarence would consent, so he was left behind in Mrs. Craven's care and mine. Nina would not share my doubts of her professed ardent love for the child, but still she felt that he would be safer with more than one guardian, at least unless that one was myself. So she said, and not liking to hurt her aunt, as she called Mrs. Craven, by refusing her urgent request to be permitted to take charge of little Clarence, she begged me to stay behind and share the responsibility. "I shall be easy about my darling if I know you are with him, Aunt Lettice," she said, "but I cannot feel quite safe in trusting him to anyone else." So I stayed, though it was like losing a piece of my heart to see her sail away without me, and she so ill too. But she had her husband to take care of her, and she was hardly dearer to me than little Clarence, with his pretty baby ways and his face so like his father's. All went well for a time. Letters came regularly, each one telling of Nina's improving health, and expressing the hope that they would soon be able to return, while I could write as favourably of the little boy, who was thriving nicely. Mrs. Craven had quite taken up her abode at Avonmore, but did not interfere with me at all in my management of house, servants, or child, except that she would now and then give the little fellow things that were not good for him, merely because he reached for or cried to have them. I remonstrated, but she always excused herself on the plea that she was too fond of the child to refuse him anything. They had sailed early in February, and about the middle of July we received letters from them, saying Nina was quite restored, and if nothing happened to prevent, they would be at home again by the 1st of October. We were all in raptures, Mrs. Craven making greater demonstrations of delight than anyone else. But the very next day brought a letter from the husband of my only sister, telling me that she was lying at the point of death, and was constantly crying out for me. I was greatly distressed. I could not refuse to go to my dying sister, and yet I knew not how to leave my little charge, and it was quite impossible to take him with me. But there was his nurse, a woman who thoroughly understood her business, and had been about him ever since his birth, to say nothing of Mrs. Craven, who had brought up a family of her own, and who professed the strongest affection for both the child and his mother. I was afraid of her overindulgence, but the nurse promised me faithfully that the child should never be out of her sight for a moment, should be allowed to eat nothing improper, and should be carefully guarded from exposure to the damp or to extremes of heat or cold, etc., etc., and that if he should show the slightest symptom of illness, she would send immediately for the family physician, in whose skill we all placed great confidence. It did not occur to my recollection until afterward that this nurse was one of Mrs. Craven's own choosing, having been selected by Nina on her recommendation, and it was not very strange that I forgot it, for they always seemed to rather dislike and avoid each other, the nurse making frequent complaints to me of Mrs. Craven's unwise indulgence of the child, and the lady in her turn complaining that the nurse was impertinent and cross-grained, and hinting that I would be wise in sending her off and procuring a better. "And so you went?" said Nina inquiringly. "I don't see how you could help it. You could not let your own sister die without you." "No, I felt that I could not, and so I went," replied the old lady, heaving a deep sigh. She was silent for a moment, an expression of deep sadness resting upon her countenance, then went on. "I found my sister extremely ill. No one thought she could live 24 hours, and yet it was nearly 3 weeks before she breathed her last, and in all that time I had had but one letter from home, written 4 days after I left, and reporting little Clarence in fine health and spirits, and everything going on smoothly. Mrs. Craven had promised to write daily, and her unaccountable silence filled me with alarm. I hurried back to Avonmore the moment the funeral was over, and travelling all night arrived there at 7 in the morning, a bright, beautiful summer morning, but darker and more dreary to me than the stormiest winter night when I reached my destination and learned what that mysterious silence meant. Mrs. Craven met me at the door, habited in the deepest mourning and weeping bitterly. I felt at once it could not be from sympathy with me in my loss, and almost fainting with dread, I asked what was the matter. "Aunt Lettice," she sobbed, "how can I tell the dreadful tidings? Our precious darling is no more. He lies yonder in the valley by the side of my beloved brother." I was stunned, paralyzed by the suddenness of the terrible blow, continued the old lady, weeping at the remembrance, and what followed for the next few hours is a blank to me. It was some time before I could hear and comprehend the whole of the sad story. I heard it from Mrs. Craven's own lips. The nurse was gone before my arrival, had been so completely overcome by grief, Mrs. Craven said, that she could not be prevailed upon to stay a day after the darling was laid in his grave, and whither she had gone no one knew. "Yes, she had caused his death by some carelessness or neglect, I dare say," exclaimed Nina indignantly. "Mrs. Craven did not blame her," replied Mrs. Barron. "She said she could see no reason to blame anyone, but the child was suddenly taken ill. The family physician was sent for at once, but absent from home, and another being called in his place recommended the seashore, and they set off immediately for Long Branch. The little fellow seemed to rally there for a time, then grew rapidly worse, was seized with convulsions, and died. One change following another in such quick succession that they had hardly time to think of writing either to me or the parents till all was over. Then, as they knew I could not leave my sister, they thought it best to let me remain in ignorance of the sad event until my return. They brought the little corpse home and buried it the next day, and the weather being very warm, the coffin was not opened for the servants to take a last look, as some of them wished very much to do." "And the poor father and mother, how did they bear it?" asked Nina, wiping away a tear. "I was spared the sad task of telling them of their loss," said Mrs. Barron, "Mrs. Craven having written immediately. They grieved very much, but time had dulled the edge of their sorrow somewhat ere they returned, though at first it seemed to be renewed by the sight of the places associated with the memory of their darling, the silent nursery and the empty crib, and I shall never forget seeing Nina weeping over and kissing the little clothes and toys I had laid carefully away, hoping to prevent her grief from being recalled by the sight of them. She made no parade of her sorrow, and was very cheerful in her husband's presence, and perfectly submissive to the hand that had dealt the blow. Yet it was evident but to any close observer that the loss of her first-born son was a very heavy trial to her loving heart. But her health was much improved, many other blessings were still left her, and at length she seemed quite herself again, almost as gay and happy as before the loss of her father. I have never seen a more tenderly attached couple than she and Clarence were. He was not in any business at that time, had not studied medicine, though he sometimes talked of doing so, and they were seldom apart for an hour. "But now I come to the saddest part of my long story," said the old lady, pausing to wipe away a tear. "Little Clarence had been nearly a year in his grave, and we hoped soon to see his pretty crib tenanted again by one who would be as dear and beautiful as himself. Oh, how my Clarence watched over his wife, with such tender anxiety, such loving care! He would not have suffered the winds of heaven to blow too roughly upon her, if it had been in his power to prevent them, and she clung to him with a sweet, confiding affection that was beautiful to see. We were all anxious about her, though she seemed to feel well, and always said she was so. Mrs. Craven recommended a nurse, and as the time drew near, she came herself and took up her abode with us, saying she was far too anxious to stay away, and though it was rather inconvenient to be absent from her own house just at that time, she felt that she must be with her darling niece, and doing all she could for her comfort. I could see that both Nina and Clarence would have been better satisfied if she had remained in her own home and left them to the sole enjoyment of each other's society. But they were much too kind and polite to hint any such thing, so she stayed. It still wanted a week or more of the time when Nina looked for her trial, when Clarence was suddenly summoned to the city on some very urgent and important business. He was very loath to go, though he would be absent but one night, but Nina insisted, laughing at his fears and promising to take excellent care of herself, and at last he went. I saw them part. It seemed as if he could not tear himself away. He held her in his arms and clasped her to his breast, kissing her over and over, till at length she pushed him playfully away, saying, with a sweet merry laugh, "There, that will do, dear. Why, one would think we were parting for life." "Oh, no, dearest, don't say that, even in jest," he answered, in a half tremulous tone, and, with another caress, he let her go, sprang into the carriage, and drove away. Mrs. Barron paused for an instant, overcome by her feelings, then looking at her listener said, "Dear child, you are her very image. No wonder then that he loves to look at you, for after that parting he saw her but once more in life, and that only for a moment, and after the power of speech was gone. He had not been gone an hour when she was laid upon what proved to be her deathbed." "Oh, how was it? What caused it?" asked her namesake, deeply moved. "We were sitting together in her boudoir," said the old lady, "she and I both busied with some pretty work for the expected stranger, when Mrs. Craven came in, bringing a couple of tumblers of iced lemonade with a little silver waiter. One she handed to Nina, the other to me. I drained mine to the bottom, and Nina also drank freely, for the weather was very warm and the cold drink was refreshing, though I remember noticing that mine had a peculiar taste, slight, but quite perceptible. However, I drank it without any remark, and handed the tumbler back, Nina doing the same, and Mrs. Craven was carrying away the salver, declining Nina's invitation to stay and let a servant be called to remove it, when a boy came running up the hill and across the lawn, shouting out something at the top of his voice. Nina started to her feet, pale and trembling. "What is it? What is it?" she asked. "Does he say someone has been thrown from a carriage?" Then Mrs. Craven came rushing back, crying out, "He's killed! Clarence!" I sprang forward and put my hand over her mouth, but it was too late. Nina had heard and fallen down in strong convulsions. A scene of dreadful confusion followed, of which I have no distinct recollection, for hardly had we got Nina on the bed when I was overpowered by such a deathly sickness that I had to be carried from the room, and knew nothing more until next day, when I learned that Nina had given birth to a little girl who lived only a few minutes, that the report of the accident had proved a false alarm, that Clarence had been telegraphed for and had returned just in time for his wife to breathe her last in his arms. That woman killed her, the wicked, wicked wretch. "I know she did," cried Nina, starting up in the bed, greatly excited. "Oh, child, I must stop. I fear I am doing you a mischief," exclaimed Aunt Lettice. "Your eyes are sparkling and your cheeks are glowing, till you look the picture of what she was in health, as you have been of what sickness and sorrow made her." "Do I? Oh, I'm so glad. But don't stop. Please don't. You must be nearly done." "Yes, I am. There is but little more to tell." Clarence's grief and despair were terrible to behold, for his beautiful wife was his idol, and the little babe would have been an estimable treasure had it lived, and to lose both at one blow seemed almost more than he could endure, so that for a time I feared for his reason and even for his life. Yet both were mercifully spared, and he came out of the ordeal a better and more useful, though a graver and sadder man. He did not shut himself up and nurse his grief in solitude, as I feared he would, but has, ever since the first shock was over, devoted all his energies on doing good to the souls and bodies of his fellow creatures. We left Avonmore within a few weeks after the funeral, it, with all the rest of Mr. Delacourt's property, passing into Mrs. Craven's hands, for of course the law recognized her as the nearest living heir, now that both Nina and her children were dead. We came directly to Wald, and Clarence at once devoted himself to the study of medicine, working at it almost day and night, soon graduated with honour, and has ever since been a busy practitioner, especially among the poor, whom he attends gratis. He is wealthy and does not care for making money. He is much sought after by the rich too, for he is very successful, and he charges them, devoting what he makes in that way to the relief of his needy patients. He has never ceased to mourn his heavy loss, but it was made the means of his conversion, and as a Christian he is resigned, patient, cheerful, and even happy, in spite of his great sorrow. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Wanted a pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 28. A generous offer. Aunt Lettice's story had been too exciting for her listener, who found herself quite exhausted at its conclusion. The old lady perceived it with regret. "I have talked too long," she said remorsefully. "Try to rest yourself with a nap now, dear." Nina obeyed submissively, closed her eyes, and, the room being very quiet, soon fell into a deep sleep, which lasted several hours. On awaking, her thoughts at once reverted to the subject that occupied them last. Mrs. Barron had spoken in her concluding sentence of Dr. Monteith's character as a Christian, a name which to Nina was intimately associated with Mrs. Powell, who so constantly spoke of herself as a pattern Christian, yet at the same time showed in her daily life a spirit so utterly opposed to that of true Christianity that she had aroused in the heart of the young girl a feeling of bitter scorn and contempt for all who made a like profession. For alas, in her blindness and ignorance, Nina had mistaken the worthless counterfeit for the true gold, and set a correspondingly low estimate upon the latter. Dr. Monteith's disinterested kindness had won her heart, but now she said to herself, "If he is a Christian, he is doubtless like Mrs. Powell, strict and stern, harsh in his judgment of others, and always ready to hold himself up as a pattern to them. He has not shown himself so to me yet, it is true, but that, I presume, has only been because of my illness. And as soon as I am able to be up and about, it will all be different. Oh, how I hate Christians! How I wish he was not one!" Then upon these thoughts followed the others that had been so sorely troubling her for days past, thoughts of her own forlorn condition, and the perplexing questions when, where, and how she should find a way to earn her bread, and so she grew very restless, very sad and sorrowful. And thus the doctor found her on coming in to pay his evening visit. He felt her pulse, looked at the flushed cheeks and troubled, anxious countenance, and said in a grave, slightly reproving tone, "My patients cannot reasonably expect to get well while they refuse to take my prescriptions." Tears filled her eyes at the rebuke, and she said humbly, "I did not know that I had neglected any of them. I have taken all the medicines you left me." "Not quite, daughter," he answered in tones so gentle and tender that they thrilled her heart with joy and love. "For if I read your symptoms aright, you are again thinking of yourself as homeless and friendless, and growing sad and weary and troubled over the perplexing question where you are to find a roof to cover your head. And did I not offer you mine?" "Yes, you were so very kind," she said, deeply blushing, "but it was before I told you that I do not know who or what I am." Her voice choked, and the last words were scarcely audible. "Nina, darling," he said, leaning over her, "I care nothing for that, except that it increases the tender pity I have felt for you ever since my eyes first rested upon your sweet face yonder in the wood. Do you know that you are wonderfully like to my precious wife, who has gone before me to the better land, and that you bear the same name and are just the age? I should judge that my darling daughter, buried in the same grave with her mother, would now be if she were living. My heart has been strangely drawn to you from the first," he went on, without waiting for any reply to his questions, "with just such a true, tender, yearning affection as I have ever felt for my own children, early taken away from me by death. My little ones are not lost, but only gone before. Yet, as regards this life, I am childless, and you are fatherless. Shall we not give ourselves to each other? Will you accept me for your father and become to me a dearly loved and tenderly cherished daughter?" An expression of intense, joyful surprise passed over her features, but was gone again in an instant. Her cheek flushed and paled, and tears forced themselves from beneath the quivering lashes and rolled quickly down her face. "Oh, don't think me ungrateful for all your great kindness," she said in a low sob. "But how can I consent to be entirely dependent on one upon whom I have not the slightest claim of relationship? I don't know how to thank you for such an offer, so astonishingly generous, but I cannot accept it. I have been taunted once with living on those who were not related to me, and I have vowed that henceforth my own hands shall earn my living." He turned away with a sigh that went like a stab to her heart. It seemed to tell of the death of a hope so fondly cherished, so unwillingly resigned. Nina's heart smote her as she heard him pacing sadly to and fro, and conscience accused her of base ingratitude to one who had treated her with most generous and undeserved kindness. She could not but repent that she had wounded him, yet hers was not a nature readily to yield or reversely its decisions, and she lay silently listening to the steady footfalls, shedding some bitter tears, yet making no sign that she relented. At length he returned to the bedside, and leaning over her softly kissed her forehead. "Don't cry, my daughter," he said very low and tenderly. "I do not blame you that you cannot return my affection." "Oh, it is not that, indeed, indeed, it is not that," she cried impetuously. "You have been so very good, so kind to me." "Ah, but it is not gratitude I want, dear child, but filial love," he said, interrupting her in his turn. "Yet do not be disturbed that you are not able to give it. Try to keep quiet and to listen to me, for I would, if possible, relieve you of all anxiety of mind, that you may the more speedily recover your health and strength. Though not willing to become my daughter, you can, if you choose, remain under my roof in some other capacity, as Aunt Lettice's companion and assistant, or my little handmaiden, to bring me my slippers, read the papers to me when I am tired, copy my letters, etc., etc. Or, if you would like to fit yourself for teaching and are not too proud to accept assistance from me, I will gladly help you to the necessary education. For I cannot suppose that, at your age, such preparation has already been made." She shook her head, but tried in vain to command her voice to speak. "You need not try to decide upon anything now," he said kindly, passing his hand caressingly over her hair as he spoke. "I only want you to rest satisfied that your way is made easy, so far as you will let it be made so by one who has wealth and influence at his command, and who will take pleasure in assisting you." "Oh, how good you are to me," she sobbed, catching his hand and pressing it to her lips. His lips trembled, and he moved away, but came to her side again in a moment. "I would have you understand, dear one, that I have not withdrawn my first offer, that it is still open to your acceptance," he said with a yearning look into the beautiful eyes, so like to those which had been wont to gaze so lovingly into his. "I will not urge it, but lest you are rejecting it under a false impression that all the giving would be mine, all the receiving yours, I must say a few words more. 15 years ago God gave me a daughter, but within an hour death snatched her from me, robbing me on the same day of my idolized wife. I shall never marry again, and now I stand almost alone in the world, with none to inherit my wealth, no son or daughter to be the prop and stay of my declining years, or to make my home bright and cheerful by their presence, my heart glad with their filial affection. And when I look upon you, and see you so entirely what my own darling might have been had she lived, I feel that, could you find it in your heart to give yourself to me, rendering to me the love, honor, and obedience of a daughter, I would prize the gift more than tongue can tell. Consider it far more than an equivalent for all that my wealth can enable me to do for you, yet hope that a father's love, guidance, and protection might seem to you something like an adequate return. Taking this view of the case, you will see that neither need feel under any painful weight of obligation to the other. Yet, mutual love needs not to balance accounts. I do not ask for your final decision now," he added, taking her hand in his and laying his finger on her pulse. "You have had too much excitement tonight, and we will put this matter all aside for the present. You shall take your own time to consider it, and to become better acquainted with me. I will wait days or weeks if you wish. And now, good night." He pressed his lips to her cheek, then laid his hand on her head. "The God bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face to shine upon thee, and give thee peace." The tender, grave, half-tremulous tones and the sweet and holy words lingered in her memory, repeating themselves again and again with a strangely soothing power, as sleep softly stole over her senses and locked them in its kind embrace. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 29, Nina's Choice. Nina slept beyond her usual hour the next morning. Her slumbers were broken at last by sweet sounds floating in upon the summer breeze, and listening for a moment she was able to distinguish several fine voices, male and female, uniting in a morning hymn of praise and blending harmoniously with the tones of an organ played by a not unskilful hand. She lay listening with rapt attention while 2 or 3 verses were sung. Then, as the last strain died away and all was quiet, "They are at family worship," she said to herself. That much sounded pleasant enough from a distance, but the rest, I suppose, is about like Uncle Powell's. A dull chapter in the Bible, followed by a duller prayer that seems interminably long. No, I have had enough of such things, enough of religion, enough of living with people who are so good and pious that they scorn and despise me for my wickedness. Dr. Monteith is very good, and when he knows me better, he will think as ill of me as aunt. No, Mrs. Powell did, and he would no doubt be very strict and exacting. He did not forget to mention obedience last night, and I love liberty. No, I can't give myself to him, though I do love him dearly. At least I would if he were not a Christian. The thought of that almost makes me positively dislike him. Aunt Lettice is one too. Oh, no, no, I could not endure it. Ah, if I could only find such people again as dear Mamma and Papa. For I will call them so still, not Christians, but so kind and good. Tears gathered in her eyes and trickled slowly down her cheeks as memory sadly recalled scene after scene of her childhood's days and brought vividly before her the faces and forms of the loved and lost. Tears again, my poor child, can I do nothing to make you happy? Asked a kind voice at her side, and she looked up into Dr. Monteith's face as he bent over her in grave and sorrowful sympathy. She had not heard his reproach, for his slippered feet made no noise on the soft velvet carpet, and she had been too much taken up with her own sad thoughts to notice his entrance. "Forgive me. I fear I must seem very ungrateful for all your kindness," she stammered, "but my thoughts had gone back to the days of my early childhood, and the dear parents who made life so happy to me then," and the tears fell faster than before. "It is right to remember them and their kindness," he said gently, "and perhaps it would do you good to tell me about them. Nothing would interest me more," he added, taking a seat by the bedside. He saw that her heart was full to overflowing, and rightly judged that it would be a relief to pour out the whole sad story into the ear of a sympathizing listener. He took her hand in his, gently pressing and stroking it, while amid mingled sobs, tears, and smiles she told a simple tale of childish joys and sorrows, and the homely toils and pleasures of life in a New England farmhouse. Life made bright and joyous to her by a father's proud, fond affection, and a mother's love and care. She read earnest, tender sympathy in his eyes, and felt that he was fast winning the love he had asked for. Yet when in reply to the glowing picture she had drawn of Mrs. Clemmens, he remarked, "She must have been indeed a lovely character," she averted her face, saying in a bitter tone, "You would not have thought so, for she made no pretensions to Christianity." Her tone pained, while her words greatly surprised him. "Why do you judge so, my child?" he asked. "Because I know what Christians are, and that they can see nothing lovely, nothing to admire in those who are not of their number. Mrs. Powell told me every day what a good Christian she was, quite a pattern to others. But though Mamma was her own sister, and so sweet and dear that everybody loved her, she could see no good in her because she was not a Christian." "I think you mistake, my child, in saying you know what Christians are," he answered, in his accustomed kindly tone. "A true Christian does not think highly of himself, does not consider himself a pattern to others, but is meek and lowly like his Master. But alas, not all who call themselves by the name are true disciples of Christ, and hypocrites and self-deceivers bring great reproach upon his cause. You are strongly mistaken too in thinking that I can see nothing to admire in any who are not or do not profess to be Christians, for I have met with some whose natural characters were so lovely that it was impossible to help respecting and loving them too. But you must have your breakfast now, and we will speak further of this at another time. You are not angry? She said in a wistful, inquiring look. I fear I have spoken as I ought not, and you are so kind to me. No, dear child, it would take much more to make me angry with you, he answered tenderly. Aunt Lettice also had been a deeply interested listener to Nina's story, and later in the day when they were alone together and the young girl seemed inclined to talk, she drew her on by one question after another to speak again of the past and to describe to her the inmates of both her former homes, and Nina complied without being aware how plainly she showed to Mrs. Barron the bitter hatred to religion and to the very name of Christian which she had imbibed through judging of it by the characters of Mr. and Mrs. Powell, particularly the latter. Aunt Lettice sighed secretly and pityingly over the error of the poor mistaken child, blaming not her, but those who, by their hypocrisy and spiritual pride, had done her so great an injury, but thought it not best to notice or combat it at that time. Ah, let her but remain for a few months or even weeks in this house, and watch my Clarence's life, and she will need no further proof that true Christianity is lovely and much to be desired, she said to herself, never thinking in her sweet humility and lowliness of mind that to a close observer the sight of her own life would bring just as strong conviction. But at length, reading in Nina's words and looks her fear with regard to Dr. Monteith, the dear old lady could no longer keep silence. My child, she said in a sweet, gentle way, let me tell you what Christianity has done for him. I always thought him a noble character, but religion has improved him greatly. He is naturally very impulsive and of a quick, fiery temper, but religion has taught him almost perfect self-control. Formerly, natural generosity led him to give freely of his substance to the poor and needy who came in his way. Now the love of Christ constrains him to search out the sick, the sorrowing, the poor and distressed, and devote to their relief not money only, but time and labor, sympathy and prayer besides. The Master, when on earth, went about doing good, and I can truly say that my Clarence follows closely in his footsteps. Nina looked thoughtful. Is he then perfect? She asked. Oh, no, child, replied Aunt Lettice quickly, and he would be the last to think so. He has yet the remains of an old nature clinging to him, but it is his grief and burden, and though to us he seems to run with great patience and diligence in the upward and onward path, he himself thinks he walks but slowly and unsteadily therein, and with many slips and falls. Here the subject was dropped for the time, but it dwelt much in Nina's thoughts, and she watched Dr. Monteith narrowly, while constantly debating in her own mind whether or not she should accept him as her father. He in the meantime kept faithfully to his promise not to urge her or hurry her decision, though the yearning of his heart could be read in his fine expressive eyes. But Aunt Lettice had given no such pledge, and at length she could no longer refrain from speaking. I cannot but wonder, my dear, she said, as Dr. Monteith left them one morning, after paying his accustomed professional visit to Nina, how you can close your heart against my Clarence, so dear, so kind, so noble as he is. What other friendless orphan would hesitate for a single moment to accept such an offer as he has made to you? Dear, kind Aunt Lettice, I know I must seem to you strangely ungrateful, replied Nina with emotion, for indeed the truth is I seem so to myself. But I have a very strong love of liberty. After 5 years of weary bondage it is doubly sweet, and I am loath to resign it. And you know that Dr. Monteith expressly stipulated obedience to him as among the terms on which he would take me to be his daughter. And you fear his loving, wise control? Cried the old lady, surprised and almost indignant. Child, do you think you are wise enough to guide yourself? And have you not told me that your mother who controlled you was dearer to you than your overindulgent father? "True," replied Nina thoughtfully. "I had forgotten that fact. But I was such a child then," she added after a moment, "and now I am almost a woman." A half smile flitted over the kindly face of the old lady, then a grave look settled down upon it, and glancing affectionately at Nina, "My dear child," she said in a serious tone, "you never needed guidance and control more than you do now, and I know not where you could find a wiser, more judicious, or kinder guardian than my Clarence. I think he could hardly love you better if you were really his own flesh and blood. And, as he says himself, the yearning of his heart over you, united to your wonderful resemblance to his wife, would almost convince him against his reason, which says it is impossible it could be so, that you must be indeed his own child." An expression of exquisite joy lighted up Nina's features for a moment, but was quickly succeeded by one of doubt and almost of dread. "What is it you fear, my child?" asked Aunt Lettice, observing her narrowly. "He would be very strict, would he not? He would never put up with the slightest disobedience to his orders?" "No, that he would not. He will be master in his own house. But I could not respect him if he were not. Could you, my dear?" "No, ma'am, I own I couldn't," replied Nina slowly, Mrs. Powell's meek bearing in the presence of his wife recurring to her recollection, and bringing with it the old feeling of contempt and disgust. "But," she added in the old bitter tone, and turning away her face as she spoke, "I've been long enough under Christian rule, and I'm tired of it." Gentle and kindly as was Aunt Lettice's nature, her indignation was roused at that. So unjust it seemed to him who was as the apple of her eye. "If you think, Nina, that my Clarence is such an one as you have described to me in that Mrs. Powell," she said with some spirit, "I must tell you you were never more mistaken. He is a Christian of quite another stamp, having the ring of the true metal, while she is but a base counterfeit. Alas, my poor child, how much harm that woman has done you," she added in her own kindly tone, and with a pitying sigh. Nina gave a sudden start, blushed and trembled slightly, for at that moment Dr. Monteith's step was heard in the hall, and the next instant he looked in at the door. "I'm going to take our little girl out for a short drive, Aunt Lettice," he said, "if you will be so kind as to get her ready." Nina looked up in dismay. "It takes so long to comb out my hair, you know, Aunt Lettice," she whispered, "and I should be terribly frightened to think that I was keeping him waiting. And besides, I cannot go in a nightgown." "I'm afraid we would have to keep you waiting, Clarence," replied his aunt, turning to him. "She's too weak yet to be hurried through her dressing." "She must go," he answered with a smile. "Doctors are autocrats, you know, especially in their own houses. But she shall not be made nervous with the idea that she is detaining me. I will visit some other patients and return in an hour and a half. That will give her time for the dressing, which of course must not be at all elaborate, and a rest after it." "There, my dear, is a specimen of the tyranny you are dreading," remarked the old lady, with an arch smile, as he closed the door and they heard his quick firm step passing down the hall again. "He is very kind," said Nina, averting her face, while a quick, vivid blush mantled her cheek. "Yes, he will be obeyed," said Aunt Lettice, more as if thinking aloud than speaking to her charge. "But his rule is always so reasonable, so wise and kind, that it only adds to the happiness of the governed." She was collecting the materials for Nina's toilette, and assisting her to move from the bed with an easy chair placed near it. "What a beautiful head of hair you have," she remarked, combing it out with tender carefulness. "Just like hers, so soft and fine and glossy, and yet so abundant, which last is very unusual in black hair, unless it is coarse and harsh. And then it curls so prettily, and is so long too, and hers was just the same. How proud he always was of it! How often I have seen him twining her beautiful ringlets round his fingers, and kissing them too, when he thought no one saw him." "Ah, she was his idol, true enough, and no other will ever fill her place, though you, I suppose, might, if you would, almost fill that of the little daughter he lost." Nina listened in silence, though secretly rejoicing very much that she bore so many points of resemblance to Dr. Monteith's beautiful wife. But when the arrangement of her hair was completed, and Mrs. Barron, going to a wardrobe at the farther side of the room, brought out a pair of silk stockings, and tiny embroidered satin slippers, and an elegant morning dress of pale blue silk, she looked up in amazement, saying, "They cannot be for me." They were hers, sighed the old lady, with tears trembling in her eyes, as she stooped and took one of Nina's small white feet in her hand. He told me to dress you in them, and he must love you very dearly, or he never could have been willing to see them on you. No one has ever worn anything of hers before. How good, oh, how good in him! And how you are waiting on me, dear Aunt Lettice, said Nina, almost ready to cry, as the gentle, dignified old lady seated herself on a stool before her chair and proceeded to dress her feet. It is not fit you should. I ought rather to wait upon you. When you grow well and strong, you shall. And the soft white hands were passed caressingly over the tiny slippered foot. These seem to fit almost as well as if they had been made for you. I might call Rose to dress you. She has quite a talent for the duties of a lady's maid. But it is my pleasure to wait on you myself now while you are weak and ill. The doctor found his patient quite ready for him on his return. He noticed her elegant and tasteful attire with a pleased but half sorrowful smile, and lifting her in his arms, he bore her to the carriage. Placing her in it, he seated himself by her side, and supported her with tender care during the short drive about the grounds, which he deemed sufficient for her slender strength to endure, talking to her the while in a cheerful strain that doubled the enjoyment of the ride in the pure, sweet air. "It has been so nice, and you are so very kind," she murmured as he laid her on her bed again. "Am I?" he said, looking at her with a smile and a sigh. He half opened his lips to say something more, then closed them and moved away without another word. "Oh, how good he is to me now! I wish I could be sure," murmured Nina to herself, dropping off to sleep ere her sentence was finished. The dinner bell woke her to find her protector leaning over her with that look of intense yearning, fatherly affection in his eyes which always went straight to her heart. "I am going to have you dine with us if you feel equal to the exertion," he said, caressing her and smiling fondly upon her. "Oh, I should like it," she answered eagerly. "I am quite rested. I have not felt so strong since I was taken ill." "You are looking very bright," he said, taking her in his arms again. "I hope soon to see you quite well. And now I must introduce you to Marchant de Vere, my ward, who has been longing to make your acquaintance," he added, as he bore her into the dining room and seated her in an armchair before a well-spread table. "Here she is, Marchant." A fine, handsome young fellow of 18 or thereabouts stepped forward and held out his hand, saying in a kindly tone, "How do you do, miss? I am very glad you are recovering." Accompanying the words with a look of intense, surprised admiration there was no mistaking, and which brought the rich blood to Nina's fair cheek, enhancing her beauty greatly. "Thank you," she said simply, placing her hand in his for an instant. The touch sent a thrill through the boy's whole frame, and during the meal he seemed scarcely able to take his eyes off the beautiful face, which was placed directly opposite him, and at the doctor's right hand. Nina had been so accustomed to admiration, even from her very infancy, that it seldom disturbed her, but now, with nerves weakened by illness, she found it somewhat embarrassing. Her disturbance did not escape the doctor's keen eye, and he exerted himself with some success for her relief, and carried her away again as soon as she had finished her meal. Then returning to the dining room, where the others still lingered at the table, "Marchant," he said, laying a hand on the lad's shoulder, and looking down at him with a very grave countenance, but with a twinkle in his eye, "I had no idea you could be so rude. Why, you fairly stared my little girl out of countenance." "Uncle," cried the boy in a burst of enthusiastic admiration, "I couldn't help it. I actually couldn't help it. Why, she's the loveliest creature I ever saw." "So she is," said the doctor, resuming his seat. "I never saw any but one face at all to be compared to it," and he lifted his eyes with an expression of deep tenderness, mingled with sorrowful resignation, to a life-sized portrait of a most beautiful woman which hung on the opposite wall. Marchant's eyes followed the directions of his gaze. "How like they are! It is perfectly wonderful," he exclaimed. "I cannot see any difference, except that my aunt, I suppose, must have been 5 or 6 years older when that was taken." "Yes, she was about 20," said the doctor, with another glance of tenderest affection at the portrait, and a slight sigh as he dropped his eyes upon his plate again. "Does she resemble Aunt Nina in anything beside looks?" asked Marchant, with keen interest. "Her voice," answered Dr. Monteith with emotion. "Its tones seem the very same. Is it not so, Aunt Lettice?" "Yes, it has fairly startled me at times." "I think she differs more in character than in anything else," continued the doctor musingly, leaning back in his chair and again looking up at the portrait. "At least so far as I have yet been able to judge. I think she has more pride, more firmness, and more self-reliance than my darling, who was all gentleness. And if she were my own child, I should say she had inherited these characteristics from me. As a boy, I was both quick-tempered and obstinate, to say nothing of what I am as a man. Having been promised another ride if the weather was favourable, Nina was much disappointed on awaking the next morning to find it raining steadily. Yet the day was not without its pleasures. First a walk about the room, supported by Dr. Monteith's strong arm, afterwards an entertaining book read to her by Aunt Lettice, and then a long delicious sleep, followed by a second appearance at the dining table. Merchant, better prepared for the vision of beauty, was on his guard today, and forced his eyes to take their feast more stealthily. This and an increase of strength set Nina quite at her ease, and left her at leisure from herself to see and hear all that was said and done. She watched Dr. Monteith closely, interested in others principally as their manner toward him, or his toward them, enabled her to get a clearer insight into his character, and her respect, reverence, and affection grew apace with all she saw and heard. It was easy to perceive that from Mrs. Barron and Merchant de Vere down to the youngest servant, one and all regarded him with reverence and love, looking up to him as guide and counsellor, ruler and friend. Secretly, Nina exulted in the proud consciousness that this man was not only willing, but anxious to become her parent, that he loved her tenderly as though she were indeed his own child, and longed to hear her lips call him father. She knew in her secret heart that it would be a terrible blow to her should he withdraw his generous offer. And yet, with strange perseverity, she delayed day after day to speak the word that should make his happiness and hers, though each day his tender care and thoughtfulness endeared him to her more and more. "One thing more and I will decide," she murmured to herself, as she lay on her bed one morning, about a week after her first ride and first meal taken with the family. "I have not found him at all like Mrs. Powell yet, and indeed I am sure he is not, or he never would have told Aunt Lettice to dress me in those beautiful clothes. But I must see if he resembles Mr. Powell in one thing that I found almost intolerable there. Because I am so depraved, Mrs. Powell would say, and I suppose it may be true, but oh dear, I wish he wasn't a Christian. If he only wasn't, it wouldn't take me a minute to decide to belong to him and obey him. I wonder if he really likes to read the Bible and pray. I am perfectly sure it was nothing but a penance to Mrs. Powell, with all her pretension to superior sanctity. And then here's dear old Aunt Lettice, who I'm just as sure does love it. So I know they are not all alike." Mrs. Barron was sleeping beside her charge, who, though no longer so ill as to need anyone to sit up with her, was not yet well enough to be left quite alone. "What, awake before me?" she asked, opening her eyes and seeing Nina sitting up in the bed. "Yes, auntie, I was just thinking whether I couldn't be my own dressing maid, and do up my hair myself. I'm growing so much stronger." "Not yet, child, you are hardly equal to that yet. Lie still a little longer, and I will help you as usual. It is a pleasure to me, and if it were not, there is Rose, who would be only too glad to be called upon to be your lady's maid." "Thank you. I will wait then," said Nina. "I want to ask a favour of Dr. Monteith this morning," she remarked presently afterwards. "Do you think he will grant it, Aunt Lettice?" "If it is anything reasonable, I am sure he will. But suppose you try calling him something else than Dr. Monteith," said the old lady with a persuasive smile. "It would make it very hard for him to refuse your request." "He has not said anything about that lately," Nina answered, blushing and turning away her face. "And perhaps he no longer desires it." "My darling, it is the dearest wish of his heart. I know of nothing that would make him so happy, and he deserves it at your hands." "He does indeed, Aunt Lettice," replied the young girl with emotion. "He deserves a far better daughter than I could ever be. He will be more than satisfied with you if you do your best," was the smiling rejoinder. Hitherto Nina had taken her breakfast in bed, and of late the doctor had not paid his morning visit until after that meal was over. But today, waiting only till Mrs. Barron's toilet was completed, she asked to be dressed at once, and that a servant might be sent to tell the doctor she would like to speak to him before he went to his breakfast. He came, fearing she was worse, and was agreeably surprised to find her dressed and reclining upon the sofa. He looked greatly pleased as he drew near and stooped to give her a fatherly caress. "You are looking better and brighter than at any time before since you began to recover. But I heard that you wanted me. What is it? What is your request? And you shall have it to the half of my kingdom," he said playfully. "Only that I may go out to breakfast with the family if you are willing, and it will not tire you too much to carry me." "It will not tire me, and if you feel equal to the exertion, nothing would please me better than to have you by my side," he answered, as he took her in his arms, for the bell had already rung. Aunt Lettice preceded them to the breakfast parlour, and Marchand, starting forward with an exclamation of pleased surprise, made haste to wheel up an easy chair to the table, in which the doctor seated the invalid, saying, "One more step toward recovery. We shall soon have you with us altogether." They were a very cheerful party, and Nina had never enjoyed a meal more thoroughly. Her convalescent's appetite and Dina's excellent culinary skill uniting to render the viands as agreeable to her palate as was the flow of lively, intelligent conversation to her intellect. As they rose from the table, Dr. Monteith asked, "Shall I carry you back to your sofa now?" "If you please, I would like to stay a little longer," she answered, smiling up at him. He stooped over her. "We are going into the next room to have family worship," he said in an undertone. "If you would like to join us and feel equal to sitting up so long, we would be glad to have you there." "I think I'm strong enough, and I should like to be present," she replied, and felt herself well rewarded by the gratified expression of his face as he took hold of her chair and wheeled it into the room he had indicated, where the rest of the family, including all the servants, had already assembled. He placed Nina beside his aunt, then took his seat before a table on which lay a large family Bible and a hymn book. All was still, and there seemed a solemn hush in the room as, with reverential air, Dr. Monteith opened the Bible and, with his hand upon the page, glanced about upon the little group. "This book," he said with sweet and gentle gravity, "is the letter of our kind, loving Heavenly Father, written to each one of us to teach us His holy will, and the way in which we must walk, the way of repentance and faith in Christ, if we would reach that happy home He is preparing for us above. Let us listen to its teachings." He then read a chapter in one of the Gospels, pausing now and then to give a word of explanation, and Nina found herself listening with an interest in the teachings of that book, which was quite new to her. A hymn followed the reading, Marchand playing the organ, and everyone, including Nina, to whom he had handed a book, joining in the singing. As the last strain died away, all rose from their seats and knelt, while Dr. Monteith led in prayer. How different it was from the same act of devotion performed morning and evening by Mr. Powell. His dull, monotonous tone showed his prayer to be a mere form, but this man spoke as if he were talking face to face with his father and friend, who loved him and whom he loved, and asking for himself and of those about him such things as he felt that they really needed, and that his father was able and willing to grant. His prayer was short, earnest, and reverential, and when, near its close, he gave thanks in tones tremulous with emotion for the returning health of the dear one who had been so near the borders of the grave, and besought a blessing upon her which should include all temporal and all spiritual good, Nina's heart was touched, and tears flowed freely from her eyes. She wiped them away quickly as the Amen was pronounced, and all rose from their knees. Marchand walked quickly from the room, and the doctor gave some directions to the servants. And as they and Mrs. Barron went out, he turned to Nina. "I fear you are very weary by this time, daughter. It has been rather a long sitting up for your feeble strength," he said, drawing near her chair and bending down to take her in his arms. "Father," she murmured, as she clasped hers lovingly about his neck and hid her face on his breast, "if you will take me, I will be your child." "My darling, my precious child," he whispered, clasping her close and closer still, with a heart almost too full for utterance. He carried her to her sofa and laid her down upon it, and as she looked up, she saw his face radiant with joy. "Say that word again, my darling," he entreated. "Let me hear your dear voice again. Call me father." "Father, dear father, how I love you," she cried, putting her arms about his neck again and laying her cheek to his. "Ah, dearest one, image of my beloved wife, you do not know the happiness your words have given me," he said, caressing her again and again. "But have you fully counted the cost?" he asked, with sudden gravity, taking her hand in his and gazing wistfully into her eyes. "Will you not repent your precious gift to me, a gift I fear I can never willingly resign?" "No, dear father, I shall not repent. I have fully counted the cost and mean to be a good, obedient daughter to you. And if I am not, you must be a good father and punish me for my naughtiness," she added, half playfully, half in earnest, softly stroking his beard with her pretty white hand as she spoke. "I know I am not wise enough or good enough to be safe without guidance and control. Aunt Lettice told me so, and I know it is true, and you have taught me to love you so dearly that I believe it will be a pleasure to submit my will to yours." "I am afraid you will not always find it so, darling," he answered gently. "It can hardly be that our wills will not sometimes come in conflict, and then, if you are my daughter, you must yield. Can you promise me that this shall be?" "Yes," she said, putting her hand confidently into his. "I promise you all the obedience that my father has a right to demand of his daughter, and much more than many daughters give. For I know you are good and wise and kind. That is, I give you the right to make me be good when I don't want to," she added with a vivid blush and an air of charming frankness. "For I own I am so wilful and obstinate by nature that I'll be pretty sure to give you trouble to rule me at times, and you ought to know it all before you undertake the care and control of me." He smiled. "I think we will risk it," he said, touching his lips to her forehead. "Henceforth we are father and child. And now, good-bye for the present. I must go to my patients, and in 2 hours I shall expect to find my daughter ready for her ride." Nina followed him with eyes beaming with joy and love as he hurried from the room, feeling that he had already lingered too long for the good of his patients. "Ah, I knew you could not fail to learn to love him," said Aunt Lettice joyously, for she had witnessed the greater part of the interview, and her face was radiant with delight that at last the two she loved so dearly, the two, for she had long since taken Nina into her very heart of hearts, were made so happy in each other. "Oh, Aunt Lettice, I do believe I am the happiest girl alive," exclaimed Nina. "To think that I should have such a man for my father, so good, so kind, so noble. How it would astonish Mrs. Powell to hear it. But oh, I fear he will be disappointed in me," she added anxiously. "I am sure I want to be good, but I have a terrible temper, and it will get the better of me sometimes." "I think he will help you to learn to conquer it, my child," said Aunt Lettice, softly soothing her hair. "He knows you have faults, and does not expect you to be always able to control you and train you aright without some trouble, some heartache in being obliged to cross your wishes and inclinations. Yet he loves you so truly that he will not shrink from doing whatever he sees is for your good, cost him what it will." "Oh, I hope I shall never give him a heartache," cried Nina earnestly, the tears springing to her eyes at the very thought. Aunt Lettice kissed her. "I hope not, dear, but we all do wrong sometimes, and he will have patience with you because he feels his own weakness and proneness to err, and knows that his God is very long-suffering and patient with him." "I don't believe he ever does wrong," cried the young girl impetuously. "Tell him that, and see what he will say," rejoined Aunt Lettice, smiling. "Ah, dear," she added more gravely and with a slight sigh, "the Bible tells us that there is no man that doeth good and sinneth not. I am sure Mrs. Powell thinks she is very good. She has told me so hundreds of times. Then she's like the Pharisee who prayed, 'God, I thank thee that I am not as other men are.' But the Lord Jesus bade his disciples, 'Beware ye of the leaven of the Pharisees, which is hypocrisy.' That is his verdict regarding those who think highly of their own goodness." She always told me she was one of the very best of Christians, pursued Nina, and seeing how self-righteous she was, and how hardly she judged others, and all her close dealings with the poor, and her cruelty to me, made me hate Christianity and all who professed it, especially as Mamma, who made no such profession, was so good and charitable, and so kind and sweet. But I have found out that you and she paused an instant, then added with a bright blush, and eyes glistening with proud delight, and father, are Christians of a very different kind. It seems to me that you and Mrs. Powell are exact opposites, she thinking herself so good, and yet being so far from it, and you and he having so low an opinion of yourselves, while you are really and truly so very good. No, dear, you forget the inspired word I quoted to you. But now, none of us can stand in his own righteousness, but the perfect righteousness of Christ is offered to all who will accept it. And I think you will find that the difference between these two sorts of professed Christians is that the one tries to stand in his or her own righteousness, while the other glories only in his. The latter are the true gold, the precious sons of Zion, comparable to fine gold, is the Bible comparison. The former only its counterfeit, and of them it is said by the same high authority, reprobate silver shall men call them, because the Lord hath rejected them. But it seems to me that a real true Christian ought to be perfectly good, remarked Nina musingly. But please don't feel hurt, Aunt Lettice, she added quickly, for you know I think that you and father are perfect. With that lingering fondness, with what blushing hesitancy, she brought out that word father, and what secret delight it gave the dear old lady to hear her, and to watch her varying colour, and the sweet light of exquisite happiness that shone in those beautiful eyes. She gazed on her in pleased silence for a moment, ere it occurred to her to reply to the remark. Yes, my dear, she said at length, they ought, it is true, for the command is, be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. But man in his fallen state is not able to keep this command, and our only hope is in him who has kept the law for us. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 30. Haunted. For an invalid you have exerted yourself quite a good deal today, I think, daughter, said Dr. Monteith as he carried Nina back to her couch after dinner, getting up to breakfast and staying through family worship, and afterwards taking a longer ride than usual. Beside the excitement of giving yourself away, he added, smiling, and patting her cheek, must have tried your still feeble strength quite sufficiently for one day. So I lay my commands upon you to lie quietly on your couch all the afternoon, and to go early to bed tonight. Will you obey me? Yes, sir, I will. But you are not going to leave me just yet? She said inquiringly, holding fast to his hand and looking up persuasively into his face. Do please sit down and talk to me a little. It would give me great pleasure, he answered, caressing her, but I must hurry away, for I have been called to a distance to a patient who is very ill. Do not wait tea for me, Aunt Lettice. It is probable I may be away all night. Oh, come back soon, entreated Nina, as soon as I can be spared by my patients. She followed him with a look of grateful love as he left the room, then turning over on her pillow, fell into a sweet sleep from which she woke late in the afternoon, feeling greatly refreshed. I would like to sit up a while, she said to Mrs. Barron, who sat near by with a book in her hand, but I must obey my father and lie still. How sweet it is to call him that, father, my dear, dear father, she murmured to herself, a smile of intense happiness playing over her lovely features. "You don't know, Aunt Lettice, how he pets me when he takes me out in the carriage, and indeed whenever he is with me. Or how sweet it is to be loved and petted when one has been so hungry for it for 5 long years," she added aloud, turning to the old lady a face that was perfectly radiant with joy and love. "I told him so this morning, and he looked so pleased and hugged me up so tight, calling me his own darling, his precious little daughter, and ever so many more pet names. It was so sweet to hear them. Oh, it is all so different from the home I left a few weeks ago, or from anything I could have expected. It seems as if I have got Papa and Mamma Clemmens back, both in one." "You are very happy, child," said the old lady gently. "God has been very kind to you, and it rejoices my heart to see your innocent joy, and Clarence's too, my dear Clarence, who has mourned almost in solitude for so many years. I hope you will be a good daughter to him, the sunshine of his home and the stay and staff of his declining years." "I know, I mean to," murmured Nina, a tender dewiness gathering in her eyes. The sun had set and daylight was fast fading from the sky when Dr. Monteith returned. Aunt Lettice and Marchant had already supped, and Nina was in bed after an early tea according to orders. Mrs. Barron left her alone on hearing the doctor's step in the hall, and went to the dining room to see that he was made comfortable, and to pour out his tea, which she thought no one could make to suit his taste quite as well as herself. Nina had not yet fallen asleep, but was lying with eyes wide open, going over again in imagination all that had passed between her adopted father and herself that day, dwelling with rapturous delight upon each tender caress, each word of endearment, when she was startled by a sudden apparition, a tall figure in black, gliding noiselessly across the room, casting a dark shadow on the bed as it passed between it and the opposite window, then drawing swiftly and silently near when it seemed by a sudden dexterous movement to throw something into a tumbler of cooling drink that stood on a little stand by her side, and facing round upon her, remained motionless with its gaze fixed full upon her face. Her nerves were weakened by illness, and for a moment she felt paralyzed with fear, and utterly unable either to move or to cry out for help. The figure bent over her, bringing its face so near her own that she could see the features distinctly, even in the dim, uncertain light of the fading day. The complexion was dark, the eyes were large, black, and fierce, and the whole countenance seemed distorted with malignant hate. It uttered not a sound, but its eyes gazed fixedly into hers, exerting over her that species of fascination by which a serpent sometimes lures a helpless bird to its destruction. A horrible waiting nightmare was upon Nina. Her tongue refused to do its office, and she could not withdraw her gaze from the face of her strange and most unwelcome visitor. But Dr. Monteith's step and voice were heard in the hall without, and the spell was broken. "Father, father, save me!" she shrieked, with a ring of mortal terror in her tones that brought the whole family rushing to her aid, while at the first word the dark visitant gave a sudden start, and with a low inarticulate sound as of surprise and dismay, glided swiftly away, disappearing through a window into the grounds, just as Dr. Monteith reached the bedside and clasped his trembling daughter in his arms. "Oh, stop her! Stop her! Secure her! She would have killed me, I believe," cried Nina wildly. "Don't let her escape to come again." Who?" they all asked, looking here and there about the room in great excitement, but seeing nothing. "A woman, a tall dark woman, who has haunted me all my life," cried Nina, shuddering and clinging to Dr. Monteith, "a woman with a dark face and black eyes that looked so fierce tonight, as if she would tear me to pieces. A woman that glides in and out, and makes no noise. She went through the window. She must be in the grounds now. Oh, run and catch her quickly. Do so. Make haste to secure her, Marchant, Jarvis, Adolphus, 100, $1,000 if you succeed," exclaimed the doctor. "Haste, haste, or she will have made her escape." But Nina's entreaties had sent them all out in hot pursuit of the fugitive ere the first word had left his lips, and not only they but Dinah and Rose, who had joined in the chase, for if it was a woman, they said to each other, they too could help to catch and bring her to punishment for frightening their pretty young lady half to death. And so they all went rushing up one path and down another, peeping under bushes and behind trees, up among the branches also, and down in the tall grass in the meadow, some going in this direction, some in that, till they had thoroughly scoured the premises. But not a trace of the mysterious woman could they find, nor was this very strange, considering that she had had the start of even the foremost of them, and that in the semi-darkness her stable garments rendered her invisible at a very short distance. While this was going on out of doors, Dr. Monteith and Aunt Lettice in the house were doing their best to soothe and comfort Nina. The two had exchanged glances of surprise and intelligence as she gave her brief, rapid sketch of her visitor. "Do not tremble so, my darling," he said, fondly caressing her. "She will not return, or if she does, she will find us prepared for her. But," he added, as if struck by a sudden thought, "are you quite sure that you were not asleep and dreaming?" Quite sure," she answered, clinging convulsively to him. "I had not been asleep at all, but was lying wide awake, thinking, when she suddenly passed between me and the light, gliding along without making the least noise." A shudder shook her whole frame. "I don't know why I am so frightened," she said. "I believe it is the first time I was ever thoroughly scared. I always have been called brave, but I'm afraid I'm a sad coward after all. Debility is the great cause. Illness has weakened your nerves, and they have evidently had a great shock. Here, let me give you a drink." And he took the tumbler from the stand and held it to her lips. But she pushed it away with a gesture of horror. "It is poison," she cried. "I saw her put something into it." He turned pale and set it down, saying, "This is worse than I could have imagined. Why should anyone wish to do so dreadful a deed?" He looked at Mrs. Barron, who for a moment seemed aghast at this new revelation, then brightening said, "Oh, surely you must have been dreaming, darling, for what motive could any person have for poisoning you?" "I don't know, Aunt Lettice, but I am perfectly sure that I was wide awake, and it isn't the first time I have seen that woman, though she never before looked at me with such hate in her eyes." "When and where?" asked Dr. Monteith, with a tremble in his voice. "2 or 3 times when I lived in my old home at Oakdale. One evening she came to the gate to speak to me as I was at play in the garden before the house, asking my name and if I lived there. And twice afterwards she met me on the road, but only looked at me with her piercing black eyes and passed on without speaking. And again, years afterwards, she met me in the street in Philadelphia and asked the same old questions. What was my name and where I lived, and when I asked her why she cared, she said I looked strangely like an old friend of hers." "And you recognized her as the same woman you had seen at Oakdale?" "Not at first. I only thought her face was familiar. I didn't quite see it either, because she kept her veil down, and afterwards it seemed to come to me that she must be the same." There was agitation in the look the doctor gave his aunt, and in the tones of his voice, and he said, "We must not allow this child to be left alone again, nor shall she remain below stairs tonight. Where is Dina? Please send her or Rose to prepare the suite of rooms between yours and mine, and I will carry her up there at once. And please, Aunt Lettice, set that tumbler away. I must analyze its contents." Dina and Rose appeared at that moment, announcing the failure of the search, though the others continued it some time longer, and receiving their orders, speedily made ready a room in the second story, when the doctor at once carried Nina thither, and placing her in bed, administered an anodyne, and left her under Rose's guardianship, with strict orders to both to observe perfect silence, and to Nina to go to sleep as soon as possible. Neither thought of disobeying. Nina was too weary and exhausted to feel any temptation to do so, her unwonted excitement having given place to languor, and Rose, though burning with curiosity to hear the whole story of her young lady's strange adventure, would as soon have thought of putting her hand into the fire as of going contrary to Dr. Monteith's commands. "There is some strange mystery in all this, Aunt Lettice," he said, as they left the room together, for she too had gone up to see that nothing was neglected that could add to her darling's comfort. "I know of but one woman that would answer to her description, and I perceived that the same thought occurred to you as Nina spoke." "Yes," she answered with trembling eagerness, "and if it is she, oh Clarence, it is almost as unaccountable as the wonderful resemblance on any other supposition than that the child is really yours and Nina's, and yet—" She paused, looking earnestly at him as they stood together beneath the lamp in the lower hall. He was pale and agitated. "Oh, if it were, if it could be true! But why say that when we know it to be as impossible as that the grave should give up its dead? "It does seem so," said Mrs. Barron slowly. "And yet why? Why should she of all people, take this strange, unfriendly interest in this child? This child who is the living image of our Nina? I cannot explain it even to myself. I cannot understand it," he said, turning away with a groan. "And yet," he added quickly, "we do not know that it is she. There may be other women who could answer the description. I suppose we must set it down to a singular coincidence and nothing more." "Uncle," said Marchant, hurrying in from the lawn, "we have made thorough search, but without finding any intruders, and I am tempted to suspect our young friend was dreaming, though Adolphus asserts that there were a couple of suspicious-looking fellows lounging about this afternoon." "Indeed," said the doctor. "Well, the analysis of the contents of that tumbler will prove whether the child was dreaming, and may perhaps throw some light upon the presence here of those suspicious characters." He walked into his office as he spoke, and Marchant, following, asked with eager curiosity what he meant. The doctor told him briefly, and proceeded at once to the examination, Aunt Lettice having placed the tumbler in readiness upon his office table. It was proved to contain a powerful opiate, and the two gentlemen immediately came to the conclusion that the woman's object must have been not to murder Nina, but to carry her off. "Some one evidently wishes to rob me of my new-found treasure," said the doctor with emotion. "I must guard her carefully, and you will help me, Marchant, while you are at home?" "That I will, uncle. What manly heart but would take pride and pleasure in being called upon to assist in protecting so much beauty and innocence? I wish I could have caught that woman. What do you suppose could have been her motive for such conduct? What is she to this beautiful girl whom you have adopted?" "I do not know, Marchant. Nina herself has not the remotest idea, though she says the woman has haunted her all her life." He was silent for a moment, leaning his head thoughtfully upon his hand, then turning to his young companion. "I have told you nothing of Nina's history," he said, "and you have respected my silence and asked no questions. But perhaps it is only just and right that you, as a member of my family, and one who will be so constantly thrown into her society, should know something of it. Up to a few days previous to her coming among us, Nina had always believed herself the child of a worthy couple with whom she passed the first 10 years of her life, petted, caressed, and indulged, as only children are apt to be by fond parents. They were respectable New England farmers. They died within a few weeks of each other. Nina was left to the care of a sister of her adopted mother, who proved to be anything but a kind and judicious guardian, and at length, in a fit of anger, disclosed to the child the fact that she was in reality a foundling, left by some unknown person at the door of those she had believed to be her parents. And in proof of her assertion, she showed Nina a note, which she said was found pinned to the clothing of the babe. "What was in it?" asked Marchant with eager curiosity. "Did it give no clue to her true parentage?" "It merely stated that the child was born in wedlock, and that the parents were not poor, but for some unexplained reason did not wish to keep their child, and would never claim it." "A likely story!" exclaimed the boy, curling his lip with scorn. "But of course those who were capable of the rest of the mean business could lie also." "Certainly," said his uncle with a heavy sigh. "I would give much to know the whole truth in regard to her, yet it is not likely I ever shall. But if I can but keep my treasure and make her happy as my darling daughter, I will try to be content." There was silence between them for a little, each busy with his own thoughts. Then the doctor said suddenly, "Nina must not hear of those fellows hanging about. It would only add to her uneasiness without doing any good. Adolphus must be warned to keep it to himself. Has he gone to bed, do you think?" "I do not know, sir, but I will hunt him up wherever he is, and deliver your orders," said Marchant, rising and looking at his watch. "Do so, if you please," said his uncle, "and speak to the other servants about it too, for doubtless Adolphus has already told his story to them." "I will, sir. Good night," and Marchant hurried from the room. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 31. Clouds and Sunlight. Nina awoke with a weight upon her spirits, which not all the luxury and elegance of her surroundings, or the sweet remembrance of her adopted father's fond affection, precious, unspeakably precious, though it was to her, could remove. Hers was so proud and sensitive a nature that to it this mystery shrouding her birth and parentage was terrible humiliation. It had been almost forgotten for a time in the exquisite joy Dr. Monteith's tenderness and love afforded her, but the incident of the past evening had brought it back in full force, while added to it was a feeling of profound irritation and keen annoyance at finding herself still followed and watched by that strange dark woman, whose surveillance was becoming intolerable and apparently dangerous also. Who is she, and what does she know of me, or want with me? She asked herself again and again, turning restlessly upon her pillow, and sighing wearily at the thought of the hopelessness of ever arriving at a solution of the mystery. "Oh, why was I so terrified last night?" she murmured. "Why could I not be brave enough to lay hold of her and cry out for help, keeping her there came? "What is it, dearie? Did you speak to me?" asked Mrs. Barron's pleasant voice, and laying aside the book that for the last half hour she had been quietly reading by a window on the farther side of the room, the old lady rose and drew near to the bed. "You have had quite a long sleep," she said, taking the young girl's hand in hers and softly stroking it, "and I hoped you would wake refreshed. How do you feel this morning?" "Just tolerably, thank you," replied Nina, smiling faintly. "Is it late? Is breakfast over?" "No, dear, but I think the bell will ring in a moment. It does not matter that you are not ready, though, for your father says you are to take yours in bed. But here he comes now to give his orders in person." Nina's face brightened visibly for a moment as he came forward with his tender fatherly greeting. But the cloud soon returned. He looked at her keenly and was not satisfied with the result of his scrutiny, yet acknowledged to himself that her depression was not greater than was reasonably to be expected. He talked to her for a few minutes in a cheerful, lively strain, promising her a drive with him as soon as she could be made ready, and then went down to his breakfast as Rose came in bringing hers. "Did they catch the woman, Rose?" Nina asked as he left the room. "No, miss, there didn't nobody see her but you. But please don't ask me no more questions about it, for the doctors forbid us talking about it, specially to you." "Very well, then I'll ask him for all the information I want," said Nina, and she did so as soon as she found herself alone with him in the carriage. "There is almost nothing to tell, my dear child," he said. "No one saw her but yourself, though the grounds were thoroughly searched, the darkness and her black dress no doubt assisting her escape. But one thing I forgot to mention to you, that what you saw her throw into the tumbler was merely a powerful opiate, not in sufficient quantity to kill you, but only to cause deep and prolonged sleep." "What could she want to do that for?" exclaimed Nina in surprise. "I cannot imagine, unless she meant to carry me off," she added, as if struck by a sudden thought, and clinging to him with a shudder as she spoke. "Doubtless that was her object," he said, clasping her closely. "But do not fear, my darling. We are now upon our guard, and I think she will not find it possible to accomplish that or any other design she may entertain against you. So do not let apprehension of it depress your spirits and thus retard your recovery." "No, I do not fear her now," she said, looking up with a confiding smile. "I know you will protect me, but it makes me shudder to think what might have been my fate if she had succeeded in carrying out her designs last night." "I'm thankful indeed she did not," he replied, and then he began conversing on pleasanter themes, exerting himself to divert her mind from the disagreeable subject, and succeeding to some extent. She grew quite cheerful and even animated, but he perceived that she was less able to bear fatigue than she had been the day before, and soon had the horses' heads turned toward home again. They were driving on at an easy pace. A woman with a basket on her arm was trudging along by the roadside, going in the opposite direction. She looked up as they passed, and Nina, catching sight of her face, started, turned pale, and clinging to her protector's arm, asked in an agitated voice, "Did you see that woman?" "Yes, but what of her?" he exclaimed. "Jarvis, Jarvis, stop the horses. It could not surely have been the one who— "Oh, no, no, sir," she interrupted in her excitement. "She is a very different person. But this woman seems to follow me, and yet it may be nothing but a strange coincidence. When I lived with Mrs. Powell in Philadelphia, this woman used to sell apples, cakes, and candy near our house, and when we moved to the country she was there directly afterwards, keeping a kind of boarding house for the workmen in the mill, and now she's here." "It is certainly very singular," he said with a grave look. "Does she seem to be an enemy, or to take any special interest in you?" "No, sir, I can't say that she does. Mrs. Powell used to employ her occasionally to help with washing, ironing, and house cleaning after we went to the country, and sometimes she seemed to feel quite indignant when she saw me ill-treated." The woman was out of sight, and Jarvis was ordered to drive on, while the doctor sat in thoughtful silence, supporting Nina with his arm. "What a beautiful home you have given me, dear father. I ought to be very happy," she murmured, lifting her dewy eyes to his face, with a look of grateful affection, as they turned into the grounds of walled and wound about under the tall trees. "I hope you will be, my darling," he said with a tender, loving smile. Mrs. Barron and Marchant came out to the door to receive them. The latter would have assisted Nina into the house, but the doctor put him aside, and taking her into his arms as usual, he carried her into her old room, laid her on the sofa, and removing her hat and shawl, said, "You must take a nap now, my child, and I will leave Marchant to guard your slumbers, for I know Aunt Lettice has some little matters to attend to." Marchant, looking highly pleased, seated himself where he could have a full view of the face of his charge, and took a book from his pocket, while Nina closed her eyes and fell asleep directly. Having scarcely heard or understood what was said, she was so weary with her ride, for the last night's excitement had greatly reduced her feeble strength. Dr. Monteith mentioned to his aunt to follow him, and they withdrew together to the library, where he told her of the woman they had passed on the road, and what Nina had related concerning her. "It is very singular," she said, "and it seems all the more so when taken in connection with something Rose has just been telling me." And she went on to tell of the visit of the berry woman a week or two before, her strange agitation at sight of Nina, and her questions in regard to her. The doctor listened in astonishment. "Can she be identical with either last night's visitor or the woman we met this morning, do you think?" he asked. "I don't know. Shall I call Rose?" "Thank you, I will ring," he said, stepping to the bell rope and giving it a pull. Rose answered, and on being questioned, gave a particular description of the berry woman, naming the afternoon when she was there. And suddenly the doctor recollected having met her at the gate, and how singular her behavior had been. And then, as Rose went on to tell of the visit of the woman with a basket of notions, an hour or so later, he recognized in her the one they had met upon the road that morning. Still he could neither account for their conduct nor guess the cause of their interest in Nina, and charging Rose not to repeat what she had been telling them, and to watch that no suspicious person entered the house, he dismissed her to her work, and turning to Mrs. Barron said, "I can make nothing of it at all, but I see that we must guard our treasure carefully. Her spirits are much depressed today, and I must do something to divert her thoughts. Could you go with me to the city this afternoon, and assist me in making some purchases?" "For her? Yes, with all my heart, if Marchant will undertake to entertain her in our absence." "Marchant is always obliging," observed the doctor with a slight smile. "I will order the carriage to be at the door as we leave the dinner table. That will not give us any too much time, and now I must hurry away to my patients." Nina slept for 2 hours or more, and on awaking found Marchant still there with his book, while Mrs. Barron sat knitting by her side, and Rose was busily sewing by the window. "You have had a good nap, and look much brighter and better for it," remarked Aunt Lettice with a smile. "I think you will soon be able to walk a little about the house and grounds, and as the wrappers are all too long for you, I am having Rose shorten some of them. She has learned dressmaking, and is very good at it, and as soon as you are able to stand the fatigue of being fitted, you are to have a quantity of new dresses made, so your father says." "Oh, how very kind he is!" exclaimed Nina, looking greatly pleased and interested. "I think the wrappers are perfectly beautiful. I have never had anything half so pretty before." "They are very becoming, I think," remarked Marchant, half closing his book, and looking admiringly at the graceful figure on the couch and the fair face half hidden among the pillows. Nina was quite free from the nonsense that fills the heads of so many girls of her age in regard to young men and boys, and was consequently fully as much at ease with Marchant as if he had been a girl. They were congenial in many of their tastes and views, and as they became better acquainted, each found the society of the other interesting and agreeable. She always disliked Mrs. Powell's sons. It was because of their rudeness and meanness of character, not of their sex. Gentlemanly, intelligent boys she considered about as pleasant companions as girls, and she had never met one who was Marchant de Vere's superior in either respect. They were left alone together all that afternoon, and she had never found herself better entertained. He read to her, choosing some short, lively magazine articles, and after that they fell into a long confidential talk, begun by Nina asking when he first came to Wald and if it were now his only home. "I have been here 5 years, but hardly know whether to say yes or no to the other question," he answered, with a smile. "Uncle Clarence, as I call him, we are only very distantly related, and I don't like to remember that, is my guardian. He considers this my home, and so do I, but there are two others equally open to me, my old homestead, now owned by my elder brother, and the house of my sister, who is well married to a wealthy gentleman farmer living in the same neighborhood." "The old homestead," said Nina, "where you were born and brought up, I suppose? Oh, I should think that would always seem more home-like to you than any place else. And haven't you some ownership in it too?" "No, it was left to my brother, while my sister's share and mine were in money and stocks. You see, my father came from a proud old English family, and believed in having the estate always descend to the eldest son." Marchant was at a loss to account for the flush that rose to Nina's cheek at his last words, and the painted expression of her face. But she was thinking, he is of a good family, a proud old aristocratic family, who can perhaps trace back their lineage for centuries, while me, I do not even know who or what my own parents were. "My father died before I could walk, so that I retain no collection of him whatever," Marchant went on, anxious to divert her thoughts. "And my poor mother made such a pet of me that I was completely spoiled, and would have my own way in everything. She had been left the sole guardian of my person, but at her death, a little more than 5 years ago, I learned that she had left me to the guardianship of Uncle Clarence, and in a few weeks he came for me and brought me home. And then," he added, laughing, "I soon find that I was no longer my own master." Nina's interest was excited now, and she asked in a quick way, "How was that? Is father so very stern and severe?" "Neither the one nor the other, but he knows how to rule and to make his subjects in love and subjection to him. I tell you, Nina, and yet so gentle, kind, and affectionate, and so reasonable in all his requirements. I had not been a month in the house till I learned to love him so well that I dreaded nothing so much as his displeasure, and the grieved expression of his eye when any wrongdoing of mine came to his knowledge." Nina's eyes sparkled. "I think I have been very fortunate," she murmured, as if rather speaking to herself than to Marchant. "Indeed you have," he answered. "Any one might be proud to call him father, but you will have to obey," he added with a smile. "I know that, but it does not trouble me," she replied, returning the smile with one so bright and sweet, and accompanied by so charming a blush, that he thought her more beautiful than ever. "How wonderfully like Aunt Nina you are!" he exclaimed, gazing earnestly and admiringly at her. "It does seem as though she must have been your mother. Have you noticed the portrait that hangs in the dining room?" "Yes, it is very beautiful. I feel it highly flattering to be told that I look like that. It is just what you will be 5 years hence," he said. "And there is one hanging in the next room which is almost precisely what you are now, except a little more flesh and color, for she was but 17 when it was taken. Besides these, there is another in uncle's bedroom, taken a little over a year after her marriage, and with her first baby in her arms. It is perfectly lovely. Mr. Delacourt, her adopted father, was very wealthy, and so fond of her and so proud of her uncommon beauty that he had a portrait taken a number of times. I hope I shall see them all some day, and oh, how I wish I had really been her child and his Dr. Monteith, said Nina, sighing. They talked on, Marchant the principal speaker, and Nina learned that he was at home now for the summer vacation and must return to college in 2 or 3 weeks. In the meantime, I hope we shall become great friends, he wound up, for you know Uncle says he wishes us to be like brother and sister to each other, though as you address him as father and I as uncle, I should think we had better call ourselves cousins. I think we should do exactly as father wishes, replied Nina. But hark, it is not that the carriage? Yes, they have returned, said Marchant, listening. I hear their voices. Well, here we are, and have not come back empty-handed either, said Aunt Lettice, coming in with a very smiling face, the doctor and Jarvis following with hands filled with packages of various sizes done up in brown paper. It looks like Christmas, cried Marchant, jumping up and rubbing his hands. I hope Santa Claus has not forgotten me. Indeed, I'm afraid he has, said the doctor, laughing. I'm afraid he thought of no one but Nina. Here, daughter, what do you think of this? He asked, tearing open one of the bundles and unrolling a dress pattern of thick rich silk, a delicate peach blossom in color. Oh, it is lovely, lovely, cried Nina, clapping her hands with delight. But it can't be for me. And she looked up at him with eyes full of glad, grateful tears. It is for no one else, he said, bending down to press a warm, fatherly kiss upon her forehead. But don't look so overwhelmed with gratitude for such a trifle, my darling, he whispered. It is nothing to the priceless treasure you have given me in yourself, and my daughter must be dressed suitably to her station. Come, Clarence, I'm as impatient as a child to see what she will think of the others, said Aunt Lettice, and he stepped aside while she held up to view first another dress pattern of light silk, then a dark one, and then two of thin gauze-like material, each and all so handsome that a month ago Nina would have considered any one of them almost a fortune in itself. Then followed laces, ribbons, gloves, and all the ornamental et ceteras of a lady's toilette, even to an elegant and costly set of pearls, which her father placed in her hands last of all, together with another small package, which on examination proved to be a very handsome and well-filled porte-monnaie. The child was now perfectly overwhelmed, and putting her arms around his neck and hiding her face on his breast, she sobbed out that it was too much. He was too good and kind and generous to her, and she didn't deserve it at all, and never, never could. There, don't cry, darling, he said, soothing her with the tenderest caresses. Only be a dutiful, loving little daughter to me, and I shall feel more than repaid. She looked up. They were quite alone. Aunt Lettice and Marchant had stolen away, and clasping her arms more closely about his neck, she returned his caresses as she had never ventured to do before, murmuring the while, Dear, dear father, I shall be the most ungrateful wretch in existence if I am not a good, obedient, loving daughter to you. A penny for your thoughts, my child, he said presently, as, still lying on his breast, she gazed dreamily at his pretty gift, scattered here and there over her couch and on the table and chairs. She started and looked up into his face with an expression of deep reverence and love in her beautiful eyes. I was thinking, she said, what a very different sort of Christian you are from Mrs. Powell. She thought me very wicked because I had a fancy for knots and bows of bright ribbon to set off my dress, and as a contrast to my black hair, and because I liked jewelry and pretty dresses. She never bought me any that were at all expensive or had gay colors, and mamma's watch and pin and wedding ring which were left to me, she's locked up where I could not get at them, and though she let me keep a little locket that had papa's and mamma's hair and likeness in it, I was forbidden ever to wear it. And now you have given me so many beautiful and expensive things all at once, even before I am well enough to wear them, and some of them are quite bright and gay. That pink silk, oh, it is so lovely. It reminds me of the pretty pink blossoms that come out on the peach trees early in the spring, and that I never tire of looking at. So I am sure you don't think gay colors are wicked. Her tone and look spoke inquiry, and he answered with a smile, How can I, my child, when our heavenly Father decks so many of his handiworks in them? Look at the roses, tulips, verbenas, dahlias, peonies, and multitudes of other flowers in our gardens, fields, and woods. Think of the gorgeous colouring of the woods in autumn, of the rainbow too, and the sunset clouds, to say nothing of the roses that come and go on my darling's cheek," he added fondly as he bent his head and pressed his lips to it for an instant. "No, I cannot think it sinful either to have a love for the beautiful or to gratify it to a certain extent, since God Himself has implanted it in us, and so abundantly provided for its gratification. Nor can I think there is more sin in the wearing of one color than another. I would not have you give a very large portion of your time and thoughts to dress, or exalt it above more important matters, such as the cultivation of your mind and heart, and above all your duty to God and to your fellow men. But I would have you care enough about it to be always neatly and becomingly dressed. It is a duty we owe to those around us to make our appearance as agreeable to their eyes as possible. But no doubt I am much better able to furnish you with these things than Mrs. Powell was." "Oh, yes, sir, I know that, and I would not think of blaming her for not providing me with such things," said Nina, "but she did not dress me even decently, and told me I was very wicked because I was not willing to go to church in that old faded calico I had on when you found me. That was unreasonable, I think. I would hardly blame a beggar for such unwillingness," he replied, with some indignation in his tones. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 32, A Growing Friendship. Dr. Monteith's beautiful and costly gifts had the desired effect of diverting Nina's thoughts in a great measure from the disagreeable subjects which were causing her anxiety and depression of spirits, and thus retarding her recovery. She feasted her eyes on the various articles of dress counted over her money, and finding to her astonishment and delight that it was $100, pleased herself with planning how she should spend it, thinking she would ask her father's permission to send some presents to Essie, Belle, and Ned, and to poor old Peggy too. "Yes," she murmured to herself, "the poor old creature shall have a nice new dress and the warmest shawl I can find before the cold weather comes again." And growing forgiving in her happiness, she half resolved to remember Mr. and Mrs. Powell also with some little gifts. Nina had never before been in actual possession of so large a sum as $5, and 100 seemed to her an almost inexhaustible mine of wealth. Merchant society too was of great assistance in restoring Nina's wonted cheerfulness and vivacity. He devoted himself to her during the remainder of his vacation, reading to her, playing and singing for her, wheeling her about the grounds in a garden chair, or supporting her with his arm when she began to try walking a little. In short, making himself so useful and agreeable that the doctor laughingly said they could not spare him from his duties as head nurse, and would have to notify the college authorities not to expect him at the opening of the session. But before the appointed day for his departure had come, Nina declared herself quite independent of nurses, as she had now gained strength enough to go about the house and even to take a turn in the grounds without assistance or support. Nevertheless, she secretly wished that there was no necessity for losing Marchant's pleasant companionship, and feared that the house would seem very dull and lonely without him, while he, on his part, had never prepared to leave Wold with so much regret. Nina grew more charming every day, as returning health added to her beauty and sprightliness, and more intimate acquaintance showed him the fine points of her character, her noble ingenuousness, perfect freedom from conceit and affectation, and her grateful sense of the kindness of Dr. Monteith and Mrs. Barron. Her warm heart, her keen, bright intellect, and thirst for knowledge, of which, considering her limited opportunities, she had already acquired a surprising amount. Nothing escaped her observation. Insects, stones, plants, and trees, everything attracted her attention, and more than once or twice her inquiries sent him into the house to search his uncle's library for some book that would give the desired information. "There never was such a girl," he said admiringly to himself again and again, "so bewitchingly beautiful, so noble in character, and at the same time so full of intellect and talent. Uncle may well call her his treasure. It was their last day together. Marchant was to start the next morning after an early breakfast, too early for Nina to appear at. Dr. Monteith had decided, and so their goodbyes must be said tonight. Marchant was undeniably melancholy, sighing audibly every now and then. Nina, too, felt depressed, but determined not to show it, laughed and talked with more than her usual vivacity. They were under the trees on the lawn. She was eagerly turning over the leaves of a work on the natural history of bees, which he had just brought, at her request, from the library, while he stood beside her with folded arms, gazing down admiringly at the slender, graceful figure, small white hands, and the glowing face, half hidden by her garden hat. "I declare," he exclaimed at length, "I believe you are as much like uncle in your tastes as like Aunt Nina in your looks. How you will enjoy your life here with him, sharing his studies of nature and books. He'll give you more of his time when I am gone." "Will he?" she asked, looking up with an eager, joyous face. "Oh, how glad I am!" "Yes, and you will forget all about the good times we've been having together, and never miss me at all," he muttered in an injured tone, and turning away with a petulant, half offended air. "Oh no, I'll not, Marchant. But you don't want me to mope and fret and make father unhappy when he's so good and kind to me? Dear me, what a selfish fellow I am! A perfect dog in the manger," he said, turning toward her again with a light laugh. "Nina, I don't believe you've ever been in the library yet. Suppose you come now, and let me show it to you." "Oh yes, I should like to," she said, springing up and taking his offered arm. "It opens on the eastern balcony, and the windows, like those of nearly all the other rooms in the front building, reach to the floor. So we will pass around through the grounds and enter by one of them," he said, leading her on over the grass and underneath the beautiful trees that were the glory and pride of Wald. She uttered an exclamation of delight as they entered the library. It was a large and lofty room, lighted on the east side by the windows already mentioned, reaching from the floor almost to the ceiling, and opening upon the balcony, beyond which were long green vistas of light and shade, here the branches of great trees meeting overhead, there the golden sunshine lying in bright patches on the grass, and on the south by a deep bay window looking out upon parterres gay with flowers of every hue, and beyond these a tiny wooded mossy dell where a bright little stream came leaping and dancing down the declivity. The plash of its waters as they fell into the basin below, coming pleasantly to the ear, mingled with the hum of insects and the gentle sighing of the summer breeze. Within the room a few pieces of rare statuary, several choice paintings, a cabinet of curiosities, and multitudes of books, neatly and systematically arranged in cases along the walls, presented great attractions to Nina's eyes, while the neat and tasteful furniture, the sofas, easy chairs, tables and writing desks, and the handsome carpet with its lovely shades of green and brown, enhanced the effect, and made it not only a favorable spot for mental labor, but also the most comfortable and agreeable of lounging places. "There, I knew you would like it," cried Marchant, seating her where she could catch the view from both the bay window and the others. "It's my favorite resort, and uncle's too, when the weather keeps us within doors, but at other times I prefer the shade of the trees outside." "What are those?" asked Nina, nodding toward one of the bookcases. "Novels, but you can't read 'em." "I can't. Why not? I'd like to know." "Because they are forbidden to me, and of course they will be to you. Uncle considers them very injurious to unformed minds, and only occasionally good for older people. He doesn't trouble them very often himself. I used to read nothing else before I came here, but he cut off the supply entirely for a year or two, and now only allows me one now and then as a rest after severe mental labor, and I must be your senior by about 3 years, I should think." "Sure, I've always had a great love for storybooks. I'm positively hungry for one of those now." "Well, you have not been forbidden yet," he said, going to the case. "What will you have?" "Here are Scott, Thackeray, Dickens, Sewall, Catherine Young, Miss Mallock, etc., etc., quite a host of them, all at your service." "No, not at my service, Marchant," she answered gravely. I hope that will never be my way of obeying, though I don't pretend to any special goodness. Father is so kind to me. I hope I shall always have strength to obey what I know to be his wishes, without waiting for commands, though I don't know, for it's a very great temptation. Please don't offer them to me again. I won't, he said, coming back to her side. I was sure you would not accept my offer. Nina, we'll correspond, won't we? This is a grand place for letter writing, and I can imagine I see you sitting by this desk, inditing an epistle to me. I don't know, she answered, shaking her head and smiling up at him. I'm not much used to letter writing, never was allowed to have a correspondent, and I doubt if I'd better begin with a collegian. I shrink at the thought of the criticisms my poor performances might elicit. Besides, father might object. He ought not to, if we are to be brother and sister, and I don't believe he will. I'll ask him tonight. Dr. Monteith's consent was readily obtained, but Nina would not pledge herself to anything. I may write and I may not, she said, and to Marchant's added vexation, went on to insist that, if she did, all their letters must be submitted to her father for his approval. But her parting words, as Marchant assisted her to her room that night, his uncle kindly giving way to him for the once, quite restored him to good humour. "Good-bye," she said, holding out her hand. "I hope you will distinguish yourself, and make us all proud of you." "Make her proud of me? Ah, that is a motive to excite a fellow's ambition," he murmured, turning away with glowing cheeks and kindling eyes, as the door closed between them. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha FINLEY. Chapter 33. A new effort of the enemy. "We must not let our darling feel dull and lonely when Marchant is gone," Dr. Monteith had said to Aunt Lettice, and together they had planned a pleasant surprise for her in the shape of a beautiful and spirited little pony and a handsome riding hat and habit. Nothing could have delighted her more. She was deeply grateful, and keenly did her kind friends enjoy her raptures over it. Mr. Clemmens had begun very early to give her lessons in horsemanship, and for some time before his death it had been her favourite exercise. It was years now since she had an opportunity to indulge in it, but to the doctor's great gratification, from the first moment of mounting Fear Not, as she decided to call her pony, she seemed perfectly at home upon his back. "I had thought to have the pleasure of giving you your first lessons in the art of sitting and managing a horse, but I see someone else has been before me," said her father with a pleased look. "Yes, sir, Papa Clemmens. He took a great deal of pains to teach me, and said I was an apt scholar, and did him credit because I was never afraid. But I am far from perfect in the art, and shall hope for a good many lessons from you. It is my purpose to ride with my little daughter every day, when professional duties do not interfere," he answered, and Nina's face sparkled all over with delight. Her enjoyment of that first ride, taken soon after breakfast on the morning of Marchant's departure, was intense, but her watchful guardian would not suffer it to be prolonged beyond the bounds of prudence. "When your excitement has cooled down, you will find yourself far more fatigued than you are now sensible of being," he said, as they turned their horses' heads towards home again. "How kindly careful you are of me, and oh, how sweet it is to be loved and cared for," she said, giving him a look full of grateful affection. "My darling," he answered, "you cannot enjoy it more than I do. Let us thank and love our Heavenly Father for giving us to each other." Jarvis was waiting to take the horses and to pay a compliment to his young mistress on her riding. The doctor led her into the library and seated her in an easy chair, saying, "You must rest a little before attempting to change your dress." "Thank you, sir," she answered, taking off her hat and laying her head back against the velvet cushion. "What a delicious chair this is, and what a lovely, delightful room. Ah, I believe you have never been in here before?" "Yes, sir, once, yesterday, for a few minutes with Marchant." "Ah, he tells me you are very fond of books, which I am very glad to hear, for I have a great fondness for them myself, and I hope we shall have many pleasant hours together here. What have you read? A little history, a little poetry, some travels, and a few storybooks. I had but little opportunity to cultivate a taste for reading while at Mr. Powell's, but little in Philadelphia, and still less at Millcote, where there was no public library, and I was kept constantly at work. At what? He asked. Housework, cooking, sewing, tending children, weeding the garden, etc. Just whatever Mrs. Powell wanted done, she answered, smiling up at him. For he was standing beside her, smoothing her hair with his hand. My poor darling, I'm afraid you have had a hard life of it, he said tenderly. But better days have come now, I think, and we will not fret about the past. She caught his hand and kissed it, her eyes filling with grateful tears. You are so good to me, she murmured. So very, very good. Oh, if I could do something to repay you. Only be my own loving little daughter, he said. It is all I want. I will try, dear father, she faltered. I do not need to try to love you. I couldn't help it if I would, but I'll try to do and be all you wish. How much you are like her at this moment, he said, his voice trembling with emotion. Her very soul looks out at your eyes. The attitude, the tones of your voice, all are hers. Oh, Nina, there are times when I cannot believe it possible that you are not her child and mine, and yet it seems equally impossible that you should be. I would give much, very much, to know the certainty in regard to your birth and parentage. Oh, let us forget the doubt, the apparent impossibility, and believe that we are truly father and daughter, she cried impetuously, clasping his hand in both of hers, and looking up with eager longing into his face as he bent over her. We will let the past go and live in the happy present, leaving the future with our God, our loving and all-powerful Heavenly Father, he said, bending down to throw his arm about her and strain her to his breast. For several minutes he held her in a close embrace, her head lying on his shoulder, her arms twined about his neck. Then releasing her, he drew up a chair and sitting down by her side, with her hand in his, talked of the future, of all that they would be to each other, the books they would read, and the walks and rides they would take together, of the advantages he could give her, and the pleasure he would take in superintending her education. I will mark out a course of reading for you, he said. There are some books we will read together, some that you shall read alone, perhaps giving me your impressions of them afterwards, or sometimes a synopsis of their contents. I am afraid I will not know how to do so, she replied. I am afraid you imagine me to be much brighter and more talented than I am. But may I come here and select any book I please for my own private reading? You may take what you like from this case and this, he said, rising and going toward them to point them out. This, you see, is marked history, this biography and travels, this other poetry. I won't yet let you select for yourself from it. There are some of Byron's works, and a few others I do not wish you to read. And these, in this last case, marked novels, you may consider entirely forbidden for the present. He turned toward her with a smile. I wish you would lock it up then and hide the key, for fear I may be a naughty girl or some day when I am here alone, she said playfully, for I am very fond of storybooks. No, indeed, I shall do no such thing, but shall trust entirely to your honour, your sense of duty, and your love for me. But I am in earnest, father, she said, looking up at him, as he came back to her side. It will be a very strong temptation, and I would rather not be exposed to it. Virtue that cannot stand temptation is worth very little, he answered gravely. It is by resistance that we grow strong, so I shall not make it impossible for you to disobey me. Then promise to punish me if I do, she said, half in jest, half in earnest. I must have something to help my resolution. You are rather too old for that, he answered with a grave shake of the head, unless you include under that head the thought of having pained and displeased a father who loves you very, very dearly. That would be the worst punishment I could have, she replied with a slight quiver in her voice. But in this, many other things, you are very unlike Mrs. Powell. Why, this summer she locked me up in my own room for 2 weeks on bread and water, and only let me out then because she wanted my help about the house. And what for? He asked, his eyes kindling with indignant anger. Because I refused to go to church in an old, faded, half-worn calico, short and skimpy too, and sit beside her in a handsome silk. I told her I wouldn't, and she found she couldn't force me to it with all her starving, locking up and lecturing. She said I was dreadfully wicked and the most depraved creature she ever saw, far worse than the heathen who had never despised the gospel privileges I was blessed with or failed to profit by a godly example daily set before them. Do you think so, Father? No, I think your feelings and behavior were perfectly natural under the circumstances, and her conduct entirely inexcusable, indeed perfectly outrageous, he answered, turning away and pacing hastily to and fro in unwonted excitement. She ought to have provided you with at least decent clothing, which I am sure you must have more than earned. And neglecting that, the sin of your refusal to attend church was more hers than yours, I think. But do not let us talk any more about her, darling. It makes me too angry to hear how you have been abused, he added, coming to her side again to bestow upon her a tenderly fatherly caress. They were silent a moment, and Nina asked, "Won't you tell me why you forbid novels?" "Certainly. You are a reasonable being and should be treated as such. It is because I look upon novels as bearing the same relation to good, substantial mental food, such as works on the arts and sciences, history in various branches, theology, biography, etc., etc., as sweet meats and confections do to bread and butter, meat, vegetables, etc., and as it is ruinous to the stomach, especially of a very young child or a delicate older person, to be fed entirely or principally upon such trash, so it is ruinous to the mind to feed largely upon highly spiced fiction. Sweetmeats spoil the appetite for good, plain, nourishing food by which the body grows and is made strong, and just so, tales full of exciting and improbable incidents, thus presenting false views of life, destroy the tone of the mind and take away its appetite for the substantial mental ailment necessary to its growth and strength. But don't misunderstand me and think that I am condemning fiction in toto. There are many tales that I can honestly and heartily recommend to be read in moderation. Tales which, though the incidents may be wholly or in part imaginary, yet give true views of life and teach important truths. These I do not forbid, he added with a smile, but only claim the right to select and place in your hands. You shall read them in moderation, and at times when I think you need them as a rest to the mind after it has been at work. Thank you, she said, looking well pleased and satisfied. But may I ask why you keep books which you consider hurtful? Please don't answer me if you think it an impertinent question, she added, with a blush and some embarrassment of manner. No, I do not think it impertinent, he replied kindly. There are books on my shelves which would probably be injurious to you now, and yet may be read by you some years hence, when your opinions are formed and your judgment is matured with pleasure and perhaps profit also, and when that time comes, the interdict shall be removed. But till then, I hope my little daughter will be satisfied to allow me to choose her mental food for her. "Oh, yes, yes," she said, putting both hands into his, and looking up into his face with a sweet expression of confiding affection. "I am glad, very glad and thankful to have found such a kind, wise guardian and guide. May the Lord give me grace and wisdom to be both to you, my darling," he said in low, moved tones as he sat down and drew her to his breast. There was a ring on the doorbell, and the next moment Adolphus appeared with the announcement that a gentleman was waiting in the office. "Very well, I'll go to him," said the doctor, rising. "Nina," he looked doubtfully at her, "you are not afraid to leave me alone here for a few minutes in broad daylight, now that I am pretty well and strong, are you, father?" she asked, looking up at him with a twinkle in her eye that seemed to say such a fear would be very absurd. "No, surely there can be no danger," he said with a slight laugh, "and I shall probably be detained but a moment. And I may as well take this opportunity for changing my dress and having a little chat with Aunt Lettice," she said as he turned to go. "Yes, do so," he answered, as he went out and shut the door. She thought she would in a moment, but she had not yet entirely recovered from the fatigue of her ride. She felt weak and languid and indisposed for any exertion. The chair was very comfortable, and lying back among the cushions, she fell into a reverie. Then her thoughts became confused, and ere 5 minutes had elapsed from the closing of the door upon her adopted father, her senses were fast locked in sleep. There was a slight noise upon the balcony without, a sound as of a cautious tread of naked feet, but she heard it not. Then a small boy, clad in tolerably clean but worn and patched garments, barefooted, and wearing a coarse, broken-rimmed straw hat upon his head, stepped before the window and peered cautiously in. He perceived that Nina was the only occupant of the room, and, though he could not see her face, something in the listless attitude told him that she slept. Looking this way and that, he crept stealthily in and across the floor till he reached her chair, when he laid in her lap a small white object which he had held tightly clasped in his hand. Then turning about, he fled with eager trembling haste, never pausing to look behind him, and scarcely drawing breath till, diving into the shrubbery, he felt himself hidden from the view of the inmates of the house. A board creaked as he crossed the balcony the second time, and Nina started and awoke. A tiny sealed note lay in her lap. She caught it up, much wondering how it had come there, and looked at the superscription, Nina Clemmens, Wald. "It is for me, but from whom?" she murmured. "The handwriting is strange, and who is there that would write to me? Not Marchant. It is too soon." She tore it open with trembling fingers and ran her eye over the page. There were a few lines, very plainly and clearly written, in the same hand as that of the address on the outside. There was none on the inside, no signature appended, and it was without date. It began abruptly. "Have you no honest pride of independence, that you are willing to place yourself under such obligations to one upon you have no claim of kindred? Your parents, who have never lost sight of you, are not pleased that it should be so. They would have you leave Wald and accept a home they have provided, where you may be educated and fitted for usefulness, while at the same time you preserve your independence by rendering some easy services in return. Accept this offer, and in course of time they will make themselves known to you. Reject it, and you must live and die in ignorance who or what they are. Place your reply in the hollow of a tree on the hill beyond the rivulet that runs through the grounds of Wald." Nina read it with a rapidly paling cheek, and at the close fell back among her cushions with closed eyes, and such a look of anguish on her wan face as might have touched a heart of stone. The writer had artfully appealed to the strongest feelings of her nature, her pride of independence, and her longing desire to solve the mystery connected with her birth, and to know those who were her true parents. And yet now she almost shrank at the thought of meeting them, so heartless and cruel did the words of the writer make them appear, thus stepping in between the child they had abandoned to the tender mercies of strangers, and him who had so generously opened his heart and home to her. And oh, how exceeding sweet and precious seemed his love and tenderness, and his ever watchful guardian care, when placed in such strong contrast to their coldness and neglect. How could she bear to leave him now? Her heart bled at the thought, and yet ought she not, if they wished it? Was it right to take so much from one who, though so inexpressibly dear, was yet indeed not of her kith or kin? Her head ached, and her temples throbbed with the intensity of painful thought. Her heart was torn with contending emotions, and thus Dr. Monteith found her on his return. The change that had so suddenly come over her face, its deadly pallor, and the anguish written on every feature, startled and alarmed him. "My darling," he exclaimed, "what has happened? What so distresses you? Is it bodily or mental pain?" She lifted her sad eyes to his face, and opened her pale lips to speak, but no sound came from them, and she turned away her head with a sigh that went to his heart. His eye fell on the fatal letter, which she still held fast, hardly conscious what she was doing. "Is it this that has disturbed you?" he said inquiringly, gently taking it from her. "Shall I read it?" She gave a silent assent, and turned to watch his face as he read. She saw his cheek redden and his eye flash with indignant scorn. Then he finished by throwing it from him and catching her in his arms. "There, darling," he said, laying her head tenderly against his broad heaving breast. "Fear nothing. They shall not take you from me, and I myself will answer this insolent note. I shall tell the writer that you have already given yourself to me and have no choice left in the matter, and that yours is no state of mean, cowardly dependence, your filial love and obedience being far more to me than the paltry sums I bestow on your education and maintenance. But if it is the will of my parents, she faltered as she clung about his neck. I do not believe it, he answered. I am satisfied that if the truth of the matter were known, your parents are either not living or that you have been stolen from them and they know nothing of your whereabouts or circumstances, and that this is but a new effort of your enemy, the dark woman, who would have carried you off before and probably did so in the first instance. Failing to gain her ends by force, she is now trying stratagem. Oh, do you think so? Cried Nina, sighing as if a load had been lifted from her breast. I do, he said. I feel pretty well satisfied of it in my own mind. What the woman's motive is, I cannot tell. Perhaps there is a claim to some property involved in the case. But do not fear her. I think she will find herself powerless to do you harm. A thought seemed to strike him. Who was the bearer of that note? He asked. It is not the hour for the postman, and besides, I should have heard him if he had come. I don't know, said Nina. I had fallen asleep in my chair, and when I woke it was lying in my lap. He picked up the envelope and examined it. There is no postmark on it, he said. He rang the bell, and as Adolphus appeared in answer, Who brought this note? He asked. Don't know, sir. Didn't see nobody bring no note, sir, replied the boy, opening his eyes wide with astonishment. Very well, it is no matter, said the doctor, dismissing him. She must have been in here, cried Nina, glancing nervously around the room. That does not follow, he answered quietly, but henceforth you must not remain alone in any of these lower rooms with the doors and windows open, at least not when you are in danger of falling asleep. I will not, she said submissively, though it is very hard to have to be so watched and guarded. Yes, but we will not allow it to fret and trouble us, he answered cheerfully. And now come and let us find Aunt Lettice, and I will read aloud an interesting book while she knits and my daughter lies and rests. He put the note into his pocket and giving her his arm led her from the room. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 34. The Woman in Black Again. Dinner was over, and Nina had fallen asleep on a sofa in the parlour where Dr. Monteith and Mrs. Barron were sitting. The child seems depressed, Clarence. What ails her? Anything but Marchant's departure, do you think? Asked the old lady in an undertone. The doctor replied by producing the anonymous note which had so disturbed her, and giving all the information he could in relation to it. It is too bad, she exclaimed, and I quite agree with you in the opinion that the parents have nothing to do with it. Very unnatural parents they would be if they had, or if they could have put such a child away from them. I dare say they are dead long since. Most likely, and now, Aunt Lettice, we must do all we can to divert the child's mind and keep up her spirits. The pony will help very much, said the old lady, and in a few days, when she is a little stronger, we will go into the city and let her do some shopping. An excellent prescription, if you are careful not to administer an overdose in the beginning, he said with a benevolent smile. Shopping is a very interesting business to most of the fair sex. But we must not forget that it is also very fatiguing, and that the excitement may make Nina appear equal to more of it than she really is. I will be careful. I think you may trust me for that, said Aunt Lettice. And besides, I never could stand a great deal of shopping myself. It wears me out directly. And another thing, Clarence, I have always objected when you have proposed adding to our list of servants. But now I think it would be well to get another chambermaid, and let Rose devote herself entirely to Nina as her waiting maid and seamstress. By all means add as many as you please to the number of our servants, and let one or more be always within call of our darling, that she may feel perfectly safe from these unknown foes. He rose, stood a moment looking down on the beautiful sleeping face, then abruptly left the room. After he was gone, Aunt Lettice sat quietly knitting and thinking, an earnest, loving glance now and then directed to Nina, showing what was the subject of her thoughts. The dear old lady was busily contriving ways and means to interest this darling of her heart, and draw off her thoughts from all that might cause anxiety and distress. Presently Nina awoke. There was a sad expression in her eyes as she turned them upon her old friend. "Are you feeling badly, dear?" asked Aunt Lettice in her gentle, affectionate tones. "Only a little weak and weary, auntie," said Nina gratefully. "I think one is apt to sometimes on waking from a nap. Talk to me, please, and I shall soon forget myself, which I would be very glad to do just now." "Well, dear, let me tell you what I have been thinking about. I know you, Miss Marchant, and the very best cure for loneliness being plenty of employment of mind and body. I propose that you and I should begin now to consider what gifts we might prepare for him and your father against the Christmas holidays, when he will be with us again, and for any other friends whom you might like to remember." Nina's face brightened instantly as her thoughts flew to her well-filled purse, the abundance of pretty things doubtless to be found in the city stores, and her knowledge of various kinds of fancy work gained from schoolmates and from her dear adopted mother, and she began an eager discussion of the subject, telling Aunt Lettice what she knew how to make, and asking her opinion as to what would be likely to be most useful and gratifying to her father and Marchant. The old lady found she had made a happy suggestion, for the look of care and distress returned no more that evening to the sweet face of her darling. Nina's generous, affectionate nature rejoiced in the power to do kindness to others, and to prove in some slight degree her love and gratitude to those who were doing so much for her. And in the pleasant excitement she really quite forgot the anonymous note and its probable writer, nor thought of either again until she had retired to her own room for the night. And then she speedily dismissed her anxiety with the resolve to trust in her father's wisdom and protecting care. Several rainy days followed, keeping her in the house, and trying her patience somewhat by preventing the enjoyment of her expected rides upon her pony. But Aunt Lettice and her father managed to make the time pass very pleasantly, and when at length the skies cleared and the sun shone out, she had gained sufficient strength for the all important shopping expedition to the city. The two ladies set out in the family carriage soon after breakfast alone, for the doctor had professional duties which imperatively demanded his attention, and Aunt Lettice remarked smilingly to Nina that it was just as well, since they might be making purchases they would not care to have him see. Nina answered with a gay, glad laugh, tastefully and richly attired, as became her station and circumstances, as the daughter of the wealthy owner of Wald, and leaning back upon the silken cushions of the smoothly rolling carriage, while it passed swiftly over the very road which she had so lately travelled on foot and in the deepest poverty and distress. What wonder if her heart bounded with joy and exultation at the thought of the wondrous change in her condition and prospects? She keenly enjoyed the ride, but not more keenly than the shopping that followed. It was so delightful, for the first time in her life, to be making purchases with a full purse, and with the comfortable assurance that she would not be called to an account for her expenditure. "There, dear, I think we have all we want now, and may tell Jarvis to drive directly home," said Aunt Lettice, as they stepped out of a store on Chestnut Street, where Nina had been investing largely in materials for her fancy work. "Or would you like to go somewhere for refreshments first?" "No, home, if you please, auntie. It must be near dinner time, I think," the young girl answered gaily, putting a bundle in at the carriage window as she spoke, then stepping back to let her old friend enter it first. As she did so, she felt a hand suddenly laid on her shoulder, and turning quickly, found herself face to face with that strange, mysterious woman whom she was beginning to regard with dread and horror. A cold shiver ran through her whole frame, as for a single instant she gazed into the black depths of those malevolent, fiery eyes, and read in them scorn, contempt, and bitter, unrelenting hate. Then, with a low cry, she put out her hand to grasp the woman, but she was gone, lost in the hurrying crowd, for the streets were very full that day, and though Nina looked eagerly in the direction in which the dark figure had vanished, she could not distinguish it from the multitudes of others. It had all passed so quickly that neither Aunt Lettice nor the coachman had noticed the woman, and great was the surprise and concern of the old lady to see Nina, as she followed her into the carriage, without apparently a moment's delay, sink back upon the cushions, trembling violently and with cheeks and lips of an ashy pallor. "Why, my dear child, what is it?" she cried in excessive alarm. "Put your arm around me and hug me up close, dear auntie," whispered Nina, dropping her head on the old lady's shoulder with a burst of tears. "It is nothing, and I shall be better in a moment." "Nothing?" The old lady's tone was incredulous, but the carriage began rattling over the stones, the noise preventing further conversation for the present, and she had to content herself with silent petting and caressing till, reaching a quieter part of the road, they could again converse in an ordinary tone. By this time Nina had recovered a tolerable degree of composure, and in answer to her old friend's anxious questioning said, "It was nothing, auntie, except that she stood beside me, that dreadful woman, and for one instant looked into my eyes with hers that are so full of hate. Then she was gone. I used to be brave, afraid of nothing, and I know not why it is that now I am so easily agitated and alarmed, perhaps because I am still weak. Yes, dear, you are weak, and your nerves are weak, and when that is the case with us, we are very easily startled. But this woman's conduct is infamous. I think Clarence must try to have something done with her." "Oh, no, no, do not let him attempt it," cried Nina, faintly, and again becoming much agitated. "For who knows what she might assert in regard to me? Perhaps she might even say she is my mother, though I cannot, will not believe it." "Oh, no, dear, that could not be, for a mother could not hate her own child. No, I cannot believe that she is related to you in the least. But doubtless she knows the secret of your birth," said Aunt Lettice earnestly, but speaking in a low tone, lest Jarvis should hear. "I think, however, we should conceal nothing from your father, and I am sure we may feel perfect confidence in his wisdom. He will never do anything that could bring sorrow and disgrace upon you. Father is so good, so kind to me, that I would not wish to hide from him anything that he ought to know. But this would only trouble him, I think. And if we don't tell him, he will think the shopping has been too much for you, and will forbid us to go again," said Aunt Lettice, looking with sorrowful concern at the pale cheeks and sad countenance of her charge, and drawing her arm more closely about her. "Ah, yes, we will have to tell him," sighed Nina, "for he will be sure to see that something has gone wrong with me." And he did, the moment his eyes rested upon her face as he came out to assist them to alight. "Why, my darling, your ride has not benefited you as I hoped it would," he said, as he took her in his arms and carried her into the house. "I fear you and Aunt Lettice tried to do too much in one day," and he turned inquiringly to the old lady as he laid his burden gently down upon the sofa. "No, it is not that, Clarence. I will tell you all about it in a moment, but let me get her a glass of wine first." "No, sit down, aunt, and let me wait upon her," he said politely, wheeling forward an easy chair. He left the room and returned in a moment with the wine, which he held to Nina's lips, saying with gentle authority, "Drink this, daughter." She swallowed it obediently, then looking up affectionately into his face. "Don't be worried, father," she said, with a faint smile. "I don't know why I should be so foolish, but I saw that woman again, that was all. For a single instant, as I was about to get into the carriage to come home, she stood beside me, touched my arm, looked straight into my eyes, and then was gone." He knew whom she meant. There was no need to ask. His brow contracted. He grew suddenly pale and set his teeth firmly together. But it was a full minute ere a single word passed his lips. Then he said in a calm, quiet tone, "There must be a stop put to this. I shall set the detective police at work to ferret out the whole thing." "Oh, no, no," cried Nina, seizing his hand and pressing it in both of hers. "Don't, father, don't if you love me, for who knows what she might say of me or do to me? Perhaps she might even find means to take me away from you, and oh, how could I bear that?" "Never fear, darling. There, there, don't agitate yourself," he said soothingly, bending down to pass his hand caressingly over her hair and cheek. "If she had law and justice on her side, you may rest assured she would not be resorting to these underhand means, and I think you may trust me to manage the thing in a way not to compromise you in the least." She looked relieved, and after a little more soothing, felt herself able to go to the dining room with the assistance of his arm, and to eat her meal with tolerable appetite. Dr. Monteith was prompt and energetic in all he undertook, and before night had carried out his purpose, having sought an interview with the chief of the police and secured the services of one of the most expert detectives. The head gardener at Walt found himself very unexpectedly provided with a new assistant, at which he expressed no little surprise, remarking that it was an odd notion of the doctor's to hire another hand just at the time of year when there was but little to do, and he supposed it was some poor fellow that was out of employment and had come to Walt for help, as everybody did that needed it. The other servants did not like the newcomer. They complained that he had very prying ways and didn't stick at all closely to his work. They wondered too why he was almost always employed near the house, and why a small room on the ground floor at the back of the building and with an outside door was given up to his use, so that he could come and go at all hours without let or hindrance. The man remained for several months, but during all that time nothing more was seen or heard of the mysterious dark lady. For weeks Nina looked at her reappearance with a sort of nervous dread, but with returning health and strength she gradually recovered her natural fearlessness and gaiety of disposition, and became the life of the house and the very sunshine of their existence to her adopted father and Aunt Lettice. She was very happy when she could contrive to forget the one bitter drop in her full cup of bliss, the one cause of anxiety and humiliation, and this she generally managed to do by keeping herself fully occupied with work or amusement. The doctor would not allow much study, but several hours of each day were spent in reading with him, and she had 2 or 3 lessons a week in music and drawing given by masters who came to her from the city. These were the little plain sewing, her fascinating fancy work, and her daily ride on Fear Not when weather and roads permitted, and which was a never failing delight to her, filled up the days most pleasantly. There were quiet strolls with the doctor too, and drives in the carriage when Aunt Lettice wished to take an airing in her company, or there was a visit to be paid to one of the neighbors or to some poor or afflicted person in need of help and comfort, both of which it was a joy to the dear old lady to bestow, for like her master she delighted in going about doing good. Dr. Monteith and Mrs. Barron, while keeping up a friendly intercourse with their nearest neighbors and the members of the church to which they belonged, had yet mingled but little in general society since the death of the doctor's wife, greatly preferring retirement and quiet, and Nina's coming among them made little immediate change in this respect, as she was still too young to attend parties or to receive or pay formal calls. There were but few girls of her own age in the neighborhood, and the 3 or 4 whose acquaintance she made proved uncongenial, but this gave her small concern, as she had so many home pleasures, and a lively correspondence carried on with Marchant de Vere seemed to supply all that was needed of young companionship. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 35, Varying Moods. Miss Nina, mother and me will be much obligated to you, indeed more than obliged, if you will be so good as to take charge of a few articles we are preparing for the Christmas tree, said Rose one morning as she was setting her young lady's room to rights. "'Cause you see, Miss, Dolphus he will peruse through all her drawers and boxes, and mine too, every chance he gets when he knows Christmas is a comin'. That child's curiosity does exceed all ever I seen." There was a merry twinkle in Nina's eyes, but she answered quite demurely that she would be happy to oblige them by providing accommodations for the articles, and, pointing to the lowest drawer of her bureau, added that that was empty and at their service. Rose was profuse in her thanks and apologies for the liberty she had taken in making the request. "No need of excuses, Rose. The drawer is empty, and quite at your service," said Nina pleasantly. "But are you quite sure your articles will be safe even there? Adolphus may come in here when you and I are out of the room." "Oh no, Miss Nina," cried Rose, quite aghast at the very idea of such presumption. "Dolphus exalts himself that he's a good boy, and he'd never take no such liberties with your belongings. He's ascertained his place better in that. Dolphus has." "Well, I hope so. I should be very angry if I knew him to come in here in my absence, or caught him meddling with anything belonging to me," said Nina, turning away to hide the mirth she could not suppress. As the important day drew near, both Aunt Lettice and Nina grew very busy. There were numerous expeditions to the city, and Dr. Monteith found it necessary to be very strict in enforcing obedience to his commands in reference to the refraining from overwork and the taking of proper rest and relaxation. Otherwise, Nina's newfound strength would have been utterly exhausted. "This will never do. You are wearing yourself out," he said, coming in one afternoon and taking a piece of embroidery from her hands. "I positively forbid you to take another stitch today." "Oh, now don't be cross, father dear," she said coaxingly, stroking his face with her pretty white hand. "You might let me work another hour, for it's only a week now to Christmas, and I've so much to do to get ready for it." "No, not another stitch today," he repeated with grave decision, though he accompanied the words with a slight caress. "I will supply you with money enough to buy gifts for all whom you care to remember, but I will not allow you to injure yourself in preparing them. Go and put on your wraps and take a drive with me. The carriage will be at the door by the time you are ready." Marchant came home early on the day before Christmas. Nina met him with outstretched hand and the joyful exclamation, "Oh, this is being a good boy. I'm so glad you've come in such good season. We're going to trim the house, that is the parlor and sitting room, dining room and hall, and as soon as you get warm, you shall go with me to the woods after the evergreens. It's so mild today. Father says I may ride Fear not, and you can have one of the other horses. And Dolphus is to take a hatchet and cut down and bring home what we select. Will you go? Shall I ring and order a horse for you?" "I shall be only too happy to accept your invitation, fair lady," he said gallantly, "but let me wait upon myself." And springing up from his seat before the fire, he touched the bell, and, as Adolphus appeared in answer, directed him to saddle Lightfoot, the horse he usually rode when at Wald, and bring him to the door along with Miss Nina's pony. They were soon on their way to the woods, laughing and chatting right merrily, Adolphus following in a little one-horse wagon. In another hour they returned, well laden and richly tufted pine boughs, delicate hemlock sprays, and glossy laurel. Aunt Lettice and Rose were summoned to their assistance, and all hands set to work to ornament the house and give it a festive appearance. The others constantly deferred to Nina, and perceiving this, she presently took the entire direction, displaying much artistic taste and skill, and great fertility of resources, and while giving prompt orders to the rest, taking hold of the work herself with the greatest energy and zeal. She was in the wildest spirits, laughing, talking, and singing snatches of songs, running hither and thither with glowing cheeks and sparkling eyes, now mounting the step ladder or a chair to arrange or dispose a wreath or festoon with her own hands, or to make a suggestion to the others, then jumping down again to assist in the preparation of the wreaths and garlands. But suddenly an arm was thrown about her slender waist. She felt herself hugged in a close embrace. A man's beard brushed her cheek, and Dr. Monteith's voice said, "My darling, you are doing entirely too much. You will feel it when the excitement is over. Go and lie down now till dinner time, and so save yourself for tonight, and let the rest of us finish here." "Oh, father, please let me stay. I am not in the least tired," she pleaded, in a slightly aggrieved tone. "No, in my capacity of physician, I am a perfect autocrat," he answered half playfully, as he drew her away to the quiet of the library. "I never allow a patient to dispute my will. Lie down here and rest till the dinner bell rings. Sleep if you can, but whether you find that possible or not, do not stir till the signal is given," he added, with gentle authority, placing her comfortably on a softly cushioned lounge and covering her with his cloak. Then he went out and shut the door. She was more than half vexed, but even while telling herself that it was all nonsense, she was not a bit tired or in need of rest. She fell asleep, nor woke again till roused by the appointed signal. She opened her eyes to find the doctor standing over her. "Ah, you will forgive me now, won't you?" he said with a smile. "You have had a fine nap, though you were so fresh when you came in here." "Yes, father, I do thank you for it, and for all your almost unnumbered favors," she answered frankly and with a look of grateful love. "You are so good to me. I had no idea I was so tired." He smiled a kindly, affectionate smile, and, giving her his arm, conducted her to the dining room. "What have you done with the Christmas tree?" Nina asked as the servants were removing the covers from the dishes. "Oh, it's all safe," said Marchant. "I believe Aunt Lettice intends to employ me to set it up in the little back parlor this afternoon." "Yes, and to help us trim it," said the old lady. "We have quite a quantity of ornaments and colored tapers for it." "And what if I should chance to see the gifts intended for me?" he asked demurely. "You needn't expect any," was the reply. "That is always the best plan." He sighed deeply. "Ah, well, I suppose I may at least hope to be invited to the exhibition and distribution." "Yes," said Nina, "we will probably employ you to light the tapers and perhaps to distribute the gifts. And if you are very good, there will doubtless be some trifle found for you." "Are you to assist, or to lie in bed all the afternoon?" he asked. "She may stay up to 9 o'clock tonight," said the doctor. "What? So late as that? Are you often so highly privileged, Nina?" cried Marchant in mock astonishment. "Yes, quite frequently," she answered, with a merry look and smile, "and I hope, when I'm a little older, some months perhaps, to be permitted to sit up till 10." The trimming of the tree and a walk with Marchant filled up the afternoon, and Nina retired to her own apartments to dress for the evening. Rose, already arrayed in her best Sunday gown, but with a large clean check apron tied over to protect it, was in waiting to arrange her young lady's hair. "Really, Rose, you are quite spoiling me," said Nina, dropping into a chair and glancing at the bed, where lay a very handsome dress of rich dark silk with all the accompanying et ceteras. "I'm becoming as useless and helpless as any fine lady in the land. I must put a stop to this and begin to wait on and dress myself, or I shall lose all my independence." "Don't now, Miss Nina. You know I quite depreciate the honor of assisting to disarrange your hair and dress, and if you'll allow me, I'll begin at once," said Rose, taking her young lady's hat and shawl and putting them away in the wardrobe as she spoke. "I thought that silk would be becoming, and what you'd like to wear tonight," she continued, coming back and beginning her work. "Yes, it is what I wanted, but how fine you are tonight, Rose. Where did you get that? I never saw it before," and Nina pointed to a tiny gold locket dependent from a ribbon about her handmaiden's neck. "Oh, yes, miss. I've had it for 2 years and better," said Rose, with a gratified glance at her ornament. "But mother won't let me wear it much, 'cause she says I'm too fond of finery. It was give to me, miss, by a gentleman that came here with an income in his leg to get the doctor to cure him. He stayed a good long spell, and I was kind o' spry to wait on him. And when he was going away, he asked me what I would like as a momentum of him." "A what?" "A momentum, Miss Nina. Something to keep him in remembrance, like, you know." "Yes, I understand. But what was it you said ailed his leg?" asked Nina, casting down her eyes to hide their merry twinkle. "Oh, an income, miss. His leg was real bad, but of course the doctor cured it up at last. Well, miss, he asked me what I'd like for a momentum of him, and I said his dodgery type, so I could look at his face once in a while. So when he was just a startin' away, he give me his here locket." "What a curious complaint! I must ask father what she means," laughed Nina to herself. "Now, please make haste, Rose," she added aloud, "for I'm afraid the tea bell will ring soon." "I'll do my best endeavors, Miss Nina, and it won't take long, for everything is laid out ready except your ornamentals. I didn't like to meddle with them. Will you wear your pearls? They look lovely with this dark dress." "Yes," Nina answered, with a strange smile. She was thinking of the old faded delaine she had worn on that same evening 1 year ago. Soon after tea the doors of the back parlor, which had been kept closed for several hours, were thrown open, displaying a large, beautifully ornamented and well laden Christmas tree, and when it had been sufficiently admired, the distribution of the gifts began. Aunt Lettice took them down one by one and handed them to Marchant, who read out the names written on the labels and called for the fortunate owners to step forward and take possession. Old Dina was highly pleased with the black alpaca dress, the gift of Nina. "Bless your dear heart, honey," she said, curtsying low before the giver, and chuckling with delight. How could you go forced to spend so much on old Aunt Dina? I never thought to get nothing half so handsome, and I'm 1,000 times more obliged to you." "You are very welcome," said Nina, smiling, "but indeed you deserve more than that for your kindness to me when I was so ill. Doesn't she, father?" she asked, turning to him, for he was close at her side. "Indeed she does, and shall have it too," he replied. "See, Dina, Mr. Marchant has something more for you." "Oh, but it's too much!" she cried, as he came up and laid on top of the dress pattern which she held in her arms a gay handkerchief, a new white apron, and a $10 bill. "There, mother, move away now, and let me thank my young lady for this splendid present," said Rose, pushing her parent rather unceremoniously aside. "I'm delighted, Miss Nina. An alpaca dress for me too? I never suspicioned you'd spend so much on me, and my gratification is unboundless. An alpaca is such a very beneficial dress as well as so handsome." "Ah, then I may hope you will not need much of my attention this year, Rose," said the doctor, laughing. "Why, how deaf you all are in this corner!" exclaimed Marchant, coming up to them. "Here, Nina, are your gifts, and uncle, these are yours." How Nina's eyes danced and sparkled at sight of hers, a beautiful gold watch and chain from her father, a set of jewelry from Aunt Lettice, and a pair of gold bracelets from Marchant. And the doctor and his ward seemed no less pleased with their slippers, worked by her own fair hands, while Aunt Lettice pronounced a point lace set which she received from her, exquisite in texture and design, adding with a smile, "Now I know where and on what errand you and your father went yesterday, and why you were so willing to let me stay at home." No one had been forgotten. The servants had now all received their gifts and retired, apparently highly gratified. The evening passed quickly, but Nina was weary enough to be quite willing to retire to her room at 9 o'clock. She soon dismissed Rose to the merry-making in the kitchen, and donning a warm dressing gown and slippers, wheeled an easy chair to the fire, and sitting down in it with her feet on the fender, her elbow on her knee, and her cheek resting on her hand, lost herself in reverie, going from the delightful present with its luxury and ease, and above all its tender love and care, surrounding her as with an atmosphere of perpetual sunshine, to the hard past with its toil, its privations, its dearth of kindly sympathy and affection. Before her mental vision there rose a picture of the little sitting room at Millcote. Mrs. Powell, with her cold stern face, seated at her never-ending sewing, her mending basket filled with half-worn garments by her side. Mr. Powell opposite, perhaps bending over his evening paper, his meek, downcast air, an occasional furtive glance at his wife, proclaiming him the henpecked partner of a strong-minded woman. The children giving and receiving a cold good night and creeping up to bed with sighs and whispers wishes that mother would let them hang up their stockings, as Nina had told them she did when a little girl at Oakdale, and that Santa Claus would bring them something pretty and something good. Then a bright smile broke over the dreamer's face, and she murmured half aloud, "How glad they will be tomorrow morning when my packages get there, and their mother opens the one directed to them. How Essie and Belle will jump and clap their hands at sight of the beautiful dolls with such lovely curls and eyes that will open and shut, and the trunk full of clothes for each. And Ned will be quite as full of joy over his picture books, his new ball and top, and many-colored marbles. And poor old Peggy, how pleased she will be with her bundle, the warm shawl and nice new dress. And perhaps Mrs. Powell will not give the children theirs, though I did put in a fine pocket handkerchief for her, to put her in a good humor about the rest. Could she be so cruel to her own little ones? Well, I don't know. She can be very cruel. Oh, so different from my darling mamma." And the thoughts went further back to the child life in the old farmhouse, and the mother love that made it so bright and joyous, and a few quiet tears were dropped to the memory of that early and beloved friend. "What, not in bed yet, darling?" said a voice at her side, while a hand was laid softly and caressingly on her bowed head. She started and looked up with a loving smile. "No, father dear, I'm afraid I'm very naughty, but it is so cozy here by this nice fire, and I got to thinking." "And crying too," he said half reproachfully, seeing the telltale drops glittering on her eyelashes, and, as he spoke, he passed his arm about her waist, and lifting her from her chair, ensconced himself therein, and drew her to a seat upon his knee. "Can it be that my pet is unhappy to-night, that my bird finds her gilded cage a prison, her doting father an unloved jailer?" he asked, pressing her close to his heart. "Oh, no, no, please don't think it," she implored, with her arms about his neck and her cheek laid against his. "You are so good, so kind to me. I don't know how I could love you one bit better if I was sure you were my own father. And oh, I have been so happy sitting here and thinking how different it all is with me now from what it was this time last year." "The tears were not all sorrowful ones, then?" he said inquiringly, passing his hand fondly over her curls. "No, sir, but I was thinking of Mamma Clemmens and the very happy Christmas times I used to have in the old farmhouse at Oakdale." "Tell me about it," he said, and she obeyed, pouring out her simple story from a full heart, and in tones tremulous with tender memories of the dear ones gone, while he listened with truly parental sympathy and interest. She wound up with a description of Christmas days under Mrs. Powell's rule. His arm tightened its clasp about her as she drew his last picture. "Thank God you are done with that woman now," he said, in a moved tone, and pressing his lips to her cheek. "May He change her heart for the sake of her own little ones. And now, my darling, you must go to rest. Promise me that you will do so at once, for late hours are very bad for one in your feeble state of health." She gave the required promise, and with a blessing and a tender good night, he left her. She slept soundly till morning, rose from her bed full of gay girlish mirth and gladness, and met him with her Merry Christmas, as he left his room in answer to the breakfast bell. "Thank you, darling, and it may be a merry and very happy one to you, and may we spend many a happy New Year together, if it shall please the Lord to spare us to each other," he said with emotion, as he drew her to him with a fond caress, at the same time slipping a beautiful diamond ring upon her finger. "It was hers," he whispered, "and I could not bear to see it worn by any other but her living image. Oh, father, how lovely, and how doubly precious because it has been worn by her," she murmured, deeply moved by this convincing proof of his strong affection. Her arm stole round his neck, and her cheek was laid to his, while her eyes filled, then fairly overflowed with glad, grateful tears. "What is it, my darling?" he asked tenderly. "Nothing, only you are too good to me. I don't deserve it. I never can deserve it." And she hid her face on his breast. "It is for what you are, and because I cannot help it, that I love you with such intense affection, dear one," he said, softly stroking her hair. "But you have done nothing to show yourself undeserving. And now dry your eyes and let us go down to breakfast. Aunt Dina's chicken and waffles will be getting cold, and the good old soul will be quite vexed and troubled." Her tears this morning were but an April shower, already past, as she lifted her face and looked up into his with a bright, joyous, loving smile. "I don't know why I cry so easily of late," she said. "Mrs. Powell used to say that the fact that I shed tears so seldom was a most convincing proof of my exceeding hardness of heart." "And how about herself?" he asked. "I should judge from your description of her that she was one of those women who are not much given to the melting mood." "No, I never saw her cry. But with her, of course, that was only an evidence of strength of character." "Exactly," he answered with a smile. "Well, my child, I trust that as your nerves recover their strength, you will find yourself quite as able as formerly to control your feelings when it is desirable that you should. It is not always desirable to repress all emotion, lest we grow hard and unfeeling." "And he has given you this?" said Aunt Lettice, taking the young girl's hand in hers as they found themselves alone for a few moments that morning. "Child, child, he must love you very, very dearly." This was her engagement ring, and never off her finger while she lived. The next 2 weeks passed by very quickly to Marchant and Nina, who were seldom apart during the day, filling up much of their time with walks and rides when the weather would permit, and when within doors, reading, talking, or playing games together, always glad to have Aunt Lettice or the doctor join them in their amusements, but never complaining of being left alone with each other. The old lady would often look after them with a quiet smile and a nod of satisfaction, but kept her thoughts on the subject to herself. It was Marchant's last evening, for he was to take his departure early the next day. The two were alone in the library, Aunt Lettice and the doctor having just been called to the parlor to receive some visitors. "What a glorious night!" exclaimed Marchant, walking to the window. "The full moon makes it almost as light as day, and it's as mild too as one might expect it to be in April. Suppose we take a promenade on the balcony, Nina? I don't think it could hurt you if you wrap up well." No, of course not, and it would be perfectly delightful, she cried, springing up from her low seat by the fire. Just wait 1 minute till I get my things. She ran out of the room and was back again almost immediately, wrapped in a nubia and a thick warm shawl. Will I do? She asked gaily. Of course you will. That cloudy thing you have on your head is very becoming, he answered, offering his arm with an admiring look. They had paced back and forth several times, and Marchant was deep in the story of some wild college boy adventure when Dr. Monteith's voice was heard at the window. Nina, my child, is it possible you are out here? Come in at once. This damp night air is by no means good for you. For the first time she felt toward her dearly loved, adopted father the rising of her own rebellious spirit. Dear me, how provoking, she muttered. Such nonsense, too, for I'm sure it isn't hurting me a bit. It isn't cold, uncle, said Marchant. It is quite like a spring night, and you know this is my last evening. Do let us stay out a little longer. Yes, father, please do. I'm not the least bit cold, said Nina. No, I have already said that the night air is not good for you, and you must come in at once, he answered, in a more peremptory tone than ever he had used to her before. She was quite angry for the moment. A spirit of opposition seized her, and she would perhaps have ventured to disobey if Marchant had not drawn her gently in, whispering, Never mind. We will finish our story by the sitting-room fire. Treating me just like a baby, she said with a little angry shake of her shoulders, speaking in an undertone, but loud enough for Dr. Monteith to hear. He gave her a look of grieved displeasure, but without a word of reproof turned away and took up a book. Nina's heart smote her, and she would have given anything to recall her words. But Marchant led her to the sitting-room, wheeled an easy chair to the fire, and seating her in it, gallantly removed her wraps, then took a chair by her side and went on with his story. But it had lost its interest for Nina. She sat in perfect silence, with downcast eyes and changing colour. Presently she started up. Why, what is the matter? He asked in surprise. Oh, I can't stand it. I must go this minute and make my peace with father, she cried impetuously. Oh, nonsense. Are you worrying yourself about that? I'm sure you needn't. Uncle is not the man to lay it up against you. He will never mention it again, perhaps never think of it. But I shall. I shall never be able to forgive myself or to look him in the face again if I don't go and beg pardon. Oh, how could I? How could I behave so to him after all his unmerited goodness to me? I hate myself for the base ingratitude. I never felt so ashamed in my life, and she put up her hands to hide the burning blushes on her cheeks. Marchant stepped out of her way and looked admiringly after her as she hastily left the room. She's a girl in 1,000, he murmured. If she feels and acts so to her husband, their quarrels will be neither many nor lasting. Dr. Monteith sat by the table reading. He did not seem to hear Nina's light step as she entered and drew near his chair. She could get but a partial view of his face, but she thought it wore that grieved expression still, and her eyes filled. Father, dear father, I am so sorry, she whispered, laying her hand softly on his shoulder. I am so sorry. Can you forgive me? Instantly his book was pushed aside, his arm thrown around her, and she drawn to a seat upon his knee. Are you very angry with me? She asked. Oh, I am so angry with myself, so ashamed of my base ingratitude. There, he interrupted. Don't exaggerate your fault. You should never do that. No, I am not angry, my darling, yet very, very glad that you have come with this confession, and you are fully and freely forgiven. He caressed her tenderly as he spoke. I don't deserve to be treated so, she said remorsefully. I wish you would punish me. I think I should feel a great deal better if you would. What shall I do? Stand you in the corner? Or send you to bed? He asked with a slight smile. I fear that to do either would be treating you more than ever like a baby, and am not at all sure that you would not grow angry and rebellious again if I should attempt it. I am sorry you are so proud as not to be willing to take free forgiveness, he added more gravely, but I think you must. I do not wish to treat you like a very little child, and being obliged to humble your pride to accept unmerited forgiveness may perhaps have a better effect than anything else. "You know me better than I do myself, I believe," she murmured, half averting her face in the vain effort to hide the vivid blushes that suffused her cheek. "I am afraid it was pride, but," her lip trembled, "it is not in me to be humble." "No, nor in any natural heart," he said gently. "True humility is the gift of God. Seek it of Him, darling, and oh, let His goodness to you, so far beyond mine, lead you to repentance toward Him." "Ah, if I were only as good as you, father," she murmured, putting her arms around his neck. "I wish I was." "Ah, my child, I am not at all good, very far from it," he said with a sigh. "Let Christ be your pattern, dear one, not me, nor any other frail, fallible mortal." "I am afraid you must be sadly disappointed in me," she said after a moment's silence. "Could you have believed that I would ever behave so ill to you?" "Yes, it was no more than I have expected from the first. I knew you had a strong will of your own, and I could not hope that it would not occasionally clash with mine. Do you not remember that I told you so, and that in such cases you would find that yours must be the one to yield?" "Yes, sir, I do remember now, and so I am not disappointed in you, and think you neither better nor worse than I did before," he continued. "And perhaps," he added with a smile, "you will be surprised when I tell you that I fully expected that you would come to me, just as you have done, with confession and a request to be forgiven, for I felt sure that my darling was possessed of too truly noble a nature not to be ready to acknowledge a fault when once thoroughly convinced of it. And yet I did not expect you so soon. I thought it would take conscience rather longer to get the better of pride and ill humor. Thank you, oh, thank you for that," she cried, with earnest gratitude. "I have only given you your due," he said, "and now you may go back to Marchant. I know he is grudging me every minute of your society, and it is too bad, too selfish in me to rob him so, seeing it is his last night." "You selfish, dear father!" she exclaimed. "I should be very angry with any one else who should dare to hint such a thing." "Ah, and I am not sure I should quite relish it myself," he answered, with a slight laugh, as he let her go. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 36. A Newcomer. Another month of the cheerful, busy, happy life at Wald had glided swiftly away, each day finding Nina gaining in health and strength, and, if it were possible, more firmly established in the affections of her adopted father and aunt, and loving them with a deeper, truer, tenderer love. It was a cold afternoon early in February. A fair wintry scene presented itself in front of the bow window of the library, where Nina sat with her writing desk before her, busily engaged in preparing her French exercise. The ground was thickly carpeted with snow, and every branch and twig of the leafless trees had donned a robe of the same pure and spotless hue. A deep drift had filled up and blotted out of existence for the time the little mossy dell. The tiny rivulet, locked in icy fetters, had ceased its songs, and the parterres, once so gay with many-colored flowers, now presented one unbroken sheet of glistening white. Since early morning the clouds had been industriously sending down their feathery flakes, and thickly veiling the face of the king of day, had not once allowed him to look upon the fairy scene they were creating. But now, as he drew near the horizon, their handiwork complete, they suddenly parted from before him, and he poured down a flood of glory, lighting up the whole scene with such wondrous beauty that Nina lifted her head and looked out upon it with a low exclamation of delight. For one moment she feasted her eyes with it, then turned to claim her father's sympathy and to make him a sharer in her pleasure. Ever since dinner he had been sitting before the fire in a strangely abstracted mood, and more than once she had sent toward him a wondering glance, not wholly unmixed with anxiety lest some trouble had come upon him. She grew doubly anxious now, for he had not moved or exchanged his position in the least, or taken the slightest apparent notice of the sudden burst of sunlight. Pushing her books aside, she rose hastily and drew quickly but noiselessly near to the side of his easy chair. Father, dear father, what is the matter? Do you know that you have sat here for a long, long time, neither reading nor writing, and yet have not spoken one word to me? Is anything wrong? Are you in any trouble? Have I grieved or displeased you in any way? She asked softly, laying one hand on his shoulder, while with the other she smoothed back the hair from his broad white forehead, then pressed her lips upon it. He was not a man with whom many persons would have ventured to take liberties, but Nina well knew that she was a privileged character. She might not venture to disobey his commands, but she knew a caress from her was always pleasing to him, and her perfect filial love cast out all fear and made his slightest wish her law. Never, save in the one instance, had she shown or felt the least wilfulness toward him. No, my pet, nothing is wrong. I was only thinking, he said, making her take a seat on his knee while he returned her caress with interest. Displeased with you, darling? Why, you are the very light of my eyes and joy of my heart. Nina laughed, a bright, joyous, happy laugh. I often wonder, she said, stroking his face and giving his whiskers a gentle pull, what Mrs. Powell would say if she could see how I am treated here, especially by you. What a pet and plaything you make of me. I think I can see her severe, contemptuous look and hear her pronounce me a great baby for submitting to be set upon your knee. Well, no matter, she is not here, fortunately, and if she was, I should not ask her leave to treat my little girl as I think proper. You are the only daughter I ever had to pet or fondle, he added a little sadly, and as I enjoy it very much, I hope you will never tire of it or consider yourself too old to submit to it. Never, while it pleases you, father dear, she answered, giving him an affectionate hug. But now, won't you please tell me that you have been thinking of all this time? Curious, like the rest of your sex, eh? He said, laughing. Well, yes, I will tell you. I have, as you know, a very interesting Bible class of young men whom I meet every Sabbath afternoon. Well, saucebox, what are you laughing at? Only the idea that I knew that your young men were interesting, having never spoken to one of them in my life. Well, I have found them so, at all events, he said, smiling and pinching her cheek, and they come to me with their troubles and perplexities. Yes, they know they'll get sympathy and something more if it is needed, she said, giving him another hug. There, be quiet, and don't interrupt me again if you want to hear the rest of my story, he said with pretended displeasure, at which she only laughed. He shook his head at her and went on. Bertram Cathcart is the name of one of my class, a remarkably intelligent, unassuming lad, probably about 19 years of age. He has been attending the class for a year past. But though I have from the first felt strangely drawn to him, I never until today knew anything of his history or circumstances, except that he was a student in one of the medical colleges, and judging from his dress, by no means poor. In appearance and manners he is unmistakably a gentleman, and he is also uncommonly handsome. This morning he came to me and told me that he was in great trouble. Dr. Monteith paused, and, looking at Nina with a peculiar smile, remarked, his story is something like yours, daughter, yet not altogether either. He was brought up a Romanist, the only child of a very wealthy merchant of St. Louis, whose wife died at the same time of the birth of her son, and who never married again. Mrs. Cathcart died in Philadelphia, and as she had no near relatives who felt able or willing to take charge of the little one, he was consigned to the care of a nurse, a married woman of the lower class, who took him to her own house, where he was left by his father for 2 or 3 years. At the end of that time Mr. Cathcart called for his child, and took him home to St. Louis, keeping him there with himself until, on growing up to an age for deciding his future course in life, he chose the medical profession, when he was sent on here to fit himself for it. There was a time in the fall when I missed him from my class for several Sabbaths, and when he returned I noticed that he wore a band of black crape on his hat. He tells me that his absence was occasioned by the sickness and death of the elder Mr. Cathcart, who had been to him a most kind and indulgent parent, and whose loss he feels acutely. All the more on account of some painful scenes which they passed through while the old gentleman lay on his deathbed. The cause of the trouble between them was Bertram's conversion to Protestantism, which angered his father exceedingly. Mr. Cathcart required his son to recant his errors and promise never to return to them, threatening in case of refusal to disinherit him and leave everything to the church, to which course he was strongly urged by his confessor. The young man could not give up his faith, and he adhered firmly to it. When, to assist the father's failing resolution, they told him that Bertram was not his son, that his own child had died in infancy, and another had been substituted for it, and in proof of their assertion they brought forward the nurse, who testified that such was the fact, that his child had died, and fearing that he would blame her, accusing her of carelessness in regard to it, and also loath to lose the additional income which its board afforded her, she had substituted for it a little friendless orphan, whom she had presented to him as the very child he had committed to her care. Bertram doubts the story, but whether true or false, it robbed him of his inheritance, for Mr. Cathcart accepted it as true, and at once yielded to the wishes of his confessor. "What a shame!" cried Nina warmly. "And did he get nothing at all?" "A very small sum, $200, I believe, instead of the $500,000 or more he had been brought up to expect. And now he must do something for himself. He came to me to know if I could put him in the way of getting employment, and I've invited him to make my house his home for this winter, and to pursue his studies with me. What do you think of it?" "That it was the kindest thing in the world, and exactly like my dear father." He shook his head with a half smile. "Is that a wilful misunderstanding of my question? I wish to know if it would be disagreeable to you to have this lad admitted into our family circle." "Why, no, father. Judging from your description, I should think it would add to our enjoyment to have him here, and I feel so sorry for him that I am very glad you asked him to come. But what does Aunt Lettice think?" "Aunt Lettice always rejoices in seeing other people made happy, and is ready and eager to do her part for Bertram. When is he coming?" she asked. "I've sent Jarvis in for him and his luggage, and am now looking for them every moment," he said, consulting his watch. "Ah, yes, and there they are now," he added, as the merry sound of sleigh bells was heard without. Nina sprang up. The doctor rose too, and went hastily from the room, leaving her alone. Her first impulse was to follow him and join in the welcome to the young stranger, in whom his story had greatly interested her. But on second thoughts she decided that to stay where she was would better befit her age and sex, and dropping into the easy chair her father had just vacated, she took up a book. Rose coming in at the moment with lights, but though her eyes were on the printed page, she gathered no meaning from the words, but was listening eagerly for approaching footsteps, and wondering within herself the while if Bertram Cathcart would prove as pleasant a companion and friend to her as had Merchant de Vere. Presently she caught the sound of her father's firm, decided step, now accompanied by another, a trifle lighter and more elastic, yet not a whit less manly. The door opened, and Nina looked up. "My daughter, Bertram," said the doctor. "Nina, this is Mr. Bertram Cathcart. I hope you will become very good friends." "I hope we shall. Welcome to Wold, Mr. Cathcart," said the young girl, rising and offering her hand in her warm, impulsive way. The lad took it gratefully, saying in a slightly tremulous tone, "Thank you, Miss Monteith. You are very kind." Their eyes met, and the same thought, that this was not their first meeting, instantly flashed across the mind of each. They exchanged another look, doubtful, hesitating on her part, eager, questioning, joyful on his. The doctor looked wonderingly from one to the other. "What is it?" he asked. "You have met before, eh?" "Yes, and no, sir, I cannot tell," replied Bertram, with hesitation, and still looking at Nina. "Miss Monteith's face is no ordinary one, and yet it seems familiar to me, though I cannot tell where I have seen it before." "In the street, or some public conveyance, probably," suggested the doctor. "But here is another friend to whom I must introduce you," he added, as at that moment the door opened and Aunt Lettice came in. "A dear relative of mine, Mrs. Barron, or Aunt Lettice, as we all love to call her. Aunt Lettice, this is my young friend of whom I have been telling you, Mr. Bertram Cathcart." She had already taken his hand in hers, holding it with a gentle, kindly pressure, while her sweet, loving, motherly eyes sought his face. He had a fine, open, manly countenance, clear, honest hazel eyes, a broad white brow, and curling chestnut hair. "Welcome to Wald, my dear boy," she said. "You must call me Aunt Lettice as the others do, and let me be a mother to you." "Thank you 1,000 times, dear madam," he answered with emotion. "I shall be only too glad, too happy. I have never known a mother's love, and have always thought of it as the greatest of all earthly blessings." She had not released his hand, and still retaining it, and looking earnestly first at him and then at Nina. "Clarence," she said, "there is a resemblance between these two children. Do you not see it?" Dr. Monteith started, and looking intently from one to the other. "I think there is," he said, "though it is not very striking. Their features are not the same, and Nina's hair and eyes are much the darker." "I think Mr. Cathcart resembles father far more than he does me, Aunt Lettice," remarked Nina. "I see a very strong likeness. Hair, forehead, and nose are just the same. Complexion, too. And the expression is similar, particularly about the eyes, though they differ in color. Don't you see it?" And she stepped to her father's side, and laying her hand on his arm, looked earnestly at him and then at Bertram. Mrs. Barron's eyes followed her. "Yes, I do," she exclaimed. "Clarence, he would easily pass for your son." Dr. Monteith grew very pale. "I think he is about the age my boy would have been," he said in low, sad tones. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, "Bertram," he asked, turning quickly to him, "did the woman, your nurse, give any account of the manner in which she had obtained possession of you? Did she tell you who were your true parents?" "She said that I was an orphan whose father died before his birth, and whose mother, lying on her deathbed at the time of the decease of the true Bertram Cathcart, was very glad and thankful to have me substituted for him." The doctor sighed and looked thoughtfully into the fire. "A plausible story," said Aunt Lettice, "yet quite as likely to be false as true. And there is the tea bell." And she led the way to the dining room, followed by the others. Later in the evening Nina and Bertram sat on opposite sides of the fire in the library, conversing in subdued tones, for Aunt Lettice had fallen asleep in her chair, and they did not wish to disturb her. Dr. Monteith had been called from the supper table to attend a patient, and had not yet returned. "I have been trying all the evening to recollect where I have seen a face resembling yours, Miss Nina," said Bertram, looking intently at her. "And I think I have it now. 5 or 6 years ago I was on a visit in Philadelphia, and one day, while walking behind a little girl, I saw her drop her fan. I picked it up, ran after her, and presented it. And as she turned to take it and to thank me, I saw her face and thought it the most beautiful I had ever looked upon. It was raining quite fast, and she had no umbrella, of which I was very glad, for it gave me a good excuse for offering to be her escort to her home, or wherever she was going. And she accepted my offer, and chatted pleasantly with me while we reached her place of destination, where we parted. I've often wished I could see her again, but never have, unless you are she, which, although the resemblance is very strong, I suppose is hardly likely, for Dr. Monteith's daughter would not, of course, have been living there, as I have accidentally heard that he was born in this house, and has owned it ever since his father's death." Nina had listened in silence, a crimson tide rushing over cheek and brow, and tinging with its ruddy hue even the pure white of her beautiful throat and neck, but her face was half averted, so that Bertram could not read its expression. He had finished what he had to say, and for several minutes nothing was heard but the occasional dropping of a coal from the grate, the monotonous ticking of the clock on the mantel, the roaring of the wind through the trees without, and Aunt Lettice's gentle breathing. A struggle was going on in Nina's breast. Should she tell this young stranger the truth about this matter, letting him into the secret that she was not really the high-born child of wealth? She seemed making him acquainted with that which was the one drop of gall in her otherwise overflowing cup of earthly felicity, the grief and shame and horror of her daily life, the skeleton in her house, the nightmare of her existence, which it was her constant effort to forget. Or should she, by her persistent silence, confirm him in the belief of that which was not true? Could she, who had always so despised and condemned hypocrisy and deceit, be guilty of them now? No, 1,000 times no. Her innate truthfulness conquered, triumphing over pride and false shame, and turning to him her blushing, troubled face, she said with noble frankness, "It was I, Mr. Cathcart. I am Dr. Monteith's daughter only by adoption, and was then living with a woman whom I supposed to be my aunt, but who is in fact not related to me in the least, as she afterward told me. My story is very much like your own, and I know not who or what my parents were." He started up and took her hand in his, looking down upon her with a face radiant with delighted surprise. "Ah, then," he cried, "who can say that we are not brother and sister? Perhaps we shall some day learn with certainty that we are. Oh, what joy it would be to me! For I am very lonely, without one relative in the whole wide world," he added, in tones of sadness that touched her heart. "Let us be brother and sister, then, if it will make you so much happier," she said, looking up into his face with glistening eyes. "Why should we not?" We will, then. It is a bargain. If your father consents," he cried with joyful eagerness. "What is that I am to consent to?" asked Dr. Monteith, entering the room as Bertram pronounced the last words, for coming quickly toward them, he glanced in astonishment from one to the other, the thought flashing upon him, as the young man dropped Nina's hand and stepped back, blushing and embarrassed. "Can it be possible that he has been proposing to the child on this the first evening of their acquaintance?" It was by no means a pleasant thought, and the explanation which Nina gave in a few brief words as she rose and took his hand in both of hers, gazing with filial affection into his face while she spoke, was a very great relief. "Ah," he said, when she had finished, "my consent is freely given to that arrangement. But, Bertram, if you are to be brother to my daughter, you will have also to be my son. Can you consent to that?" And as he spoke, he held out his other hand to the lad with a kind fatherly smile. "You can never mean it, Dr. Monteith. You cannot really mean to adopt me as your son," cried Bertram, taking the offered hand and pressing it to his lips with much emotion. "Yes, my dear boy, I do. I have had it in my heart to do so ever since you told me your sad story," said the doctor, drawing him nearer to him. "And if you will be a son to me, rendering me filial love, honor, and obedience, I will gladly be a father to you. God gave me a son and daughter who would, if now living, be about as old as you two, but they were taken from me in infancy. Nina is filling the daughter's place. Will you take that of the son? I fear you do not know me, sir, and that you may think me more worthy than I am of the high honor you offer me." The lad answered in a voice almost inaudible from emotion. "Is that fear your only cause for hesitation?" "It is, sir, indeed. Oh, how could I hesitate from any other?" "Then henceforth call me father, and you are to be Bertram and Nina to each other," said the doctor, putting an arm around her, and laying the other over Bertram's shoulder. The latter seemed almost overwhelmed with joy and gratitude. Tears filled his eyes, and he dared not trust his voice to speak. "Why, what is all this, Clarence?" asked Aunt Lettice, waking and rubbing her eyes as she looked at the little group. "Only that my first experiment in adopting a child has turned out so happily as to encourage me to repeat it," he answered, smiling, and looking affectionately from one to the other of his protégés. "Oh, I am glad, very glad!" exclaimed the old lady, rising and hurrying toward them. "Bertram, Nina, dear children, how happy we shall be all here together. It is almost the same, Clarence, as if your own dear little ones had lived to grow up, and make your home bright and beautiful. Nina bears the name your little girl would have borne. Perhaps, if it would gratify you, Bertram would not object to changing his for that of your son." "Not in the least, if it would give pleasure to my kindest of friends, my benefactor, my father," replied Bertram, pronouncing the last word in tender yet half hesitating tones. "It would gratify me much," said Dr. Monteith with emotion. "My boy's name was Clarence Ernest, for his father and mine. We called him Ernest, and henceforth will give that name to you." Nina still kept up her correspondence with Marchand. A month later she wrote, "Before Ernest came I thought our dear home was all that could possibly be desired, at least when you were with us. I own we all missed you more or less when you went away, but now we would not know how to do without Ernest. He is so tenderly attentive, affectionate and respectful to Aunt Lettice and father, such a good son to him, such a kind brother to me. Every day of my life I am more and more glad of his coming among us, and often I say to myself, What a rich girl you are, Nina, with such a father and brother, and the dearest and kindest old auntie in the world. For Aunt Lettice is like the best of mothers to me, and they all pet me so that it will be one of the seven wonders if I am not completely spoiled. I have begun to study tolerably hard now, father acting as my tutor. You know he is a remarkably fine linguist, and Ernest and I are taking lessons from him in French and Italian. In another year we hope to begin German. The weather has been too cold for much use of fear not, but we are looking forward to many pleasant rides and consoling ourselves in the meanwhile with frequent sleigh rides and a brisk walk every day. Ernest is a good walker, and I think I shall be when I have fully recovered my strength. Marchant finished the letter and threw it aside with an impatient exclamation. Every other sentence has Ernest in it, he muttered to himself. What's the matter, De Vere? Asked his roommate, looking up from his book. No bad news, I hope. No, I'm a little out of sorts, that's all. Hey ho, what's your opinion of women? Fickle, aren't they? I believe it's a common accusation, but I don't know much about it. I'm no lady's man, replied his chum, indifferently, returning with renewed zeal to his work. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 37, Jealousy and What Came of It. The midsummer holidays brought Marchant de Vere to Wold again. Of late he had not looked forward to this homecoming with the unalloyed pleasure he experienced in anticipation of his Christmas holidays. He was jealous of Ernest's influence at Wold and the regard felt for him by each member of the family there, more especially Nina. But the welcome he received on his arrival, in no respect inferior to that of former days, made him heartily ashamed, leaving him not the slightest reason to fear that he had been supplanted in the affections of his uncle or aunt Lettice. And there was nothing to complain of in Ernest. He took no airs upon himself, and was so thoroughly amiable and kind that, but for his jealousy in regard to Nina, Marchant would soon have made a bosom friend of him. Yet this jealousy increased rather than diminished, and the days went on, and the three were almost constantly together. For, though Nina treated Marchant with all the old cordial familiarity, she had evidently more pleasure in Ernest's society and a greater respect for his opinions. In truth, he was more congenial to her than Marchant, and there was in him a frankness and perfect openness of disposition, a sweetness of temper, and entire freedom from selfishness, which made him a very charming companion to her, and a gentle gravity of manner and wisdom of deportment that caused her to look up to and lean upon him next to Dr. Monteith, while the frequent lightness and levity of Marchant's speech and behaviour prevented the growth of any such feeling toward him. The one was becoming her dearly loved brother, while the other remained only a pleasant friend, whose society was agreeable and entertaining when he chose to make it so. This was not always, for his jealousy soon began to show itself in fits of moodiness and irritability, which Nina sometimes laughed at others quietly ignored, for she had penetration enough to divine the cause and a spice of coquetry in her nature that made her occasionally rather enjoy exciting these unamiable feelings in her boy-lover, as she began to perceive that Marchant was. Enjoy it merely for the intoxicating sense of power it gave her. "Marchant, my dear boy, what is the matter with you late?" asked Aunt Lettice, coming into the library one morning, and finding him sitting there alone in moody silence, neither reading nor writing, but with his hands in his pockets and his eyes on the carpet. "What is the matter?" she repeated, laying her hand on his head in motherly fashion, and gazing down at him with an expression of sympathy and concern on her kind, sweet face. "Nothing, Aunt Lettice, at least nothing worth speaking of," he answered with a sigh, as he rose, politely handed her to a seat in a large easy chair, and then resumed his own. Anything must be worth speaking of that troubles you enough to cloud your usually bright face, as it has been clouded for the last few days, she replied in the kindest tone. Suppose you tell your old auntie what it is, and see if she can't help you, she added playfully. It is really such a mere trifle that I don't know why I should let it trouble me in the least, he answered gloomily. It is only that Nina's behavior, ever since I came home, has been such as to well nigh convince me of the justice of the oft-repeated assertion, that woman is fickle. I beg your pardon, Aunt Lettice. I don't mean to include you in the condemnatory sentence, but I'm afraid you are one of the exceptions that prove the rule. Not so, Marchant. It is a slander upon our sex, she answered gravely. Some of them no doubt deserve it, but they are the exceptions, and I am sure that you wrong Nina in putting her into the number. Pardon me for differing from you, Aunt Lettice. You are not with her as much as I, he replied bitterly. But what has she done? The evidences of her fickleness, her preference for a new friend above an old, are much easier to perceive than to describe, but they have been very patent to me of late. Oh, fie! Exclaimed his old friend. Would you blame our sweet Nina because she has so large a heart that she can find room in it for all her friends? Ought she not to love her adopted brother? If he was her brother in reality, so that her evident fondness for him could not be mistaken for anything warmer than sisterly regard, I would not complain. But brothers by adoption merely may come in time to be accepted lovers, and therefore I should think some maidenly reserve advisable for a girl in Nina's situation. Marchant, you are jealous, horribly jealous, and it is all wrong. You should not indulge yourself in it, or blame Nina for conduct which is only right and proper, for I have never seen anything else in her. Nor, I am sure, has either Clarence or Ernest. Yes, you have certainly been looking at the dear girl through the spectacles of the green-eyed monster, Marchant, and I hope you will not allow yourself to do so any more. Jealous, Aunt Lettice? I jealous of Nina? He exclaimed, with a bitter, scornful laugh. You surely forget that I come of a high-born, proud and haughty race, a race not one of whom would stoop to mingle his patrician blood with that of one who, with all her marvellous beauty, wit and talent, can boast of no pedigree, cannot even tell who is her father or who her mother, or whether she be the child of shame or not. A De Vere to wed such a one? It is a thing never to be thought of for a moment. Why, my very washerwoman's daughter look down upon her, for she at least knows that she comes of honest parentage. Marchant had given full rein to his passion, and spoken words for which he hated himself while he uttered them, and which the next moment he would have given anything to recall. And yet he believed Aunt Lettice to have been the only hearer. He little dreamed that another had heard them, another whose heart they had pierced like a two-edged sword. Nina had come tripping lightly down the stairs, her garden hat swinging on her arm, intending to take a book from the library, and then to seek a favourite seat under a wide-spreading tree at some little distance from the house. But as she drew near the door, the sound of Marchant's voice, uttering her name in tones of bitter scorn and contempt, suddenly stayed her footsteps. She had no thought of listening, but spellbound with astonishment and indignation, she stood like one in a trance, with blanching cheek and lips, with teeth and hands tightly clenched, till the rapid stream of invective had exhausted itself, and his voice ceased. Aunt Lettice had never felt so angry and indignant in her life. Marchant de Vere, she said, with as much severity as could be thrown into the tones of her sweet and gentle voice, I could not have believed this of you. I am grievously disappointed in you, to think of such a return for all my Clarence's kindness, for you know that Nina is the apple of his eye, and to think you could be so devoid of manliness, could have so little feeling for the dear child herself, as to speak of her with such scorn and contempt, on account, too, of what is to her a most terrible misfortune, and one that has come upon her without any fault of her own. I am ashamed of you, Marchant, more ashamed and grieved than I could have believed it possible you would ever make me feel. "And I am heartily ashamed of myself, Aunt Lettice," he said after a pause, in which he had sat before her like a culprit, with downcast face and deeply mortified air. "I could bite my tongue in two for speaking such words. I am glad that no one heard them but you." "I hope no one did," she replied, still speaking in a tone of severity that sounded strange from her lips. "And I can hardly help wishing that the day may come when you will sue for my darling's hand and be rejected. That would serve you right, proud, cruel boy that you have shown yourself to be. You are not worthy of such a priceless treasure." But Nina did not hear this warm-hearted defence, nor one word of Marchand's repentant reply to the old lady's cutting reproof. As the last sound of his cruel tirade died upon her ear, the spell that bound her to the spot was broken, and with a low, half-stifled but exceeding bitter cry, she turned and fled out of the house, away, away through the grounds, till she reached a secluded spot where, protected from the hot July sun by the overhanging branches of the trees, and shut in from all prying eyes by thick shrubbery interwoven by wild flowering vines, she could feel herself utterly alone. Never since the days of her childhood, no, not even when Mrs. Powell's cold, cruel voice told her in bitter, scornful accents of the mystery that shrouded her birth and parentage, had she been conscious of so fearful a tempest raging within herself. She flung herself upon the grass, clenching her hands, grinding her teeth, and writhing as if in mortal agony. Then came such bitter bursting sobs as might have moved a heart of stone. For the time she was utterly wretched, all her many blessings forgotten, this one dark speck in her horizon suddenly grown to a thick black cloud, shutting out all the sunlight that an hour before had flooded her pathway. And like the prophet of old, she requested for herself that she might die, might hide herself from the scorn and contempt of the world in the deep dark grave. In her bitter anguish, poor child, forgetting how utterly unprepared she was to meet the King of Terrors, how unfit to appear in the presence of a holy God, with a heart so full of evil passions, fierce, murderous anger, malice, and hate. For she felt it would be a pleasure to crush Marchand Devere, as she would crush a viper that had stung her. She had liked him as a pleasant friend, had even felt for him a certain amount of sisterly affection. But now his cruel insults had turned all this to gall and wormwood, and at that moment she hated him with a bitter, unrelenting hatred. She knew it was wrong. She almost shrank back appalled at the glimpse it gave her of the depths of iniquity in her own heart, yet she could not put it away. She did not wish to, and therefore would not ask help of Him who alone can give grace to forgive as we would be forgiven. No, she would not forgive. She would be revenged. It might be that she would forgive him afterwards, but she would first make this proud scion of the house of De Vere to know something of the anguish he had inflicted upon her. He should not dream that she had overheard his scornful words. She would put such constraint upon herself that he would never suspect it, and she would throw around him the toils of an enchantress, catch him in the meshes of her net, make him so to adore her that, forgetting or ceasing to care for the stain upon her birth, he would humbly kneel at her feet, and then she would reject him, giving him back contempt for contempt, and scorn for scorn. It might be the work of years, but her resolution should never falter, and she would accomplish her end. That hour made of Nina the hitherto simple-hearted, frank, affectionate girl, that contemptible thing, a coquette, yet heartless only as regarded Martin de Vere, indifferent to other men, but still loving, tender, and true to her dear adopted father, Ernest, and Aunt Lettice. The tempest of passion at length spent itself, and exhausted by its violence, she lay for many minutes in a half unconscious state, prone upon the grass. An hour, 2 hours had passed. It seemed an age. She must not stay there all day. She would be missed. She made an effort, and, slowly rising, dragged her weary steps back to the house, and creeping up unobserved to her own room, threw herself upon a couch, pressing her hands tightly upon her throbbing temples. The pain in them was terrible. It almost took away her consciousness, and she could scarcely refrain from screaming with an added agony as the strokes of the dinner bell smote sharply upon her ear. "Where is Nina?" asked Dr. Monteith as the rest of the family gathered about the table. No one knew. Ernest had been in the city all the morning, the doctor himself unusually occupied with his professional duties, Marchant in his room, Aunt Lettice busy here and there about the house, and, each supposing that Nina was with the others, they had not missed her till that moment. Dr. Monteith started up in alarm and was about to go in search of her when Aunt Lettice suggested that she was probably in her room, perhaps had come in late, and was not quite dressed when the bell rang. "Very likely," he said, sitting down again. "Adolphus, tell Rose to go up and see if Miss Nina is in her room and able to come down to dinner." "Yes, sir," and the boy vanished. "Rose has just come from Miss Nina's room, sir," he announced on his return, "and she desired me to tell you that Miss Nina, having a powerful bad headache, don't desire no dinner to-day." The doctor was in the act of carving a fowl, but at once laid down his knife and fork. "You may take my place here, Ernest," he said. "Aunt Lettice, excuse me. I must see what ails that child," and he hastily left the room. "How he dotes on her," remarked Aunt Lettice, glancing reproachfully at Marchant, though she had no suspicion of the cause of Nina's sudden illness. "I think it would break his heart to lose her." "You cannot think he loves her better than he did the wife whose loss he survived," retorted Marchant, coloring deeply. "No, no, certainly not, but it would bring that back afresh, and he is an older man now." A low moan struck painfully upon the doctor's ear as he noiselessly entered Nina's boudoir and drew near the couch where she was lying. The room was partially darkened, and she lay with her eyes closed, but he could see that they were swollen with weeping, and that her countenance wore an expression of deep grief and anguish. "My poor darling, what is it? What has troubled you so?" he asked tenderly, laying his cool, soft hand upon her forehead as he spoke, its very touch, joined to the deep sympathy in his voice, seeming to charm away half the pain. The fingers of his other hand were on her pulse while he counted its beats. "Dear father," she murmured, "how kind and good you are to me, a poor outcast, upon whom the very servants may look down with scorn and contempt, because she can show no pedigree, and cannot tell even who her true parents were." The words had burnt themselves into her brain, and her tone, in the beginning tender and tremulous with love and grief, was at the last hard and bitter. He was greatly surprised, for he could not conjecture where she had heard words of such heartless cruelty applied to her. It roused his indignation. Who has dared to say such things either to or of you, my daughter, my darling?" he asked, seating himself by her side, and looking searchingly yet tenderly into her face. I cannot tell. That is, I do not wish to. I ought not, will not, unless you command me. And you will not do that, father?" "I will do nothing to distress you or add to your troubles, my poor child, and perhaps it is as well that I should not know, for it would not be easy for me to forgive such cruel treatment of my precious little daughter." How sweet and consoling were his love and tenderness! They more than reconciled her to life. She no longer wished to hide her head in the grave. She would rather live to be the comfort of his declining years, the stay and staff of his old age. She lifted his hand to her lips and kissed it with passionate affection, while 2 tears rolled quickly down her cheeks. "Dear, dear father," she murmured, "I will never love anybody but you, never go away from you, unless you grow weary of me and bid me begone. And that I shall never do. But I want my darling to be happy while she is with me," he said fondly, "and I will do all that I can to make her so." "Ah, you do, you always have, and oh, how happy I should be if I could only forget this doubt, this tormenting, disgraceful mystery. But I have tried, oh, so determinately, and I cannot. It galls me like a festering sore that will never heal. Cover it up as I may, and try to hide it from myself and others, it is always there." "That is not the wisest way, my darling," he answered with gentle pity in his tones. "It is far better to look our troubles full in the face, when we will often find them of much less terrible aspect than we had suspected. Or perhaps, like the lion who turns and flees when looked full in the eye, they may vanish altogether. A wound would not heal if hastily covered up, without first being examined and properly dressed, and often, on subjecting it to this process, we will find it not half so deep and dangerous as we feared. Imagination is a wonderful exaggerator, and so it is that the coward suffers far more than the brave man. But we will speak further on this subject at another time. I want you now to take a cup of tea and try to eat some dinner. Your headache is caused by exhaustion, and food will probably relieve it, at least in a measure. And then a good nap will complete the cure, I trust. And your dinner is getting cold all this time, dear father, she said regretfully. Please go down to it now. I am quite well enough to be left to take care of myself. You have done me so much good. You seem to have some magnetic influence over me, so that the very touch of your hand charmed half the pain away. I am very glad of it, he said, but I want to see you entirely relieved. If I go down now, will you promise me to take what I send you, and then try to sleep for an hour or two? I will do anything my dear father bids me, she answered, again carrying his hand to her lips and pressing a loving kiss upon it. So he left her, and going down, sent up Rose with a cup of tea and a slice of toast. And to the anxious inquiries that assailed him on his return to the dining room, merely answered that he had found Nina suffering from a severe nervous headache, which, however, he thought would be relieved by the remedies he had prescribed. He spent the afternoon at home, and several times stole noiselessly into his daughter's room, each time finding her sleeping quietly. On his last visit, a little while before tea, he found her awake and free from pain, but looking weak and sad. "Are you not tired lying there?" he asked, stooping to give her a caress and smiling fondly upon her as he spoke. "Supposing you sit up and lean on me for a little while. I would like it," she replied, raising herself to a sitting posture and making room for him on the sofa by her side. "I think a ride in the cool of the evening would do you good," he said, making her lay her head on his shoulder while he put his arm round her. "I shall drive you out after tea, shall I not?" "Do whatever you like with your own little girl, dear father," she said, with a loving but sad look up into his face. "Still grieving over the old trouble, dearest?" he asked, passing his fingers through her hair and pushing it back from her forehead. "Do not waste your strength and your happiness in mourning over the inevitable. It has been wisely said that there are two sorts of troubles we should never fret about, those that we can help and those that we can't help. This grief of yours cannot be helped at present, though God in his good providence may send relief from it at some future time. But just now it is the cross he has appointed for you, and the only way to be happy under it is to take it up and bear it patiently. No one is exempt in this world from trial of some sort, and though I would gladly shield you from it if I could, no doubt it is well for you that I lack the power, or he, our kind, wise Heavenly Father, doeth all things well. I cannot see how it can be for my good not to be your own child," she cried with a bitter tone in her voice, and clinging to him with passionate affection, "or not to know it if I am. Oh, Father, what else? What but the tie of the nearest kindred could make us love one another so very, very dearly?" "Would that it were so," he said with deep emotion, and pressing her closer in his arms. "But, darling, we belong to each other now, and our mutual love may be as fervent as if you were indeed of my own flesh and blood. Let us forget that you are not, and be happy." "Are you not giving me contradictory advice?" she asked respectfully. "Did you not, some hours since, bid me not to forget my festering wound? Not to cover it up without examination and let it go on festering because you are afraid to learn just how deep and sore it is. But when you have done that, do not keep tearing it open afresh, but let it heal until even the scars disappear, if that be possible. This is the real trial of yours, and of mine too. I would have you feel that you are not bearing your burden all alone. But perhaps it may not be after all so very dreadful as your excited imagination has been painting it today. I think there are few, if any, beyond our own family circle who know anything more than that you are my child by adoption, except, of course, those who are possessed of the secret which we would be so glad to learn and whose interest it is to keep it. and since it does not affect our love for you, why need it make you miserable?" "I suppose because I am so very proud," she murmured, hiding her face on his breast. "I have always wanted to be high-born. To be able to boast of patrician blood seems to me worth far more than beauty or wealth, and so to be despised and scorned as of meaner extraction than even the child of an honest laborer. Oh, father, it is dreadful to me." And she clung to him with a burst of bitter tears and sobs. "My poor darling," he said, soothing her with the tenderest caresses, "I cannot imagine who could have had the heart to say such cruel words in regard to you, but let them pass as the utterance of one whose opinion, as proved by that very heartless speech, is not worth a straw. Pity the folly and malevolence, and try to forgive it. Will you go down to tea?" "I would rather not." "Try to please me," he said persuasively. "I think it would do you good. You have been moping too long alone in this room, and you will see no one downstairs but Aunt Lettice, Ernest, and myself. Not even Marchant, for he, poor fellow, had bad news today. His sister is very ill, and he was obliged to hurry away by the early afternoon train without even waiting to bid you good-bye. He left his adieus for you, however." What a relief it was to her to hear that, to know that she would not meet Marchant Devere for days or weeks, in which she would have time to school herself to treat him in such a way that he would never suspect her knowledge of those cruel words. Never, till, her purpose accomplished, she would hurl them back in his teeth and show him how she hated and despised him. "I will go down, dear father," she said. "I don't know what I would not undertake to show my love and gratitude to you, but this will be no great task. No one knows or suspects the cause of my illness?" she added inquiringly, and with an earnest entreating look into his face. "And they need not know. You will never tell Aunt Lettice or anyone?" "No, dearest, there is no occasion. You and I will keep our own secrets. And now I will go down and send Rose to assist you in arranging your hair and dress. And when the tea bell rings, I will return and give you the support of my arm, for you are still looking weak." "Ah, Nina dear, how is your poor head?" asked Aunt Lettice, entering by one door as Dr. Monteith left by another. "I have been in several times this afternoon, but always to my joy found you sleeping. You are better, I hope?" And the look of loving concern and the gentle affectionate tones went straight to Nina's heart. "Much better, dear auntie, almost well, in fact," she answered, putting her arms about Mrs. Barron's neck and leaning her head upon her breast. "Then you will come down to tea, dear, will you?" "Yes, I have promised father that I will, and here is Rose come to help me dress." "How pale you are, Miss Nina," Rose remarked with a troubled look. "I wonder what could give you such an awful headache." "Headaches cannot always be accounted for, Rose," returned her young mistress. "We have all been quite concerned about you, dear child," remarked Aunt Lettice, "and Marchant seemed very loath to leave without saying good-bye, very anxious lest you were going to be ill." Nina averted her face, while her lip curled with scorn, but the next moment she replied quite calmly, "Yes, father told me of the bad news that hurried him away. I am sorry his sister is so ill." "So am I, but there is the tea bell, and you are ready just in time." They found Ernest waiting in the dining room. He met Nina with a look of mingled pain and pleasure. "I am very glad you are able to be with us again," he said, "but sorry to see your cheeks so pale." "Never mind, they will recover their bloom tomorrow, I trust," said the doctor cheerfully. It would have been evident to the most casual observer that Nina was the pet and precious treasure of the whole household, and never had she found their love and tender, thoughtful kindness more grateful and sweet than on that evening. She felt that the world was not, after all, the howling wilderness to her, but that, on the contrary, very many roses, beautiful and fragrant, were blossoming in her desert. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 38. A chapter of mysteries and surprises. The next morning Nina came down in apparently usual health and spirits, and only a close observer would have noted the shade of unwonted sadness that now and then stole over her beautiful face when the features were addressed. Her father alone saw and grieved over it, for no one else had the least suspicion of the cause of her late attack. He could not bear to see her suffer. It pained him to the very heart, and he exerted himself in many ways to cheer and comfort her. She was not slow to perceive this, and, filled with gratitude and love, earnestly strove to be happy for his sake. She succeeded in a great measure too, for how could one so fondly loved, and returning that affection so truly, so petted and caressed, so surrounded with luxury and ease, and whose time was so divided between pleasant studies and innocent healthful amusements, that it never hung heavy on her hands, how could she be very miserable? After the first week, it was only when alone and foolishly allowing herself to brood over that one dark speck in her otherwise cloudless sky that she found she was so. One warm, bright morning she had wandered out through the shadiest parts of the grounds, and at length established herself in the little wooded mossy dell, of which we have before spoken as forming a pretty feature in the view from the bow window of the library. It was a cool, quiet, shady retreat, where the hum of busy life came to her, mellowed by distance, and mingled pleasantly with the sighing of the breeze in the tree tops overhead, the silvery tinkle of the tiny waterfall, and the soft murmur of the streamlet at her feet. Hers was an active social temperament, yet there were times when she loved the solitude of this spot, loved to sit here and dream of the past, the present, and the future, often, alas, idly brooding over the dark mystery that so tormented her and would not be forgotten, dwelling upon Marchant's cruel words, and nursing her desire and determination to punish him for them. She would not stoop to the meanness of betraying him to her father, though she well knew that hardly anything would seem more terrible to the young man than the loss of his uncle's esteem, but with her own hands she would avenge her wrongs. Was not the seeking of such revenge perfectly excusable and right in a case like this? Had he not wounded her in the tenderest spot, treated her with what any woman would feel to be the greatest of indignities, throwing from him with scorn and contempt the hand he had never so much as asked for, and, though it were his to take or reject at his pleasure, his indeed, she would show him that she was not so easily won. She would teach him that which he deemed himself casting aside as worthless or worse than worthless was in fact a priceless treasure, which he had never won and never could win, though he put forth his mightiest efforts to obtain it. She had brought a book with her, but it lay unused in her lap, while, with her elbow on her knee, her cheek resting upon her hand, and her eyes on the stream, she sat buried in thought. A step startled her, and looking up, whom should she see standing by her side but her old acquaintance, Mary Haggerty, still with a basket upon her arm, as when she had last seen her trudging along the road. "It's meself, Miss Nina," she said, dropping a curtsy, "and sure and it does me old eyes good to see your purty face again." Nina smiled faintly. "Why did you leave Millcote, Mary?" she asked. "Well, ye see, Miss Nina, Mike he got a wife all a suddent, and she and me couldn't agree on how at all, and Mike he tuck her part entirely, and so I jest came away and tuck up with the old trade, for, as I could Mike, Mary Haggerty's not the woman to stay and work where she can't be mistress." "And so you're selling cakes and candies again?" "No, miss, it's not just exactly the old trade neither, for it's tapes and needles and thread and sich like notions that I've got in me basket now," she said, showing them. "And sure and would ye buy a trifle o' me this morning, Miss Mina? For it's poor I am, and it's ye's that rich as a princess now, and me that's glad o' it, and no mistake, for I never could bear to see how that woman at Millcote abused ye and put upon ye, and he did the right thing when he ran away and left her." Nina's face flushed deeply. "Mary," she said, "I would rather you would not speak of those times to me or to anyone else. They were unhappy days, and I would like to forget them. Here is $1, she added, taking out her purse. You may give me a couple of papers or pins, and a card of those buttons. They will be useful to the servants. No, I don't want any change. Just keep the $1. Blessings on your sweet face and your kind heart, Miss Nina. And it's me that'll never say nothing more about them bad days, seeing yees don't like to hear it, answered Mary, curtsying again and again. May the Holy Virgin and all the saints bless ye, and make ye always as rich as ye are now, and take ye straight up to heaven when ye die. I am much obliged for your good wishes, said Nina, taking up her book as an intimation that she desired to bring the interview to a close. But Mary's real errand was not yet done, nor was she easily abashed. Drawing a step nearer, and bending forward to bring her lips close to the ear of her auditor, she asked in a mysterious whisper, Have ye seen the gypsies, Miss Nina? Have ye heard o' the wonderful old fortune teller as can read to ye's all the secrets o' your birth and everything else about ye that's happened or that's going to happen, telling ye who'll be your husband and the children ye'll have and all? No, said Nina, nor do I wish to have anything to do with her. I have no faith in fortune tellers. Indeed, miss, this one's no cheat, and it's just wonderful what she can do. Sure, and she told me secrets concerning me own parents and children, and myself too, the like of which she couldn't know otherwise than by means of her art. You'd better go and see for yourself, miss, and just cross her hand with silver, and see if Mary Haggerty hasn't told ye true. I have no faith in fortune tellers, as I have already told you, said Nina, but I would like well enough to see some gypsies. Where are they? Camping in the woods, miss, a mile from here, replied Mary, going on to describe the locality. It couldn't do ye's no harm to go there and just see 'em, miss, she concluded. I'm a good friend to ye's, and I'd never advise ye to your hurt. But if there's any secret ye'd like for to learn, it's this old gypsy fortune teller as can show it to ye. Why, what is all this nonsense? Asked a voice over their heads, and Ernest, catching hold of a branch, swung himself down the bank and stood beside them. They were both somewhat startled, and Mary, picking up her basket, which she had set down on the grass while talking, and muttering something about being in haste, dropped another curtsy and hurried away. What was the old hag saying to you, sister? Asked Ernest, taking a seat by Nina's side. She was telling me that there is a gypsy camp in the woods, about a mile from here, and that one of their number, an old woman, is a wonderful fortune teller, replied Nina indifferently. And she was urging you to visit them, eh? Yes, you won't go surely. Why not? I have never seen a gypsy, and must own to a great curiosity to see what they are like. Don't go, I beg of you, Nina. I doubt it would be safe for you, and I feel sure father would not approve of it. But above all, don't allow that woman to tell your fortune. It certainly is not right to encourage them in their wicked pretense of being able to look into futurity. You don't believe they can? No, certainly not. But successful or otherwise, the attempt is wicked, and those who employ a fortune teller must, I think, have some slight, perhaps half unconscious faith in them, else why encourage them by listening to the folly? Nina heaved a deep sigh. Ernest, she said in tones of sadness, I am content to remain ignorant of the future, but oh, such a longing as I have to know the past. I often say to myself, anything but this torturing doubt concerning my parentage, this dark mystery that I cannot penetrate. The worst of certainties would be far less galling to a nature such as mine. It is hard for you, I know, my sweet sister, far harder than for me, but try to bear it patiently. This woman cannot help you get rid of it, nor would it be right for you to apply to her if she could. Ah, Ernest, now you have gone too far, she answered with a mournful smile, for who can say that this gypsy wife was not the very person who carried me off and laid me at the door of the house, which was the happy home of my infancy, and that she does not know all that I am so anxious to learn? True, I had not thought of that. It may possibly be so, but yet I do not believe it is, or that she would tell you the truth if she could. And as I said before, I am certain father would not approve of your going near them, especially alone, and I could not in conscience accompany you. Promise me that you will not do so without first obtaining his permission. She hesitated, but finally, yielding to his importunity, gave the desired promise, and he well knew that having once given it, she would keep it faithfully. It often excited earnest surprise that she should be so restlessly unhappy about this mystery, as at times she evidently was. But then he knew nothing of Marchant's cruel words, or of the existence of the dark, malicious stranger who had again and again crossed Nina's path. She had shown herself no more after that encounter in the street of the city, and was now seldom mentioned at Wald. Yet she was never long absent from Nina's thoughts, being always connected in the young girl's mind with the mystery that shrouded her birth. Nina's intense desire to penetrate this mystery caused her thoughts to dwell frequently for the next few days upon Mary Haggerty's communication, and she felt a growing wish to visit the gypsy encampment and test the powers of the old fortune teller. But her promise not to do so had been given, could not be recalled, and must not be broken. Late one afternoon, about a week subsequent to Mary's visit, Nina was slowly pacing back and forth in a bit of woods that formed a part of the grounds of Wald, alone, for a strong natural aversion to anything like espionage had led her gradually to drop the practice of having someone always within call. She walked with her arms folded and her eyes bent upon the ground, thinking of that upon which her thoughts were but too apt to dwell. A slight rustling nearby caused her to pause in her steady, regular tramp and lift her eyes. A woman stood close at her side, a form apparently bent with age and infirmity, leaning upon a staff, trembling and tottering. The garb was wild and picturesque. Long grey hair floated over her shoulders, and her skinny and wrinkled features were half hidden beneath a broad-brimmed straw hat of very coarse texture. She spoke in a tremulous voice with a slightly foreign accent, but her words were clear and distinct. "Fair lady, would you know the secrets of the past, the present, and the future?" "It is the gypsy sorceress," thought Nina, a strange thrill running through her, but her tone was cold, haughty, and disdainful, as she replied, "Granting that I would, are those secrets in your keeping? You see me now for the first time. What can you know of my past, present, or future?" "Lady, to me has been imparted the wondrous power to pierce the veil that hides these things from ordinary mortal ken." She drew nearer to the young girl, seeming to look her through and through with her keen black eyes. "There is a dark secret you would give much to read," she said, sinking her voice to a low key, but every word reaching the listener's ear. "To me it is clear as the day. A net is spreading in your path, and toward it your unwary feet are rapidly tending. Would you be warned in time? Would you learn how to avoid the threatened ruin? Cross the hand of the ancient sorceress with silver, and let her look upon the lines in your own lily palm." Nina shuddered involuntarily and drew back a pace or two. Those basilisk eyes were casting a spell upon her. She felt rooted to the spot. Then a burning desire seized her, an intense, irrepressible eagerness to test the woman's powers, to hear what she would say, to risk learning the worst, the very worst that could be told her, rather than longer endure this tormenting doubt and uncertainty. She had heard of wonderful revelations made by fortune tellers, predictions strangely verified, secrets revealed, for their knowledge of which no one could account. And after all, she could believe or not, as she chose, what might be told her. Like lightning, these thoughts flashed through her mind. Her hand sought her purse. It was drawn quickly forth. A shining silver $half hastily passed across the brown wrinkled hand of the old hag, and dropped into it, and her own small white palm turned up to the gaze of the black piercing eyes. She had done it all without giving herself an instant to reflect and draw back. An evil smile flitted over the shriveled features of the sorceress. A gleam of malicious satisfaction shot from her eyes, and she bent low over the lily hand, so low that for a moment her face was hidden from Nina's view. A low muttering that sounded like a form of incantation came from her lips, followed by words at first almost inaudible, then growing more distinct. "You have been beset by dangers, robbed of your inheritance, but it may yet be restored to you. Nay, it will not, for you will contemn the counsel of the wise, and continue to eat the bread of dependence." Nina's cheek flashed, and her eyes flashed angrily. She would have withdrawn her hand, but the sorceress held it fast, while her eyes gazed searchingly into the smooth open palm. "The lines are not distinct in their meaning," she muttered, "but this much they reveal to the eye of her who has the gift of second sight. Beware, fair lady, of a young and handsome face, shadowed with chestnut locks and lighted by hazel eyes. Sorrow more bitter than death will follow if you heed not my warning." Nina snatched her hand away, and drawing herself up to her full height, "Begone!" she cried, while her eye flashed with anger and her lip curled with scorn and contempt. "You slander the best and truest of men. Ernest Monteith will never deceive or wound the heart that trusts him. He is my brother, and not a word will I listen to against him, still less against him who shelters me with a father's loving care, and considers a daughter's love and obedience even more than an equal return, though I feel it to be far less." "Indeed? And where is the obedience today?" laughed the sorceress mockingly. "Would you have yielded your palm to my inspection, had he stood by your side? And yet you prate of love and obedience, and your whole soul abhors and detests hypocrisy and deceit." The mocking words, the derisive laugh, sent the crimson tide of shame all over the cheek, the brow, the neck of the beautiful girl, and her eyes fell beneath those of the gypsy. The next instant she raised them and started with surprise. The form before her was no longer bent and tottering with age. It towered above her, erect and firm as her own, and the fierce black eyes were looking straight into hers. Nina uttered a cry. "Ah, I know you now!" and springing forward as the figure was gliding away, caught at her skirt and held it fast with all her might. "No," she cried, "you shall not escape me now. You shall not. Tell me, what do you know of my birth and parentage, and why do you haunt me thus? Why do you show me such fierce enmity? Why so anxious to destroy the happiness of one who has never injured you?" "Let me go, rash girl," she muttered, with an effort to shake herself free. "My errand is done, and I will not be detained by you. Let me go, I say." "Never, till you tell me who I am," cried Nina, exerting all her strength to detain her. The woman bent toward her, and the words came hissingly from her lips. "Unhand me, Nancy. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise." They sent a cold shiver through Nina's. Her hands loosened their grasp, and the woman glided away through the trees, where she sunk down on the ground with her face buried in her hand, her head bowed upon her knees. The words she had just heard, and those others that had made such deep wounds in her proud sensitive nature, mingling in strange wild confusion in her tortured brain. "Yes, 'tis just as he said. They were all true, those cruel, cruel words," she moaned, rocking herself slowly to and fro. "Oh, dear mamma, why did you take me in and nurse and cherish me so tenderly? Better to have let me die on your doorstep, a little innocent, unconscious babe, than that I should live to know such shame and wretchedness as this." She shed no tears, and at length rose up and walked slowly back to the house. She had regained her health, and with it all her old power of self-control, and that was so entire as to enable her to show a bright smiling face at the tea table, and for the time resolutely putting aside all unpleasant thoughts, to join with her accustomed spirit and vivacity in the familiar family chat. "Nina, have you heard anything more of the gypsies in the wood?" asked Ernest, when the meal was about half over. "I have neither been to look for them nor heard anyone speak of them," she answered evasively, the consciousness of a departure from her usual perfect ingenuousness sending the rich color mantling over cheek and brow. "What is that you are talking of, children?" asked Dr. Monteith, looking up in surprise. "I have heard nothing of gypsies being in the neighborhood." "No, and I am pretty certain there has been little or no foundation for such a report," laughed Ernest. "But I overheard an old woman the other day telling my sister that there was a troop of them encamped in a wood near by, and endeavoring to persuade her to visit them and have her fortune told, assuring her that they had a wonderful sorceress among them." "I should be extremely sorry to have my daughter encourage anything of that sort," said Dr. Monteith, but I am confident that Nina has too much good sense to put the least faith in fortune tellers." At these words Nina blushed more deeply than before, but she said nothing, and Ernest went on. "I had occasion to ride through that wood today, but saw no trace of gypsies, nor had any of the people living in the immediate neighborhood seen or heard of them, which they certainly would have done in case they had been there, especially as a visit from such a troop is, I believe, a rather rare occurrence in this part of the country." "But what could have been the woman's motive for such a story?" exclaimed Aunt Lettice. "Love of talk, I suppose," said Ernest. "What kind of woman was she?" asked Dr. Monteith, as if struck by a sudden thought, and glancing uneasily at Nina. "One of those old Irish hags that go about the country carrying a basket of small wares, buttons, pins, etc., for sale," replied Ernest. "The same whom I pointed out to you on the road one day a good while ago, father, as one who had frequently acted as charwoman at Millcote," said Nina. "Ah, yes, I think I have seen her occasionally since then." He made no further remark at the time, but later in the evening he called Nina into his private study, and making her take a seat by his side, while he put his arm affectionately about her waist. "Daughter," he said, "this matter which we were discussing at the tea table makes me a little uneasy in regard to you. I fear that Irishwoman may be a confederate of the other whose visits alarmed us for your safety so frequently last fall." "Why should you think so, father?" she asked. "Because otherwise her effort to get you into that wood seems unaccountable. But supposing her to be in league with the woman who evidently desired to get you away from here last fall, it is easy to conjecture what her motive was. And now I want you to be careful not to fall into any of the traps they may set for you. Do not go outside of the grounds, or even to a distant part of them, alone, especially near nightfall." "I do not fear them, father. I know you do not, but I fear them for you, and it is my request that in future you neither ride nor walk out alone. I know you enjoy doing so, but I cannot feel that it is safe. I would lay my commands upon you to abstain from it, but that I know your affection for me is such that a request is sufficient," he added with a tender caress. "It is indeed, dear father," she said. "I consider a request from you as binding as a command, and I will not disobey, though at times I enjoy a solitary walk, or ride as keenly as the one taken in company with any one but yourself." "I will go with you whenever I can," he said, "and when it is impossible, Ernest will usually be at your service. But if we are both absent, or unavoidably engaged, you must take Adolphus or Jarvis, letting him ride close in your rear." Until this day Nina had had no concealments from this kind protector and friend, and conscience urged her to tell him now of her recent interview with her old enemy. But she refused on the plea that it would but increase his uneasiness, without being of any benefit to him or to herself, and so kept silence. But the thing preyed upon her mind far more than it would have done had she freely confided all to him or to Ernest. The latter noticed a great change in her. She seemed so restless and unhappy when alone with him, though before Aunt Lettice and Dr. Monteith she exerted herself to appear as usual, and was at times, Ernest thought, even unnaturally gay and sprightly. But in vain he questioned her. She either tried to turn it off with a laugh, or gave some evasive answer that did not half satisfy him. Meanwhile she carefully observed Dr. Monteith's wishes, never going out of sight of the house without a companion, or the attendance of a servant who should always be within call. Yet with the perverseness of human nature, she longed to be freed from the obligation to submit to be under such constant watch and ward, friendly and protecting though it was. She wanted to come and go at her own sweet will, when and where she would, feeling that no human eye followed her movements. Several weeks had passed, and she had seen no more of either Mary Haggerty or her mysterious foe, when one afternoon, seized with a sudden desire for a brisk ride on Fear Not, she sent Rose to bid Adolphus saddle him and bring him to the door. "And see if Mr. Ernest is in, Rose," she added, "and if he is, ask him if he can ride for an hour with me. If he cannot, or if he is out, Adolphus must go." Dr. Monteith and Ernest were both out, but Nina was hardly sorry to hear it, as she felt an inclination for a solitary ride, and though she must have an attendant, if he were only a servant, she need not speak to or look at him. The afternoon was cool for this season. There had been just rain enough in the morning to lay the dust. Her horse seemed in fine spirits, and Nina found the exercise so agreeable that she prolonged her ride far beyond the limits she had assigned it in her own mind upon starting. She had made a circuit of several miles, and was returning by a different road from that by which she had gone. The sun had set, but it was still quite light, and the next turn of the road, only a few hundred yards distant, would bring her within sight of home. Just here another road branched off from the one she was pursuing. It led to the house of an acquaintance, to whom, as she suddenly recollected, she wished to send a message. She reined in her horse and called to Adolphus, who was following a little in the rear. "Adolphus," she said, "we are so near home now that I can certainly do without you the rest of the way, and I want you to do an errand for me. Go over to Mr. Cochrane's and tell Miss Mary that I tried to match that Zephyr for her in the city yesterday, but did not succeed. I had not time to go to more than 1 or 2 stores, but I expect to be in again some day this week, and I will try then, unless she prefers to send by someone else." "Yes, ma'am," replied the boy, galloping off down the side road, while Nina pursued her way at a brisk canter along the other. She had nearly reached the turn when, as she passed a clump of bushes, a man suddenly sprang from behind them and seized her bridle. Quick as thought, her whip was raised high in air and brought down again with all the force she was mistress of, striking him right in the eyes. He let go with a howl of rage and pain, while at the same instant Fear Not gave a wild bound forward and sped along the road like the wind, nor paused nor slackened his speed until he reached the door of his stable, when he came to so sudden a halt that a less skilful horsewoman than Nina would have been thrown to the ground. But she kept her seat firmly in spite of the shock her nerves had just received. "There, there, Fear Not. Do credit to your name, sir," she said with a perceptible quiver in her voice, stroking and patting him as she spoke. "We are at home, all safe and sound." "That you, Miss Nina?" cried Jarvis, stepping from the stable door. "What, you been out riding so late and all alone too?" "No, here is Adolphus," she replied, as the boy came dashing into the yard. "He was with me." "All right then, Miss Nina. I was just going for to ask where was Dolph, that he wasn't awaiting on his young mistress," returned Jarvis, touching his hat respectfully. "My father has come home, I suppose, Jarvis, or you wouldn't be here," remarked Nina inquiringly, as he gave her his hand, and she leaped lightly to the ground. "Yes, miss, and Mr. Marchant too. We fetched him in from the city, and I've just been unharnessing old Sorrel and Kate from the carriage." "Truly an unexpected pleasure," muttered Nina to herself, as she gathered up her riding skirt and walked quickly to the house. She went directly to her own apartments, taking a back staircase to avoid meeting with any of the family. Rose was waiting to assist her with her toilette. "Dear me, Miss Nina, what's the matter?" she cried in consternation, as her young mistress entered, and sank into a chair, trembling violently. "Hush! Hush, Rose, don't speak so loud," she said hastily. "Father may hear you, if he is in his room, and I would not have him alarmed about nothing. I have ridden too fast, and am a little fatigued and excited, but I shall get over it presently." "You are as pale as death," said Rose, looking much distressed, "and I am expecting every minute to hear the tea bell ring." "I'll be better in a minute," said Nina, laying her head back against the chair and closing her eyes. "But take away that white dress, and bring me the pink barège father likes so well." "Mr. Marchant's here, Miss Nina, and I've heard him say time and again that you look so lovely in white, and with pink ribbons it wouldn't make you look pale. Take it away and bring me the other," cried Nina imperiously. "I don't dress to please him." Rose obeyed with a sigh. She had long since settled it in her own mind that Miss Nina and Mr. Marchant were made for each other, and she was anxious that all should go smoothly between them. She did not inquire what ornaments her young mistress would choose to wear, but silently laid out the gold bracelets which had been Marchant's Christmas gift. "Put those away," commanded Nina, the instant her eye fell on them. "I will wear my pearls." "The bright yellow gold is such a lovely contrast to the pink, Miss Nina," urged Rose. "And there's the tea bell, and these been out. Can't we put on quicker, you know? Get me the pearls, and I will fasten my dress myself while you are doing it," replied her mistress, slipping from under her hands, and Rose had no choice but to obey. Nina's paleness and every other sign of agitation had entirely disappeared during her rapid toilette, and she entered the tea room looking radiantly lovely, just in time too, for the others had been delayed also. Marchand stepped eagerly forward to greet her. She gave him the tips of her fingers, and hardly glancing at him, turned to Ernest with some merry remark about her ride. Marchand frowned and bit his lip with vexation. "I've been away all these weeks, and she treats me as if we had met yesterday, or perhaps rather more as if we had never met at all before," he muttered to himself as they took their seats. "Were you not surprised to see Marchand?" asked Dr. Monteith with a proud, admiring, affectionate look at his daughter. "No, sir, for Jarvis had told me he was here," she answered, sipping her tea with an air of supreme indifference. "I had hoped to give you an agreeable surprise," said Marchand in a vexed tone, "but perhaps it will please you better to hear that my stay is to be very short." "There is plenty of room in the house, and I don't grudge you your share of it," was her cool rejoinder. Marchand coloured deeply, and his countenance expressed extreme annoyance and disgust. The doctor glanced from one to the other with a puzzled look and said nothing, and Ernest, coming to the rescue, led the conversation to other subjects. Nina was very gay all the evening, playing the piano, singing, laughing, and talking, scarcely ever looking at Marchand, and not allowing herself a moment to think. "My darling is very happy," thought the doctor as he watched her, and his caress, as he bade her good night, was very tender and affectionate, his gaze into her beautiful face full of fatherly pride and admiration. "You are very merry to-night," he said with a smile. "But what is wrong between you and Marchand?" "Oh, nothing," she answered with a light laugh, "but Marchand is jealous of Ernest, and so I like to take him down a little, once in a while, for Ernest is worth two of him, isn't he?" "Ernest is a dear boy, but I hope you will not wound poor Marchand unnecessarily. Remember, he is fatherless and motherless, and depends upon us for much of his happiness." For a moment, as Nina turned away and entered her own room, an emotion of pity stirred in her breast, but the next her lip curled and her eye flashed with anger and scorn, as she recalled the heartless words she had once heard him speak. "What if I do wound him?" she said to herself. "Could I possibly give him half the pain he has given me? Ah, would that it were in my power! I should not hesitate long." Rose was soon dismissed, and Nina, throwing on a dressing gown over her night-dress, stepped out upon the balcony, tempted by the beauty of the night and feeling it impossible to sleep. She leaned over the balustrade, thinking of the strange adventure of the afternoon, and shuddering at her narrow escape from she knew not what, but that the man was a foe was evident enough from his act, and besides, in the instant that his hand was upon her bridle, she had caught a glimpse of his face, fierce, dark, scowling, with black, malignant eyes, strangely like to those of the mysterious woman who had so often crossed her path. She doubted if it were not the woman herself in male attire, and sporting a false beard and moustache. An emotion of gratitude to God that she had been able to defeat the evil designs of the wretch arose in her heart, but mingled with it was an uncomfortable consciousness that she had needlessly exposed herself to the danger by sending Adolphus from her before reaching home, and also a fear that she had perhaps inflicted very serious injury upon her enemy, more so than the occasion demanded. "I may have put out his eyes," she murmured half aloud, "and perhaps, after all, he meant me no great harm, and a blow on his hand might have been sufficient to release my bridle. I wish I had tried it, and yet, if it had failed—" She shuddered, started, and leaning farther forward, gazed intently at a large elm tree that stood at a little distance from that side of the house. Was it only the shadow of the tree lying on the grass, or did she faintly discern the outlines of a dark figure leaning against it? She could not be certain, though she gazed fixedly toward it for several minutes. Then, as a cloud passed over the face of the moon, throwing that part of the grounds into deep shadow for a moment, she was equally uncertain whether the dark figure glided away through the gloom, or whether it was all an illusion of her own vivid and excited imagination. As it seemed to disappear in the deeper gloom beyond, she drew a long breath, and turning about stole quietly in and sought her pillow, but not to sleep for hours. Should she tell Dr. Monteith of these recent indications of the return of her old enemy to the vicinity? Was the question in her mind. She could not satisfy her conscience that it was right to conceal it from him, but the thought of Marchand and the unpleasant inferences he would be likely to draw from them determined her to keep silence, at least until his return to college. "He shall know of nothing of the kind that I can conceal from him," was her bitter resolve. He was thinking of her at that very moment, as he paced slowly to and fro in the balcony on the other side of the house, the one on which the windows of the library opened. In spite of a strong tendency to jealousy, a very liberal share of family pride, and mayhap of some other kinds also, there was still much that was truly noble and generous in the character of Marchand de Vere, and his cheek burned with shame whenever he recalled those hastily spoken words that had so wounded Nina. He would have given half his fortune never to have spoken them, though he still believed that Aunt Lettice had been his only auditor. True, he had once or twice in the course of the evening questioned with himself if it could be possible that Nina had overheard them, but he had immediately thrust the idea aside as too terrible to entertain for a moment, deciding that in such a case her manner would certainly have been not merely indifferent, but icily cold, as he felt that he deserved it should be. Marchand was already deeply in love. He had struggled against it, but in vain, and could Nina have looked into his heart that night, she might have exulted in the certainty of having already gained the power to torture him almost as cruelly as he had tortured her. How she had done so that night, with her bewitching beauty, her fascinating manners, her wit and vivacity, her sweet smiles bestowed so lavishly upon others, and her utter indifference to him, and that too when she had thought she would be so pleased at his unexpected arrival after weeks of absence. What had become of the joyous smile, the warm clasp of the hand, and the frank outspoken words of pleasure with which she had been wont to greet him upon his return from college? He would have given much for a repetition of them. It had required all the self-control of which he was master to conceal his torments from her and the other members of the family, nor was he sure he had succeeded in doing so, and too much excited, vexed and irritated to feel any inclination for rest or sleep, he had come down again, after retiring to his room, and was trying the sedative effect of a solitary promenade in the cool night air. He had paced back and forth many times, when on making a turn that brought him facing toward the rear of the building, he was startled by a sudden apparition, a dark figure gliding swiftly down one of the long alleys that led from the house toward the woods on his right. With a half-suppressed exclamation of surprise, he sprang down the steps and gave chase. Eagerly, hotly, he pursued the flying phantom, thinking within himself, "It is probably the creature who has tormented Nina on several occasions, and it would do me good to bring her to the punishment she so richly deserves." But a cloud again obscured the face of the moon. The dark shadows of the trees and shrubs also assisted the fugitive, and she disappeared so suddenly and entirely that he began to doubt whether the whole thing had not been an illusion. And as he walked slowly back to the house, he resolved not to mention the circumstance to anyone. Nina's manner toward him was somewhat more gracious the next morning. She expressed gratification at the news of his sister's recovery from her severe illness, and spent a half hour chatting with him with almost the old cordiality and friendliness. His hopes rose. It could not be possible, he thought, that she had overheard any of those dreadful words of his in reference to her, and Aunt Lettice, he knew, would never, ever repeat them. So, who would say that he might not in time even teach Nina to prefer him to Ernest? He did not ask himself whether he meant ever to offer her his hand, or whether otherwise it were fair and honourable to try to win her heart. All that he thought of was to make himself first in her affections, and know that the prize was his if he chose to take it. This Nina perceived, and with it she stifled all the protests of conscience against the part she was playing. He is far too proud to wed the poor waif who can boast no pedigree. Did I not hear him say it? But he would like to win her love and amuse himself with it for a time, and then throw it aside as a worthless toy, she would repeat bitterly to herself. But I will show him that two can play at that game. And hers was a nature to adhere firmly to a resolution once taken. During the few days that Marchant remained at Wald, she alternately charmed and tormented him, till at times he was almost beside himself, and at last he went away altogether in the dark as to the state of her feelings toward him. He had thought to satisfy himself in regard to them when bidding the final good-bye. But she managed to escape that by riding out at the very hour when she knew he would be leaving, telling no one but Rose and Adolphus of her intentions. The latter she took with her as escort, bidding him keep close behind her, for she had no desire to expose herself to another attack of her unknown enemy. "My dear, I'm so sorry," was Aunt Lettice's salutation on her return. "Poor Marchant was dreadfully disappointed at not being able to say good-bye to you. Rather hurt, too, at your running away, I think. But I told him I was sure you must have forgotten at what hour he had to leave in order to take the train." "Did that comfort him, auntie?" asked Nina with an arch smile. "Was he glad to think that I could forget?" "No, I'm afraid not," said the old lady, smiling too, and shaking her head at the wilful beauty. "After I had said it, it occurred to me that such an excuse was not very flattering to his self-love. But why are you so capricious toward him? I'm sure you have quite tormented the poor boy of late. Don't you think he deserves it? What business has he to be so jealous of Ernest, who is worth a dozen of him?" There was a bitterness in her tone that surprised Mrs. Barron, and startling her with the momentary fear that her darling had heard the words, for which she herself had scarcely yet forgiven Marchant, caused her to turn upon her a keen, searching glance. But all the bitterness of feeling seemed to be already gone, and the fair face was so bright and sweet that she could not think it possible. With a slight sigh of relief she answered, "Perhaps so. But we, who are so faulty ourselves, ought to be very lenient toward others, and Ernest, I am sure, would be the last to wish you to make Marchant unhappy." In her secret soul Nina rejoiced greatly in Marchant's departure. She had too much natural kindness of heart to really enjoy giving pain or annoyance, and his absence was a pleasant relief from restraint. Her impulse was ever to treat all with whom she came in contact exactly in accordance with her feelings toward them. She loathed hypocrisy and deceit, and was apt to be far too outspoken for her own interest, and thus her indignant determination to make Marchant bitterly rue his cruel words kept her, when in his presence, at continual war with herself. Hence the relief afforded by his absence was so great that, for several days after his departure, she was quite light-hearted and happy. But the other matter pressed more and more heavily upon her mind and conscience. She feared she ought to tell her father, yet at the same time felt an almost invincible repugnance to speaking of it to him or to anyone. Her natural fearlessness saved her from the nervous trepidation many of her sex would have experienced in like circumstances. But reason told her that it was no longer safe for her to venture to any distance from the house without a protector, or even to be alone in it with open doors and windows, and through the number of her friends and of servants belonging to the establishment made it an easy matter always to have a companion. The restraint imposed by the necessity was extremely irksome to one of her temperament. There was a good deal of sickness just at that time, and Dr. Monteith was extremely busy, but Ernest accompanied her in almost all her walks and rides. They were seldom seen apart, and were never happier than when together. They were alone in the library one evening, about a fortnight after Marchant's return to college. Aunt Lettice was in her room, writing letters, and Dr. Monteith had gone out to visit a patient. Nina had been suffering from an unusually severe headache that afternoon, and though the pain was now gone, it had left her with unstrung nerves and a feeling of languor, which made a reclining posture the most comfortable. Busied with her own thoughts, she lay on a sofa near one of the windows that looked out upon the balcony, while Ernest, ensconced in an easy chair on the other side of the room, was deep in a medical work, from which he had not looked up for the last half hour. Nina's eye turned toward the window. Was it fancy, or did she really see again that dark, scowling face with its fierce, malignant eyes fixed full upon her? She started and raised herself to a sitting posture. But if the face had been there, it was gone. And yet in the deeper gloom beyond, she seemed to see the gleam of the eyes, and faintly to discern the shadowy outlines of the tall figure of that mysterious woman. For an instant the young girl sat with one hand tightly clinching the back of the sofa, and her breath coming thick and fast, while she strained her eyes through the darkness. Then something came whizzing through the air and fell at her feet, and the gleaming eyes and the shadowy form vanished. The noise had startled Ernest. "What was that?" he asked, looking at Nina, who at the same instant sprang to her feet, snatched a tiny three-cornered note from the floor, and with one bound was at his side. "Ernest, Ernest, protect me!" she cried, clinging to his arm, for he had pushed aside his book and risen to meet her. I was never afraid of her before, since I regained my strength, but I am now." He put his arm about her, and she was trembling violently, and there was a ghastly pallor on her face as she looked up beseechingly into his. "Nina, my dear sister, what is it?" he asked in great astonishment, for he had never heard of the dark lady. "I will protect you with all my life, but what danger threatens you? What has alarmed you so?" "Oh, Ernest, I am haunted!" she exclaimed with a convulsive shudder, speaking in tones so low and tremulous that he scarcely caught the words. "I am haunted. A tall dark woman, with fierce black eyes, oh, so full of anger and hate, has haunted me all my life, and I saw her face at the window a moment since, her evil eyes looking full into mine." "Is it possible? Then she must be secured, and a policeman sent for," he exclaimed, reaching out his hand to lay hold of the bell rope. "No, no, it would only frighten poor Aunt Lettice," cried Nina, preventing him. "The woman is doubtless gone by this time, and even if she is not, the darkness of her black dress would enable her to elude the search of a dozen men. And as father and Jarvis are both away, you and Adolphus are the only ones at hand at present. Then we can do nothing till father returns, but her visits must be prevented in future. But how is it that I have never heard of her before? Is it the first time you have seen her since I came to Wald?" "No," said Nina, going on to give him a full account of the visit of the fortune teller, the attack of the highwayman, the shadowy figure seen from the balcony that night, and afterward briefly relating the story of her earlier annoyances from the same quarter. Ernest listened with intense indignation. Never had she seen him so excited. "And is father acquainted with all these things?" he asked. "Not with those that have occurred within the last few weeks," she answered, coloring deeply, for she read reproof in Ernest's eyes, and felt that it was deserved. "You will tell him now?" he said interrogatively. "Yes," she whispered, shuddering again, and hiding her face on his shoulder, while he drew his arm more closely about her waist in brotherly fashion, seeking to reassure her and soothe away her fright. "Ah, what is this?" he asked, catching sight of the note still held tightly in her clenched fingers. "Shall I read it?" She nodded assent, and taking it from her, he tore it open and read aloud. "Once more I warn you, foolish, obstinate girl, to beware how you form a nearer connection with him whom you falsely call your brother, but who is almost a stranger to you. The writer of this knows more of him than anyone else, and could tell you of facts in his early history that, were they known to you, would make you shrink back in horror from the very thought of bringing yourself into nearer connection with him. And yet, really unknown to you as he is, you are so constantly seen together that the common report is that you are engaged. Beware, better death itself than a marriage with him. Heed my warning, if you would spare yourself terrible suffering." Ernest grew pale as he read. "You perceive that she warns you against me," he said calmly but sadly, as he refolded the note and laid it on the table. "Are you not afraid to lean on me, or to have my arm about your waist?" "No, but how utterly absurd!" she cried, straightening herself and stamping her foot with passion. "How shameful to talk to me thus! Can I not be allowed the comfort of a brother? Must every man who comes near me be supposed to be my lover? Oh, Ernest, you will not let this separate us." And the tones of her voice grew piteously beseeching. "I have so wanted a brother to be my companion, protector, and friend, and I thought I have found him in you. Is not our love altogether brother and sister love? As far as I know it is, and it has been very sweet to me," he answered with emotion. "Then do not let this mortal foe of mine deprive me of my brother," she entreated. "Ah, Nina, if you can trust me after these base accusations or other terrible insinuations," he said mournfully, "if you are not afraid of me." "No, never, never," she cried, clinging more closely to him. "Afraid of you, Ernest? And that because my deadly foe warns me against you? If she believed that you would harm me, would she wish to save me from that harm?" "I had not thought of it in that light, but you really know very little of me, nothing whatever of my past, but what you have learned from myself, and so I cannot thank you enough for your generous trust. You forget that I have seen your daily life for many months. I had learned to hate Christianity before I came to Wold, because I judged of it from the lives of false professors, Pharisaical hypocrites, and self-deceivers. But Aunt Lettice and our dear father showed me, by their lovely lives and conversation, the true fine gold of real Christianity, of which the others were but counterfeits. And yet, Ernest, it remained for you to convince me that such lovely consistency of character, such beautiful faith, humility, sweet patience, and charity toward others might be attained in youth. No one could live with you as long as I have my brother, and not feel sure that you are what you profess to be, a true disciple of Christ." She poured out her words rapidly, almost vehemently, and with half tearful earnestness, for she loved him with true and tender sisterly affection, and could not bear to see the pained look the cruel insinuations of her foe had brought to his usually serenely peaceful and happy face. And she was rewarded, for this unexpected testimony to his faithful discipleship toward the Master who held the first place in his heart, and whom it was his most ardent desire to serve and honor before all men, brought the flush of deep joy and thankfulness to his fine open countenance, and filled his eyes with tears of unfeigned delight. A quick, firm step approached the door of the room. It opened, and Dr. Monteith stood before them. His look was one of unfeigned surprise as he caught sight of them, still standing as they had stood for the last 10 minutes. Ernest colored deeply, and his arm fell from Nina's waist, while at the same instant she sprang forward and threw herself upon her adopted father's breast. "I have been doing so wrong," were her first words. "I deserve that you should be very angry with me, but I hope you will not." She looked up into his face, the rich color coming and going in hers. He thought he understood her, and smoothing back her hair caressingly and glancing at Ernest. "I do not know that it is wrong," he said. "I am surprised, but I cannot blame either of you." "But Ernest has had no share in my wrongdoing," rejoined Nina, smiling and blushing as she perceived his mistake. "It isn't what you think, father dear. Ernest and I love each other only as brother and sister, and that's the only way we ever mean to love. And he had his arm round me only because I've been so terribly frightened tonight, and he wanted to make me feel safe." "Frightened, my darling?" he cried, putting the other arm about her and straining her to his breast. What was it? You are not easily alarmed." "That woman with the black malignant eyes," she answered with a shudder. "But I will tell you all." He listened in silence, but his arm tightened about her with a convulsive clasp, and his face grew pale and rigid, as she told of the man springing out of his ambuscade and seizing her bridle. "My brave darling, my poor hunted dove," he murmured, caressing her fondly as she finished. "How good and kind you are not to be angry because I did not tell you sooner," she said with a look of relief. "But I am much displeased," he replied, yet with grave tenderness, and repeating his caresses. "And to convince you of it, I forbid you to go even into the grounds, be it ever so short a distance, without a companion close to your side, or to ride out on horseback without escort, or with other than Ernest or myself." "Never again, father?" she asked with a look of dismay. "Not until the prohibition is removed." "And we shall not take some measures to catch these wretches and bring them to justice, sir?" asked Ernest, drawing near and speaking with the warmth of honest indignation. Yes, I will see the chief of police early in the morning, replied the doctor. I think the woman and her accomplices must have left the neighborhood last fall, just after Nina's last sight of her, and returned within a few weeks, and I sincerely hope we may be able to catch them before they again make their escape from the vicinity. But if we are not, Nina, I shall blame you for the failure, because you did not sooner inform me of their presence. I deserve it, father, I know, she said humbly, but you know I have not been very anxious to have the woman caught. No, my poor child, it seems hard for you either way, he said compassionately. But do not fear. I trust we shall be able to manage the matter in a way that will not bring you before the public. Oh, I hope so. To be made the subject of newspaper paragraphs and all that would be terrible to me. I would rather die, she cried, hiding her face on his breast. Do not agitate yourself, my darling. It shall not be, he said, with exceeding tenderness of tone and manner. Your father and brother will take care of that. Will we not, Ernest? Indeed we will, was the prompt rejoinder. Ah, Nina, exclaimed the doctor, as if struck by a sudden thought, are you not now convinced of that Irishwoman's complicity with the other one? Yes, father, though she never before gave me any reason to think her an enemy. She must be looked after too, remarked the doctor significantly. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 39. A Strange Warning. An early hour of the next morning found Dr. Monteith closeted with the chief of the police, and before noon the head gardener at Wald was provided with two new assistants who, like the one employed for a few months the previous fall, slept in the house occupying the same room that had been appropriated to him during his stay. But from that time nothing more was seen or heard of Mary Haggerty, the dark lady, or the highwayman whose eyes so closely resembled hers. Yet Dr. Monteith relaxed none of his strictness in regard to Nina's out-of-door excursions, and though at times feeling very restive under the restraint, she never asked to be allowed greater liberty, but submitted in silence, nor loved her father one whit the less for this exercise of his authority. Now in her 17th year, Nina was verging on womanhood, and she belonged to that class of women who, proudly obstinate and wilful toward those whose natures are antagonistic to their own, yet secretly find a strange pleasure in the voluntary submission of their wills to that of someone of the stronger sex whom they respect and love. And no daughter ever felt for her father a deeper, truer, more devoted filial affection than did Nina for Dr. Monteith. Her treatment of Marchant de Vere on his return to Wald for the Christmas holidays was but a repetition of what it had been in the summer, now kindly cordial, now indifferent to absolute coldness. It was very tantalizing, and he grew angry and penitent by turns, but she seemed not to notice his moods, and struggle as he might, he could not help himself, for the boy god had got fast hold of his heartstrings and would not let go. Nina, why do you treat me so? He asked, coming upon her alone in the library one morning, the first time he had succeeded in finding an opportunity to speak a word to her in private. Treat you how? She asked, in pretended surprise and indignation. I am not conscious of having been other than polite to you, Mr. de Vere. Now don't Mr. de Vere me, I beg of you, he answered testily. My name's Marchant to all home folks, and do be reasonable and ingenious, and don't pretend that you haven't been as changeable as a weathercock in your manner toward me during the week I have spent at home, to say nothing of what you were on my last visit. You are highly complimentary and very flattering in your comparisons, she said, coolly counting the stitches in her embroidery. He took a turn or two across the room to give himself time to recover his temper, and coming back to her side, asked abruptly, "Will you ride with me this morning, Nina? It is mild enough to make a brisk ride on horseback quite enjoyable, and the horses need exercise." "If you are only anxious to exercise the horses, some other companion will do quite as well as I," she answered, without lifting her eyes from her work. "Sure, you are determined to misunderstand me," he cried impatiently. "Will you or will you not go?" "Not with you alone." "And why not? Are you afraid of me?" "Afraid of you?" The tone, the look spoke so much contempt that it took half a dozen turns across the room to cool down his indignation sufficiently to enable him to venture to address her again. Then, with a great but not entirely successful effort to keep his voice from betraying the agitation of his feelings, he spoke again. "If you are not afraid of me, why do you stipulate for other company than mine?" "Because father has forbidden me to ride out without the escort of either himself or Ernest." Astonishment kept him silent for a moment. Then he said, "But it is perfectly absurd to suppose that uncle would not trust you to my care quite as soon as to Ernest's. He is in his office now, I think, and I will go and ask him." "You need not. If I go, I prefer to have one of them along." "Oh, Nina, how you torment me! Then why do you seek my society?" "For the same reason that the moth flies to the candle, I suppose. He cannot keep away, though he knows he shall singe his wings, and smart for it." "Very well, then the candle is not to blame, since its nature is to burn, and it cannot help singeing the wings of such moths as you," she answered demurely. "Nina," said Ernest, coming in at that moment, "Aunt Lettice wishes to speak to you. You will find her in the conservatory." "Yes, I will go to her at once," she said, rising and hastening from the room. The moment the door was closed on her, Marchand poured out all his vexation to Ernest, winding up with wondering what could have led his uncle to lay so strange an injunction upon Nina. "It was at the time of our last alarm from my sister's mysterious enemy," said Ernest. "I think we wrote you an account of it, and of no, I forget. She requested that you should not be told. I did not understand why, but father thought it right to let her have her own way in the matter." Marchand reddened violently. "It is just as incomprehensible as the rest of her treatment of me," he said angrily. "I don't see why such matters are to be kept secret from me any more than from the rest of the family." "But was it when she was out on horseback the woman came upon her?" "No." Ernest hesitated, not liking to tell what Nina had chosen to conceal. "But we, father, Aunt Lettice, and I, did not feel she should be safe anywhere out of the house, unless one or the other of us could be with her. But of course you are quite as good a protector as I, and your name was not mentioned only because you were not here at the time. No doubt you have but to speak to father to get permission to take her out alone. Shall I ask?" "No, no, thank you, Ernest," interrupted Marchand half angrily. "I do not wish it, since she had informed that she does not. You will go with us, I hope?" Ernest looked uncomfortable. "I fear I shall be quite de trop." "You do not want me, Marchand?" "Yes, I do, Ernest. I would not ride alone with her after what she has said. I doubt if she would not prefer to ride with you alone." Marchand's tone was gloomy and displeased. "Oh no, I think not," said Ernest. "I am sure she likes you, Marchand, as of course we all do. But she also likes to tease you a little, perhaps merely to test her power to do so, and you are not wise to let her see that she can." "Do you think so, Ernest, that it is mere love of teasing, not real dislike to me?" he asked, brightening. "I do, certainly." "I can see no reason why she should not like you. I find you a very pleasant fellow." "Except when I allow her teasing to run away with my good humor, eh?" Marchand put in with a slight laugh, as Ernest paused without finishing his sentence. "I own it does make a bear of me. But you will ride with us? I shall take it quite ill if you don't. Shall I order the horses, or will you? Just as you please." "Well, I will do so then. But what hours shall I say?" he asked, with his hand on the bell rope. Whatever suits Nina will suit me, said Ernest, and here she comes to answer for herself. For what hour shall we order the horses, sister? The decision rests with you. Let it be at once then, she said, that we may have our ride in the warmest part of the day, and yet be able to return in season for dinner. It is 12:30 now, she added, looking at her watch. I will go and dress. You are going with us, Ernest? Yes, if you want me, he said with a smile. Of course we do. Marchant and I have become so quarrelsome of late, and we need someone to keep the peace between us. And she danced gaily from the room. Ernest ran after her, while Marchant stayed behind to give the order to the servant, who now appeared in answer to his ring. Nina, said Ernest, detaining her as she reached the door of her dressing room, let me say a word to you. As many as you please, brother mine, she answered, smiling up into his face. Oh, don't scold me, for you know I never could bear to be scolded. Ah, what a guilty conscience, he said playfully. You feel that you deserve it, eh? But did I ever make it my business to reprove you? No, never. But I feel and acknowledge that you have a brother's right to speak your mind freely to me. So now what is it? Only that I want to ask a favor of you. Well, I will not refuse if it is in my power to grant it. There, you have pledged your word, and I know you will keep it. I want you to be a little kind to Marchant and let the poor fellow enjoy his ride. She considered a moment, with thoughtful face and downcast eyes, while he stood admiring the changing colour on her fair cheek. Well, I promise to please you, she said, lifting her eyes to his face with a merry mischievous look. But take notice, I pledge myself only for the ride. Ernest smiled and shook his head. Ah, I'm afraid I shall have to change the good girl just now on the tip of my tongue to bad naughty girl. How you love to tease that poor boy. Yes, I do, and my brother should not try to deprive me of my sport. Now run away and let me dress. She came down looking radiantly beautiful in a new and very becoming hat and habit. Marchant stepped eagerly forward to assist her to mount, and was agreeably surprised at the graciousness with which his services were accepted. Not in all the days of their acquaintance had she smiled more brightly upon him. Nor did her mood change during the ride. She was very gay, lively, and chatty, and lavished more of her favour upon Marchant than upon her brother, who rode on her other side almost in silence, merely putting in a word now and then in a quiet, unobtrusive way. Good girl, he whispered, meeting her in the hall as she came down dressed for dinner. Only behave as amiably through the afternoon and evening, and I will bring you a stick of candy the very next time I go into the city. It's a bargain, she answered, laughing, only it must be a whole pound, and of the very best vanilla cream. Very well, it will be all in the way of business, as I am a doctor, and if you get the dyspepsia, you must send for me. Marchant had no further cause for complaint that day, for the moth did not once singe his wings, though continually hovering about the candle. Marchant was very fond of music, himself a fine performer on both organ and piano, and he had been very anxious to learn to what proficiency Nina had attained in that delightful art during his absence, but she had persistently refused to play or sing for him. This evening, however, finding her in so favourable a mood, he ventured again to ask her to do so, and to his surprise and gratification she at once complied with his request. He was still more surprised and delighted with the manner of her performance. She had a great deal of talent, and a magnificent soprano voice, full, rich, and round in tone, and of remarkable compass, and with a double motive for exertion, the desire to please Dr. Monteith, and a firm determination to leave no stone unturned to ensure her complete conquest of Marchant. She had laboured very diligently, and made astonishing progress. Marchant was very warm in his praises and congratulations, and the conviction that he was a competent judge rendered them extremely gratifying to Nina, and so for several days the two continued to behave quite amicably toward each other. But it did not suit Nina's tactics to allow Marchant to go away feeling quite certain that she really cared for him. Therefore, during the last day or two of his stay, she resumed her provokingly indifferent manner, and when he bade her good-bye, hardly permitted him to touch her hand. She had long since ceased to write to him, always finding some excuse for leaving the correspondence to the other members of the family, even when the letter to be answered had been addressed to her. He had on this visit complained bitterly of her neglect, and several times tried to persuade her to promise to do better, but she refused to be bound. He made the last attempt as he held out his hand in parting. "Now, Nina, you will write to me at least occasionally, won't you?" "Letter writing is not my forte, Mr. de Vere, and I shall have too much else to do," she answered in an icy tone, drawing herself up and barely touching his offered hand with the tips of her fingers. An angry flush suffused his face. He turned about without another word and went away in a rage, with her for her coldness toward him, and with himself for being so madly in love that her indifference pained him as nothing else could, while her kindness to Ernest was almost equally torturing. During the remainder of that winter and the following spring, Nina and Ernest were constantly to be seen together. He had begun to practice a little among the poor, and she often went with him to their houses, carrying a basket of delicacies to tempt the failing appetites, and articles of needed clothing made by Aunt Lettice and herself. The ability to give was to her, as well as to the rest of the family at Wald, one of the greatest luxuries of wealth. "Where are you going, Ernest?" asked Nina one beautiful May morning, as Adolphus drew up to the side entrance in the gig usually appropriated to her brother's use. "A few miles down the road to visit one or two patients. Come, get your hat and go with me. Nobody who is able to get out should stay indoors such a day as this." "Of course I'll go. I'm always ready at a moment's warning," she replied, snatching a coquettish little garden hat from the rack in the hall, tying it on and taking a pair of gloves from her pocket. "You must have a shawl," said Ernest, as he handed her into the gig. "There will be a breeze in driving. Adolphus, run up and get one from Rose." They had made a circuit of several miles, and were travelling toward home again, when Ernest turned out of the road with the evident intention of stopping at a little frame dwelling, with a small yard in front and quite a large garden in the rear. "Who lives here?" asked Nina. "A gardener named Murphy. He's suffering from a felon, and I promised to call and lance it this morning." "Oh dear, if you are going to do any such horrid thing as that, I'll stay in the gig. How glad I am that I am not a doctor." "Well, you may hold the reins," he said, handing them to her and springing out. "Ernest," she called after him, "please send me a glass of water. I'm excessively thirsty." He nodded assent and went on into the house, Murphy himself meeting him at the door, which stood wide open. "Och, sir, but I'm glad you've come. The pain's just awful, and it's never a wink of sleep I got the night." "Ah, yes, these feelings are very painful things," replied Ernest, in a sympathizing tone, as he began, with gentle touch, to uncover and examine the diseased member. "The lady who is with me is very thirsty," he said, glancing up from his work. "Could I get some one to carry her a glass of water?" "Sure, sir, and it's a trifle of favor you're asking," replied the man's wife, who was kneading bread on the farther side of the room. "But I've got me hands in the dough, and the children is never about when they're wanted. Mother, will you take the lady a drink?" An old woman, who sat knitting in a corner, silently laid down her work at these words, rose and went to a cupboard, and taking from it a tumbler of coarse green glass, filled it at the pump behind the house and carried it to Nina. The young girl noticed that the wrinkled face was deadly pale, while the hand that put the tumbler into hers trembled like an aspen leaf. "I fear you are ill," she said in a gently compassionate tone as she returned the glass. "I'm sorry you should have been troubled to wait upon me." "No, I am not ill, dear kind lady, though me good cheek has lost its roses, and me old hand trembles with the years as has put snow on me hair," she answered in a tremulous voice, steadying herself against the wheel, while she fixed her eyes with an earnest admiring gaze upon the beautiful and blooming face before her. "Och, lady, but you're fair and comely and bloomin' with a fresh blown rose. Don't ye be angered with an old woman. It's me, Judy Flanagan, as wishes ye well with all me heart, and it's me as has got the gift of second sight, and can tell ye through what's afore ye if he marries that young doctor in the house yonder. And I've come out to warn ye, for as I laid wide awake on me bed last night, I saw your beautiful face as plain as I see it now, and he was the young doctor's bride, and he was a tearing your lovely hair with grief. And your sweat, beautiful face was full of woe, all wet with bitter tears. O lady, sweet, purty lady, be warned by me, and never let him come nigher to ye's than he is now. Had she really seen her beautiful listener on the brink of ruin, and ready to run headlong into destruction, her tone and manner could not have been more eagerly beseeching, more full of apparently terrified entreaty. And the expression of her countenance, the grasp of her hand, as in her earnestness she laid hold of Nina's arm, spoke as powerfully as the tones of her trembling voice. She had poured out her words rapidly, as we do under strong excitement, and for an instant Nina seemed almost stunned with astonishment at so strange and unexpected an address. Then her cheek flushed crimson, and her eye flashed with anger and scorn. "How dare you speak as so to me?" she cried. "I will not listen to such words against my brother, for that is what he is to me. And your vaunted second sight is all a lying pretence. But no woman whom he shall honour by making her his bride will ever have reason to regret her choice if she be at all worthy of him. And truly this abuse of him is a grateful return for his kindness to your son." "I didn't mean no abuse o' him, lady," replied Judy humbly, and dropping a curtsy as she spoke. "In me vision I saw him as miserable as yourself, and it wasn't that neither of yous was unkind or bad till the other. It was just the fates as were against your union." "There go, he's coming," said Nina, waving her hand, and Judy turned and tottered back to the house, passing Ernest with averted face. "What is the matter, sister? What has that old creature been saying to you?" he asked, looking with surprise at Nina's flushed cheeks and eyes half filled with angry tears. "Nothing of any importance, Ernest, except that every old woman seems to feel herself privileged to meddle in my affairs," she answered, turning away her face. "Rather impertinent, I should say, especially in a first interview," he said, as he seated himself by her side and took the reins from her hand. He asked no further questions, and Nina did not think it necessary to repeat Judy's strange words, but she pondered them for days afterwards, greatly wondering what could have been the old woman's motive for speaking them. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 40. A Fearful Alternative. This was Marchant's last year in college, and for weeks before the end of the term his letters were full of urgent entreaties that they would all come to the commencement. He was anxious for their presence, as he hoped to distinguish himself, for he had been working very hard and felt almost sure of graduating with high honours, if not the highest. Also he had been chosen to pronounce the valedictory. Dr. Monteith could not leave just at that time, but the young people were anxious to go, and Aunt Lettice kindly consented to accompany them, knowing that the doctor would hardly feel that Nina was safe from her secret foes unless she had a female friend with her. Marchant was overjoyed at their arrival, for he felt that his hardly won laurels would be doubled in value if Nina saw him crowned with them, to say nothing of Aunt Lettice and Ernest, whose good opinion he esteemed very highly. He acquitted himself well, winning several of the highest prizes and moving the audience to tears with the pathos of his valedictory. The maternal heart of Aunt Lettice was full to overflowing with joy and pride, but Nina listened coldly, and there was a half scornful curl on her lip, as an admiring whisper from some other lady auditor now and then reached her ear. She heard him called so interesting, so handsome, so talented, by one fair, aristocratic-looking young lady, while another responded, "And of such good family too, and quite wealthy, I understand. One of the best matches in the country, I'm told." The last sentence, recalling to Nina's mind those fatal words of his which had turned her friendship for him into bitter hostility and dislike, sent the hot blood in a crimson tide to her cheek and brow. But it died away the next instant, leaving her paler than her wont. The exercises were over, the audience dispersing, and presently Marchant came toward them, pushing his way through the crowd, flushed with victory and expecting to receive their warm congratulations. He was not disappointed so far as Aunt Lettice was concerned. "My dear boy, I am proud of you," she cried, taking his hand and pressing it affectionately in both of hers. "How your dear mother would have enjoyed your success. I am sure you have not misimproved your opportunities, and I hope there is a long life of honor and usefulness just opening before you." "Thank you, dear Aunt Lettice, my second mother," he answered with emotion, then turned to Nina. But her face was averted. She was looking intently in the opposite direction. His eye followed hers, and he saw Ernest pressing through the crowd in company with two others of the graduates, young men who, with warm praises of Nina's beauty, had coupled a request for an introduction. He had put them off with some trifling excuse, fearing their rivalry, and he felt an emotion of anger toward Ernest for his evident intention of assisting them to an acquaintance with his beautiful sister. "Nina," said Aunt Lettice, gently touching the young girl's arm, "here is Marchant. Have you no congratulations to offer him?" "Ah, I will leave that to you, Aunt Lettice. You can do it so much better than I," she replied, giving Marchant a little nod and a languid smile. He flushed angrily. "I see you do not care for my success," he said gloomily. "Probably you would have preferred to see me fail." "Oh, no," she answered indifferently. "Father seemed anxious that you should do honor to your family, and I always care to see him pleased." As she spoke, she turned toward Ernest, who was now close on her other side, and her manner as he introduced his friends was full of sweetness and grace. Marchant bit his lip and walked away, more angry with her than ever before. "She's a heartless coquette," he muttered. "She was just as sweet and gracious to me this morning, and now she treats me as if I were not worth a thought." "Nina, dear, I was sorry you showed so little sympathy for poor Marchant," was the gentle remonstrance of Aunt Lettice, when at length they found themselves alone in the parlor of their hotel. "I could see that he was quite hurt by your apparent indifference." "Ah, was he? Well, please don't scold me," Nina answered coaxingly, putting her arm round her old friend's neck and kissing her cheek. "Marchant has plenty of others, plenty of pretty girls to sympathize with him and rejoice in his success. But see, Ernest is coming to take us to the cars." They found Dr. Monteith himself and his large, roomy family carriage waiting for them at the Philadelphia depot. The doctor's kind, interesting inquiries and unfeigned fatherly delight in Marchant's success restored the young man to his usual good humor and cheerfulness, and Nina being on her best behavior now in her father's presence, there was no jarring between them, nothing to disturb the enjoyment of the little party as they drove rapidly homeward in the beautiful June twilight. "I have something to tell you all," remarked the doctor, breaking a slight pause in the conversation. All eyes were instantly turned upon him, and every ear was ready to hear. "I have received a new member into our family," he continued, "a delicate, fragile-looking little lady, about your age, Nina, I should judge," and he drew her closer to his side as he spoke, "who came to me the day you left, asking for medical advice. She is an orphan of small means, I imagine, and almost friendless, suffering too from a terrible inward disease, which was the cause of her coming to me. I have asked her to stay at Wald while she is under treatment, and as much longer as she likes, and she has accepted my invitation." "Poor dear child!" exclaimed Aunt Lettice, wiping away a tear. "I hope you will be able to relieve her, Clarence. Does she suffer much? Is her disease incurable?" "She suffers terribly, and her sufferings are likely to increase," said the doctor with emotion. "But the other question, Aunt Lettice, I am not yet prepared to answer." "Is it a mortal disease, father?" whispered Nina, looking up into his face with glistening eyes. "Mortal, unless relieved, darling," he answered, "and I hope you will do what you can to comfort my poor patient and help her to forget her pains." "Indeed I will. Is she confined to bed?" "No, not now, and she does not even care to retire very early, as pain prevents her from sleeping until nature is quite worn out. So I think you will see her tonight." "You have not told us her name, father," remarked Ernest. "Nor whether she's pretty or plain?" asked Marchant with a glance at Nina. "Her name," said the doctor, "is Lily Donaldson. Very appropriate, I think, for she's fair and fragile as the flower itself. Of her beauty you must judge for yourselves. It is of the extremely delicate kind, and to me there is something touchingly interesting and sweet in her fair, spirituelle face." "Oh, I am eager to see her, and I feel sure I shall love her dearly," cried Nina. As she spoke, the carriage turned into the grounds of Wold, and presently after it drew up before the door. "Oh, Miss Nina, but I'm right down glad to see you home again," exclaimed Rose, meeting her young mistress in the hall. "'Pears like you'd been gone more'n a month. Supper's just ready to set on the table, but I knowed that you'd want to wash off the dust and change your travelling dress for something cooler, and I've laid out everything ready," she went on, following Nina as she tripped lightly up the stairs and into her own room. "Yes, that was right. And now we must make quick work, Rose," Nina said, throwing off her hat and shaking out her curls. "There won't be time to brush these over. I think they will do, but I must get rid of the dust and cinders, and put on that pretty pink and white grenadine. You must have worked quite hard to get it finished." "Yes, Miss Nina, so I did," said Rose, delighted to find her industry duly appreciated. "But oh, miss, have you heard about the new young lady? Father's new patient?" "Yes, what does she look like, Rose?" "For all the world just like one of them great white lilies you set such store by, Miss Nina. If I'd never seen you, miss, I'd have said this young lady was the prettiest creature that I ever laid eyes on to." "Oh, you make me so impatient to see her. Does she seem to suffer much, Rose?" "Yes, ma'am, she's as patient as a lamb, but there's been times I've seed a look on her face as made me think she was a suffering more than her tongue could tell." Nina hurried through her toilet, and hastening downstairs found her father in the hall. He took her hand and drawing her to the sitting room door whispered, "Look, is she not a vision of loveliness?" A small sylph-like figure reclined in an easy chair by the centre table. Her complexion was exquisitely fair and delicate, and the faintest tinge of colour on the softly rounded cheek and chin. The features were faultless, the lips ruby red, and her hair lay like waves of molten gold along the smooth white forehead. The delicately penciled brows, and the long heavy silken lashes now resting on her cheek, for her eyes were closed, were of a somewhat darker hue. The face was without blemish, save an expression of pain that slightly contracted the brows, and gave to the whole countenance a touching look of suffering patiently and uncomplainingly endured. She was alone, and evidently entirely unconscious of their observation. "Oh, she is!" cried Nina eagerly, but in a tone scarcely above her breath. "Wait till you have seen her eyes. They are the chief charm of her face," said Dr. Monteith. "Come, I must make you acquainted." He led her forward, and hearing their approaching footsteps, the lady opened her eyes and looked at the doctor with a sweet smile that for the moment banished the look of pain that marred her beauty. "Miss Donaldson," he said, "this is my daughter of whom I have told you. Nina, my dear, I hope you two will be fast friends." Nina looked into the large liquid blue eyes, now turned questioningly upon her, and in her warm impulsive way suddenly bent down, and catching the fairy-like figure to her bosom, pressed a passionate kiss on her lips, crying out, "Oh, you poor dear beautiful darling, I am sure I shall love you with all my heart." "Oh, how very kind in you to say it," murmured the fair stranger, with glad tears shining in her eyes as she returned the embrace, but in gentler and more timid fashion, while Dr. Monteith looked on, well pleased. "I feel as if I found a mother and sister," she said, addressing him. "That dear old lady who tells me to call her Aunt Lettice has been here talking to me and comforting me so much as my own dear mother might." "She will be a mother to you, my dear," he said. "But come now, there is the tea bell. Let me give you my other arm and help you out to the dining room." The young men were not less struck with Lily's beauty than Nina had been. It was of a kind that seemed to draw all hearts toward her, melting them to tenderness like a strain of sweet melancholy music. There was no self-pity in her face, but a look of heavenly resignation that could give strength to endure unto the end. Her voice was low and very sweet, and she joined readily and intelligently in the conversation, evidently taking an interest in what was said, yet seemed to prefer to be a listener. She accompanied the others to the parlor, on rising from the table, and remained there with them for an hour or more. Martin tried to excite Nina to jealousy by paying court to the newcomer, but he received no encouragement from Lily, and it was plain that Nina did not care in the least for his desertion. Perceiving which, he presently gave up the attempt and betook himself to the organ in the library. Dr. Monteith, contrary to his usual custom, went out again in the evening. As he rose to go, Lily turned her eyes upon him with a half questioning, half beseeching look. Seeing it, he went to her, leaned over, and said a few words in a tone so low that they reached no ear but hers. Then, bidding her good night and advising her to retire soon, he left the room. Ernest and Nina were both watching her furtively, but with deep interest. Her color came and went rapidly. She breathed short and hard, like one under great excitement, and an expression of terror and despair rested for a single instant upon her pale features. Then her small white hands were clasped convulsively together. There was one swift look upward, and the peaceful, calm, resigned expression came back to her face, and her hands lay quietly in her lap. "I think you are weary," said Ernest, coming to her side. "Would you not like to retire?" "Thank you, doctor, I would," she answered in her sweet, gentle tones. "Then let me give you my arm and assist you to your room," he said, and she took it with another murmured "thank you." Nina rose eagerly to offer her assistance, but at a sign from Ernest resumed her seat again. "Dear lady," he said, when having conducted Lily to the room assigned to her, the same that Nina had occupied on her first coming to Wold, and seated her in a large easy chair, he was about to leave her, "let these sweet words be for your comfort and consolation, your stay and support this night. When thou passest through the waters, I will be with thee, and through the rivers, they shall not overflow thee. When thou walkest through the fire, thou shalt not be burnt, neither shall the flame kindle upon thee." "Oh, thank you," she said in her low, musical tones, while her lip trembled and tears glistened in the sweet, sad eyes she lifted to his face. "They are just what I need. My spirit has been fainting within me, but when my heart was overwhelmed, he led me to the rock that is higher than I, and under its shadow I find rest." "Yes," he said, "he is as the shadow of the great rock in a weary land, nor shall his promise ever fail that, as thy days, so shall thy strength be. Would you like some assistance, Miss Donaldson? My sister, I know, would be glad to give it, or if more agreeable to you, I will summon a servant." "No, thank you," she answered gratefully. "I shall give trouble enough by and by, but now I can help myself pretty well. And besides, I would be alone to night, alone with him." Her lip quivered again, and her voice trembled slightly. "Ah, I understand the feeling," he said, deeply touched, and taking her hand in his for a moment, as he looked down pityingly into the fair face, so full of sweet, sad patience and resignation. "I know that none other can comfort and help in sore trouble as he can. May the everlasting arms be underneath and around you this night and tomorrow." "Oh, yes, tomorrow," she repeated, with a slight shudder. "You know, then?" "Yes, something. What your trial is, what may be the result." "Oh, pray for me, then," she said, clasping her hands together with a gesture and look of pious entreaty. "Pray that I may be ready for either." "I will, I will. But I must bid you good night. You have need of rest and sleep. Have you no feeling of timidity about passing the night here alone?" "Shall I not send a servant to sleep on the couch here or in the next room to be at hand if you want anything?" "No, thank you. I shall not want anything, and I have no feeling of timidity, for the Lord is my keeper, and he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep." "True, and he will never forsake those who thus trust in him. Try, my poor friend, to lay your burden at his feet and leave it there. Good night." And he went softly from the room. "Why would you not let me go with her, Ernest?" asked Nina, looking up from a book as her brother re entered the parlor where he had left her. "Because I thought, and it seems rightly, for she has told me so, that she would prefer to be alone." There was emotion in his tone, and he averted his face as he spoke, and walking to the window stood looking out upon the moonlit lawn and shrubbery. Nina rose and went to his side. "What is the matter, brother?" she asked, laying her hand on his arm. "I am thinking of her." "Of her? Miss Donaldson? Ah, is she not lovely?" "Very, and oh, Nina, there is a truly heroic spirit enshrined in that fragile form. What is it, Ernest? Do tell me. Why did she look so terrified for an instant when father spoke those few parting words? I saw it, and so I'm sure did you, though it was but for an instant, and such a sweet, patient, heavenly expression immediately took its place. Yes, and I understood it, though you did not. Father has been telling me something of her case, I being a physician, you know. Not exactly what her disease is, but this much which I may repeat to you. Yesterday morning he told her how tenderly you and I can guess, but no amount of tenderness or of mere human sympathy could greatly soften such a terrible announcement that her only hope of life lay in submission to a difficult and dangerous surgical operation. That should she refuse to submit to it, she could live but a few months, months of dreadful and constantly increasing suffering till the end. If she consents to undergo the operation and it proves successful, she will be at once relieved from the agony she is now enduring, restored in a short time to sound health, and will probably never be troubled with the return of the disease. But on the other hand, should they fail, it will be almost instant death to her. And they cannot tell. They cannot tell till they try. But think what a terrible dilemma for that young, lovely creature. What a hard, hard choice. Father said his heart bled for her, and I know mine does. And mine, murmured Nina with tears in her voice. Oh, Ernest, what did she choose? To submit to the operation, begging to have it over as soon as might be. It is to be performed tomorrow at noon, and that was what father whispered to her tonight, adding that he was then going out to make the final arrangements about it with one of the other physicians who are to be present. Oh, I do not wonder now at her emotion, said Nina, clinging to his arm. Oh, Ernest, Ernest, how can she be resigned to it? She is far braver than I. I have such a terror of the surgeon's knife, and then the possibility, the danger of instant death. And she hid her face and shuddered. But she is a Christian, Nina, he answered softly, and sudden death would be to her sudden glory. And how much better that than the slow tortures of the disease, lasting for months, only to bring about the same result at last. It was a terrible alternative, but she has chosen wisely, I think. Will it be very painful, Ernest? And Nina's voice quivered with intense emotion as she asked the question. They will give her chloroform or ether, perhaps a mixture of the two, and if it has the desired effect, she will not feel the operation. But the worst suffering will come afterward, while the parts are healing. However, it cannot be worse nor so bad as what she endures now, and has every hour of her life for some months past. Nina's last thoughts that night and her first in the morning were of Lily, and the terrible ordeal she was about to pass through. Her heart ached for her, and she longed for the power to comfort and help her. Nina was too energetic by nature, too full of life and healthful activity, to waste the sweet morning hours in bed, and was often downstairs for a long while before breakfast, strolling about the grounds, or seated in the library, or on the balcony before its windows, with a book, enjoying at the same time both it and the pure fresh air coming laden with sweets from the garden and fields. It was circulating freely through open doors and windows as she descended the broad staircase to the wide entrance hall that first morning after her return from her little jaunt. She stood a moment drinking it in with such exhilarating effect that a snatch of gay, glad song rose to her lips, when a thought of Lily checked it, and with a sobered face she turned her steps toward the library. She glanced in at the open door, thinking to retreat if she could find Marchant there alone. He was not there, but a glimpse of a white morning dress, whose wearer was seated in one of the large easy chairs, placed with its back toward her, told her that someone else was. It might be Aunt Lettice, she supposed it was, not thinking it probable that their invalid guest would leave her room so early, and with light, noiseless tread she crossed the room, coming up behind the chair where she could look down upon the face of its occupant. It was Lily. Her small, finely formed head lay back among the cushions, the shining golden hair rippling over the white forehead. The long silken lashes resting on the marble cheek were heavy with unshed tears, yet the expression of the countenance was that of deep, unutterable peace and chastened joy. One hand hung down over the arm of the chair, the other lay in her lap, with the forefinger between the leaves of a small gilt-edged Bible. How Nina wondered at that look of peace and joy! But a low murmur coming from the slightly parted lips caught her ear, and she bent eagerly forward to catch the words. Neither death nor life, nothing, nothing can separate me from his love, neither death nor life. Precious, precious words. How they thrilled through Nina's heart as if she had never heard them before, and brought the tears to her eyes. She dashed them away, stole softly back to the door, then drew near again, less quietly than at first, and coming round in front of Lily, said cheerfully, "Good morning, Miss Donaldson. I had not expected to find you up so early. I fear you have not slept well." "Call me Lily, please," said the gentle girl, taking the hand Nina held out to her, and looking up into the blooming, beautiful face with affectionate admiration. "No, I have been but a poor sleeper for the past few months." "Oh, you poor darling, my heart aches, aches for you," cried Nina, bending down to throw her arms around her and pressing passionate kisses on her cheek and lips. "How can you, oh, how can you be so sweet and patient? I should do nothing but fret and rebel." "No, dear, you would not," said Lily, returning her caresses, "for he fits the bag to the burden and helps us to bear it. And oh, how the cross loses its heaviness and its bitterness in the thought of whom we are bearing it for, and of the dear loving hand that puts it on and keeps it there." Nina listened with increasing surprise. "I cannot understand how anyone in your sad situation can be so happy," she said. "I know I should be wretched beyond expression." "Ah, no, how ungrateful that would be! Look at the mercies of my lot, the unexpected kindness of your dear father, and of you all, treating me more like a daughter and sister than a stranger, and my dread of what is before me, unutterable and unconquerable as it was at first, has now been almost all mercifully taken away. And I can fully trust his promise to be with me always, even unto the end. Then, as your father tells me, it is probable that I shall suffer very little, if any, physical pain at the time, and I may confidently hope for relief, permanent relief, from this agony if they are successful. And if not, if the catastrophe they fear should take place, I shall then soon be reunited to all the dear ones gone before, shall but fall asleep to wake the next moment in my Saviour's arms, with my head upon his breast, for neither death nor life shall separate me from his love. Oh, you cannot conceive how sweet those words are to me now. Oh, the joy, the bliss of knowing that, come what may, he is mine and I am his, and none can pluck me out of his hand." Her face grew radiant with heavenly joy as she spoke, and the tones of her voice, low and sweet as ever, yet thrilled her listener with their rapturous cadence. Nina's wonder and astonishment, and her loving sympathy for the sweet sufferer, causing her to tremble at the coming ordeal, shrinking from it with almost the horror and dread she would have felt had she herself been the victim, kept her unusually silent as the family gathered about the breakfast table and partook of their morning meal. And indeed, her feelings were shared by all present. There was not a dry eye in the room as the doctor, in leading the usual family devotions, added a fervent petition on behalf of the young stranger, the handmaid of the Lord, sojourning among them. Lily whispered her tearful thanks as he came to her shortly afterward with some kind inquiry. Then, with the aid of his arm, she retired to her own room, requesting to be left in solitude until near the appointed hour. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 41. The Ordeal. Nina was in the library, standing before a bookcase, seemingly searching for something, but really seeing nothing for the tears that dimmed her eyes, when Marchant came to her side. "Will you ride with me this morning, Nina?" "Excuse me, I expect to ride with Ernest," she answered, without turning her head. "Of course, I might have known it," he muttered angrily as he walked away, and Nina's conscience pricked her with the remembrance of the gentle but well-deserved reproof administered to her by Aunt Lettice the day before. She was half inclined to call him back and say she would go, but no, her pride would not stoop to that, and she was still lingering before the bookcase when, 5 minutes later, Ernest entered the room and, coming close to her side, said in a low, quiet tone of affectionate brotherly remonstrance, I am going to say something that will sound very rude, but I know my sister will excuse it, and believe that I speak thus from no lack of appreciation of the honor and pleasure of her society. I want you to grant poor Marchant's request that you will ride with him this morning. Have you not forgotten that he has not enjoyed such a pleasure for nearly 6 months, and that I have had it nearly every day during that time? And are you aware that he leaves us tomorrow morning to visit his nearer relatives? I did not know the last and had forgotten the other. I am sorry I refused his request, but what can I do now? You would not have me go and beg his pardon and humbly ask to be permitted to ride with him?" Her tone was bitterly scornful. "Now, Nina, do not be unreasonable. Do not wilfully misunderstand me," remonstrated Ernest gently. "You surely know I would not have you do anything so unbecoming, or sacrifice your self-respect in the least. But there is no need in this case. Only tell him of the two reasons for granting his request, which you had forgotten, or did not know, and that upon being reminded of them, you are ready to change your refusal to consent. I am sure you did not mean to give him the impression, which he somehow took up, that you were positively engaged to ride with me." "No, I did not. And of course he accuses you of selfishness in taking care to secure me first. I'll set him right on that head. But, Ernest, I wanted to have a talk with you." "Never mind. Another time will do for that, will it not?" "I suppose so. Though there are some things I feel impatient to say to you, and I know you will be going out presently." "Yes, and I must attend to some of father's patients this morning. Would it fatigue you too much to ride, fear not, with Marchant for an hour now, and afterwards to go out with me in the gig? I think you would prefer to be out of the house at noon, and at that hour the sun will be too warm for comfortable riding on horseback." "Your plan is excellent. I am not easily fatigued with riding, and I will go at once and tell Marchant about it. But do you know where I shall find him?" "Look," replied Ernest, glancing toward the window. "There he is, leaning against a tree." "Yes, and he's in a bad humor. I know it by his very attitude. May it not be that some one else is partly to blame for that?" suggested Ernest with a slight smile. "I plead guilty to the charge, and will now try to make some atonement," she answered in the same playful tone, and starting at once upon the disagreeable errand, for very distasteful it was. Her pride rebelled against it, but earnest and principle conquered. She knew she had behaved ill to Marchant and ought to make some amends. He heard and recognized with a thrill of delight her light, quick step on the gravel walk, but would not seem to hear. He kept his face carefully averted, nor changed his attitude in the least. "Marchant, I presume you are not disposed to deny that it is a woman's privilege to change her mind?" The clear, silvery tone struck pleasantly on his ear. He was inwardly delighted, but outwardly moody and indifferent. "It would hardly be worth while, since they take the privilege granted or not," was his sarcastic reply. "A weathercock is not more changeable than a woman, warm, bright, and pleasant as the summer sunshine one hour, the next cold and cutting as bitter winter wind." "The winter wind has its office to perform, and is needed as well as the summer sun," she answered lightly, "and a change is often agreeable. At present it would be particularly so in the manner of a certain gentleman. I did not know that you were expecting to leave us so soon, Marchant, or think how long it was since we have taken a ride together, or I would not have declined your invitation. Also, I find that I am not to ride with Ernest till noon. He has not engaged me, and the blame is all mine. So if you still wish it, I will ride with you now." "I would not for the world have you put any force upon your inclinations," he answered ungraciously. "Very well, just as you please, sir. I shall make no further concession, and you can do as you like," she said indignantly, turning on her heel to depart. "I intend to ride. I shall order my horse and start, and you can use your own pleasure about accompanying me, though I sincerely hope your pleasure may be to remain where you are while this unamiable mood is upon you." He sprang after her. "Nina, Nina, stay one moment. I beg 1,000 pardons. I have been behaving like a perfect bear. I shall be delighted if you will permit me to accompany you." I have already said you could use your own pleasure about it, she answered coldly. Then I will order the horses at once. It is a delightful morning for a ride. And hurried away toward the stables, while she walked leisurely to the house, more than half angry with herself for having yielded to Ernest's expostulation. But presently she forgot her vexation in the thought of Lily and the intense sympathy she felt for her. Poor, poor darling, she murmured. How she must shrink and tremble as the time draws near. Dr. Monteith was writing at a table in the library as Nina re-entered it from the balcony. He turned and silently motioned her to come to him. "What is it, father?" she asked as he drew her to his knee and passed his arm around her waist. "I am so glad, so thankful to see you in such perfect health," he said, pressing her closer to him. "Thank God, my darling, that you have not to undergo what that poor young thing in the other room must this day," and he sighed deeply. "Father, how can you bear to do it?" she asked, shuddering and clinging to him. "Only because I hope to relieve her and save her life." "Do you think she will live through it?" "I cannot tell, my child, but I have prayed very earnestly for divine direction and assistance, and for success, if it be the Lord's will." "Then I am almost sure all will go right," she said, laying her cheek fondly to his. "And if I were the sufferer, I would be glad that your hand was the one to hold the knife. It would not hurt me half so much as if another did it." He strained her silently to his heart, and let her go. She was not disposed to be unkind to Marchand that morning, but the thought of Lily was too engrossing to allow her to be other than silent and unsocial. She could not forget her for one moment. "What is the matter, Nina?" asked her companion at length. "You have scarcely spoken 5 words since we left home. You seem to have suddenly lost all your spirits. Is it that you find my company so very disagreeable?" "No, I was not thinking of you at all. Do you really suppose me so hard-hearted as to be gay and merry while poor Lily is in such trouble?" "No, I am scarcely that unfeeling myself, though all I know is that she is to pass through a surgical operation of some kind. And after all, Nina, I don't see that we need distress ourselves greatly on her account, for Ernest told me they would give her chloroform so that she will not be apt to feel any pain." "But she may die, Marchand, die under their very hands, and oh, it is so dreadful to die while you are young and life seems so pleasant." "Yes, unless you are sure of going to a better place," he answered, almost under his breath. "But there is something in her face that makes me think she is." "I am certain of it," exclaimed Nina, turning away to hide the tears in her eyes, "and I do believe she more than half wants to go." It was not yet 11 o'clock when they returned, but Nina could not bear to remain in the house, and Marchand proposed that she should take her work to her favorite seat in the little mossy dell and let him read aloud to her. She made no objection, and there Ernest found them an hour later. "You seem to be very pleasantly employed," he said. "Do you feel like fulfilling your engagement with me, Nina?" "Oh, yes," she cried, springing up and putting her tatting into her pocket. "Marchand has been kindly doing his best to entertain me, but my thoughts will keep wandering to poor sweet Lily. Have the doctors all come, Ernest?" "Yes, and I am in some haste to go. Marchand, will you excuse me for carrying my sister off?" "Certainly, it is your turn, and I cannot expect to monopolize her," he answered pleasantly enough, and they hurried away. At first their talk was of Lily, then Ernest had quite a story to tell of some noble deeds of Marchand's with which he had been made acquainted in Princeton, his daring rescue of a child from a mad dog, and his saving the life of an enemy at the risk of his own. Nina listened with downcast eyes and a cheek burning with shame to think how ill she had been treating one who could act so nobly. Now silence fell upon them, for they were nearing home, and another subject filled the thoughts of both. Their hearts beat faster as they turned into the grounds. "Do you think it is over?" Nina asked almost fearfully. "Yes, I hope so." Aunt Lettice met them at the door with a pale, agitated, and yet relieved face. "Yes, it is over, and so far successfully," she answered to the mute questioning of their anxious, inquiring looks. "Clarence is still with her, but the other doctors have all gone." Nina drew a long sigh of relief. "How thankful I am! I suppose I would not be allowed to see her yet?" And she looked from Aunt Lettice to Ernest. "Oh, no, she must be kept very quiet," they both replied, and the former added that an experienced nurse had been sent for from the city. Aunt Lettice, said Ernest, taking hold of her wrist and looking attentively into her face. This had been too much excitement for you. Do go and lie down for an hour. Aunt Lettice, were you with her? How kind! But oh, how could you bear it? Exclaimed Nina in admiring surprise. Dearie, she has no mother, you know. And how could I leave her to endure it all alone? You would have stood by her yourself if it had been right and proper, and you had felt that your presence would be a comfort and support. Yes, perhaps, I suppose so, Nina said in a moved tone. Ernest again urged his advice, and the old lady yielded. Nina went with her, saw her comfortably established on a couch, and then retired to her own room to change her dress. She felt a restless desire for further news from Lily, and hurrying through her toilet, went down to the lower hall and hovered about there, hoping to get sight and speech of her father, though it should be but for a moment. She had longed to question Aunt Lettice, but refrained for fear of adding to her agitation and excitement. The house seemed strangely silent and still. Not a sound could be heard as she paced noiselessly to and fro. Was it the stillness of death? Had the fair, sweet, younger stranger suddenly passed away? She was asking herself in fear and trembling, and looking anxiously toward the door of the sick room when it opened and Dr. Monteith came out. With an eager, questioning look she flew to meet him. He silently took her hand in his and led her to a seat, placing himself by her side. His face was very grave but calm, and he gave a sigh of relief as he sat down. "Oh, father, how glad I am that you succeeded," whispered Nina, looking up at him with eyes brimful of joyful tears. "She is quite safe now, is she not?" "No, my child, the danger is not over yet, will not be for 2 weeks to come," he answered in a moved tone. "But so far we have been successful, and I am truly thankful for it, hopeful too that all may go well to the end." "Yes, but oh, I am so sorry to hear that she is not safe yet," sighed Nina. "Tell me all about it, won't you, father? I mean all about how she bore it, and if she suffered much." "It was beautiful to see her," he said, half musingly, his voice trembling with emotion, "as she lay there so calm, patient, and resigned, while we made our preparations. Then, when I told her we were just ready to administer the chloroform, 'Please wait one moment, doctors,' she said beseechingly, and for a single instant her hands were clasped together and her eyes raised, while she silently committed her soul to God, for she knew I had told her that her waking might be in His immediate presence. 'Now I am ready,' she said. 'Jesus in heaven, if I wake no more on earth,' and I heard an added murmur so low that I think it reached no other ear, 'neither death nor life,' and I knew she was rejoicing in the thought that nothing could separate her from the love of Him who had died to redeem her. Yes, I know. I heard her this morning repeating those words, and some others that follow them," said Nina, dropping her eyes to guide the tears that filled them. "But did she feel the pain?" "Not at all, and she feels very happy now in the thought that the operation is over. But I must leave you. There is someone in the office waiting to speak to me." Nina sat lost in thought for many minutes after he had left her. "This, then," she said to herself, "is true, genuine Christianity. This that makes Father, Aunt Lettice, and Ernest so kind, unselfish, and benevolent, and this that could enable Lily so calmly and even joyously to face the prospect of sudden death. Ah, how different from the base metal of hypocritical profession, the counterfeit I once mistook for the true." Her meditations were interrupted by Marchant, who came softly in from the grounds and took the seat by her side, which her father had just vacated. He questioned her of Lily, and she answered readily and frankly, and with as kind a manner as she would have used to Ernest. Her heart was softened by the thought of Lily's sufferings and danger, and her sweet Christian patience and submission under them, and the remembrance of Ernest's story of Marchant's noble deeds almost blotted out for the time the memory of her own wrongs at his hands, and restored him to her good opinion. For the remainder of that day, until he left the next morning, he found her altogether her old sweet self. They parted on the best of terms, and he went away filled with joy and hope. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 42 Avenged. A fortnight of patient endurance on the part of the sufferer, of anxious watching and tender, careful nursing on that of physician and friends, and Lily was pronounced out of danger. From that time her recovery was rapid, and she was soon able to make one of the pleasant family circle at Wald. About the same time Marchant returned, but not as heretofore to make his home with them. He was now to study law with an eminent jurist of Philadelphia, and it suited his convenience far better to board in the city. Yet there were not many days in which his friends at Wald did not see more or less of him. Lily Donaldson had charmed all hearts on her first arrival at Wald, and she grew dearer to each as a further acquaintance unfolded more fully to them the beauties of her character. So perfectly guileless, so simple, loving, trustful, and true. She soon became as a daughter to Aunt Lettice and Dr. Monteith, a sister to Nina, and to Ernest far more. With him it had been a case of love at first sight, growing daily stronger and deeper. And to the fair sweet girl herself, Wald seemed a second paradise. Orphaned from her early childhood, with no near ties of kindred, and constantly thrown among those who treated her with indifference, if not with absolute coldness, the one great longing of the lonely heart had been for love. And here, for the first time, it was lavished upon her without stint. She knew not how to tear herself away, but as the weeks went by, and she so fully recovered as to be able to ride out every day, and even to take walks of considerable length, she felt that she must go, that she ought no longer to encroach upon the hospitality of these kindest of friends. Dr. Monteith, she said, following him into the library one morning, can you spare me a few minutes? I want to have a little private conversation with you. Yes, he said kindly, taking her hand in his and leading her to a sofa. What is it, daughter? Not illness, I hope. You are looking bright and well. Oh, no, sir. I am like another woman since I came here 6 weeks ago. And grateful tears shone in her eyes. How can I ever thank you for the relief you have given me? Thank God, my dear child. I have been but the instrument in his hand. I do, oh, I do, daily and hourly. And now, doctor, will you please tell me what is the amount of my pecuniary indebtedness to you? I do not ask what I owe you, for that is more than money can ever repay. Suppose we do not talk of that now, he said, smiling. I am in no haste about it. But, doctor, she paused in some confusion. Well, daughter, what is it? His tone was very kind and fatherly. I ought to be settling my plans for the future, deciding where I will go and what I will do. Why go at all? There's plenty of room for you here, and I would like to keep you always. Ah, you are very, very kind, she said, tears again filling her eyes. But I have been thinking of looking out for a school or a situation as governess. And you are anxious to know the amount of your indebtedness so that you may be able to calculate ways and means. Is that it, my dear? She bowed a silent assent, for her heart was almost too full for speech. He put his arm round her, and drawing her tenderly to him, said with emotion, Lily, my dear child, you have crept so far into our hearts that you seem like another daughter to me and to Aunt Lettice, and Nina loves you as a dear sister. We can't give you up, and you are too young, too frail and delicate to go out into the world and battle with it for yourself. Will you not stay with us? If you think you owe me anything, repay me by helping to brighten my home until I give you some reason for thinking that I am weary of your society. I would rather have it for the next year than $1,000 in money, for I have more of that than I can use except in giving it away. I really ask it as a favor, dear child, for your companionship is doing much for my darling Nina, who is the very apple of my eye, and is making our home circle dearer to us all. You set a very high value on my society, she said, smiling through her tears. I cannot feel that it is worth anything. But oh, you do not know what you are offering me, how you are tempting me. She paused, overcome by emotion. "Then it is all settled," he said, pressing her hand affectionately in his. "You are to stay with us as long as we can make Wald a happy home to you. And that liquidates all you are supposed to owe your doctors and surgeons. Nor need you feel under obligation, as I merely act as the Lord's steward of the wealth he has put into my hands. And now, my dear, excuse me. I must hurry away to my patients." He was gone before she could find words to express her gratitude, and Nina, coming in a moment later, found her relieving her full heart by a fit of weeping. "Crying, dear Lily!" she exclaimed, clasping her in her arms. "What can my kind father have said to hurt or grieve you so? For I just met him coming out of this room." "Hurt or grieve me? Oh, Nina, there never was another man so kind and generous as he. Oh, if I could but do something to repay him!" "Stay here, darling, and be one of us. That will repay him better than anything else," Nina answered with a kiss. "I know it, for he told me so the other day, and Aunt Lettice has told me the very same thing. And as for myself, I wouldn't know what to do without you now. I have always wanted a sister, and you seem to be the very one to fill the situation," she added with a light and merry laugh. "So dry up your tears and come with me, for the carriage is at the door, and father says we are to take a drive while it is cool and pleasant." Lily's gentle, trustful, loving nature was just the one to yield to such kind solicitations. Never doubting the perfect sincerity of her friends, she joyfully accepted Dr. Monteith's generous invitation and remained there for the next year, regarded by their acquaintances as a guest, but by themselves as one of the family. She was only a few months older than Nina, but having enjoyed greater early advantage, was so much farther advanced in most of the higher branches of a good English education as to be competent to teach her friend, a task which she undertook with delight to herself and to Nina, while they shared together the instructions of Dr. Monteith and also those of the professors of music and drawing hitherto employed for Nina alone. A pony was provided for Lily as soon as she was able to use it, and henceforward, except during the month of winter, the two girls found great enjoyment in almost daily rides about the country, sometimes extending them to a distance of 6 or 8 miles or more, but never going entirely alone. Adolphus always rode a little in their rear when they had no gentleman escort, yet they were seldom without except by their own choice, for Ernest and Marchant were usually at their service, and other gentlemen became frequent visitors at Wald, strongly attracted thither by the beauty, grace, and intelligence of the two lovely young ladies. Eastman and Sterret, who were at this time sojourning in Philadelphia, the one as a student of medicine, the other of law, came very often, sometimes bringing others with them. Marchant looked on with jealous eyes, for Nina, as the more dazzlingly beautiful and the livelier of the two, received the largest share of admiration, and her manner was such that it was impossible to decide which of her adorers she favored most. The truth of the matter was that she liked them all well enough as friends, but had no warmer feeling toward any, being wholly taken up with her designs upon Marchant, and delighted with the evident jealousy she excited in him by her favor to the others. She often despised herself for the part she was playing, yet continued it, ever urged on by the recollection of those cruel words of scorn and contempt burnt in upon her brain, and crying out for vengeance upon the cowardly speaker. Still, at times she found herself half excusing him for them, whispering to her own heart that he had doubtless bitterly repented of them, that he loved her fondly and truly now, and therefore ought to be forgiven. And there was so much in his character to respect and admire, the tender reverence of his manner to Aunt Lettice, his filial affection for Dr. Monteith, his many unobtrusive acts of kindness and generosity, now and then brought to her knowledge by Ernest or by some accident, never through Marchant's own instrumentality, that to be able to keep to her resolution, she had need often to remind herself of his sins against her, and to ask of her own heart if the love he showed for her was great enough to induce him to sacrifice his pride to gain her. No, she did not believe it, and if not seeking her hand, what right had he to try to win her heart? That thought ever filled her with anger and defiance, and strengthened her resolve to bring him to her feet only to reject his suit with scorn. Thus her treatment of him was exceedingly capricious. her manner at one time so kind and cordial that her lover's heart would beat high with hope, then again so cold and scornful that he would grow angry with her and with himself, and perhaps stay away for a time, but never for long. His chains were too tightly riveted, and struggle as he might, he could not break them. He could not bear to see Nina receiving attentions from the other men. Yet he knew he had no right to interfere so long as she was not his affianced bride. But still he hesitated to offer her his hand, kept back, as Nina surmised, by the pride of birth which he had acknowledged to Aunt Lettice so long ago. Was it strange that she despised him for it, and felt that it justified her conduct toward him? Thus for weeks and months together pride and love waged war within him, but now one and now the other gaining the ascendancy. But pride gave way more and more as love strengthened and increased, every interview with its object adding fuel to the flame. Nina read him thoroughly, while she was an enigma to him. He could not be certain that he had made the least impression on her heart. Did he flirt with others? She looked on with an air of supreme indifference, and if his attentions were paid to herself, they were received with equal nonchalance. At length she perceived that her hour of triumph was at hand, that he but waited a favourable opportunity to present his suit, was in fact watching for it with feverish eagerness. But with strange perversity she now shrank from that which she had so ardently desired, had put forth such strenuous efforts to win. She carefully avoided being left alone with Marchant for a single moment, thus prolonging his agony of suspense till it became perfectly intolerable. This can be no longer endured. I must and will know my fate at once, he said to himself one bright June day as he set out from his office to pay a visit to Wald. Arriving there, fortune at once favoured him beyond his hopes. The gleam of a white dress seen through the shrubbery as he passed into the grounds led him to turn in that direction and seek the wearer instead of entering the house. And to his joy, as he drew near, it proved to be Nina, seated on a rustic bench under the shade of a wide spreading tree, and so absorbed in a book that she was not aware of his approach till he stood close to her side. She started then and looked up, coloured deeply at sight of him, and springing to her feet seemed about to run away, but he caught her hand and held it fast in his. "Oh, Nina, why do you always avoid being alone with me of late?" he said in tones of mingled anger and passionate love. "Can you not endure my society even for a few short moments? Will you not listen to the words you surely must know that I am longing to speak? Nay, you must. You shall not go till I have told you how deeply, how passionately, how devotedly I love you." "By what right do you presume to say must to me, Marshal de Vere?" she asked, suddenly recovering her composure, drawing herself up to her full height, and regarding him with flashing eyes. "Pardon me," he said, colouring violently in his turn. "I did not mean to assume the right to command, which certainly is not mine. But I can endure this suspense no longer, and must hear my sentence from your own sweet lips, Nina, darling. Oh, tell me, will you, can you, do you love me?" "Love you?" she cried, snatching her hand from his grasp. "Do you mean to insult me, Marchand de Vere?" "Insult you, Nina? Not for the world. I would fell the man or woman to the earth who should dare to offer you an insult in my presence. But what can you mean? Is it an insult to offer you my hand, heart, and fortune, all of which I now lay at your feet, the hand and heart of a De Vere?" And he drew up proudly. "I know I feel that personally I am not worthy of you, with your peerless beauty, your talent, wit, and numberless attractions. But I love you, Nina, madly, passionately, with a love that began when first my eyes rested on your lovely face, and that has grown daily and hourly ever since, till now it is love of such depth and intensity as I verily believe no other man could feel for you or for any other woman. Nina, will you not be mine?" "Has the daughter of your laundress rejected you that you come to me?" she asked with a tone and look of indescribable scorn and contempt. He was stunned, bewildered, then covered with confusion as memory recalled the words he had once spoken. What can you mean?" he stammered. "Am I not a nameless waif without pedigree, unable even to tell who is my true father or who the mother that bore me, and is not the daughter of your washerwoman or of any honest parents, however poor and humble their station in life, therefore entitled to look down upon me as one far beneath her? And would a De Vere stoop to wed with such an one?" "Oh, certainly not." No, certainly not. But know, Sir Knight, that I can be as proud as they, and would scorn to accept a name or position from one of them. He was overwhelmed with confusion. He shrank and cowed before her as thus, with passionate vehemence, and in tones of scathing irony and cutting scorn and contempt, she hurled back at him his own words, spoken in a fit of jealous rage so long ago. She then had overheard them. He knew it now, and in his bitter humiliation could almost have wished the earth to open her mouth and swallow him up. Yet he ventured one more appeal, for never had the long coveted prize seemed so precious as now. Never had he seen her so dazzlingly beautiful as at that moment. "Oh, Nina," he cried, "I am justly punished for the cruel words wrung from me by jealous anger, far more than by the pride to which you attribute them. But could you know how bitterly they have been repented of, how I could have bitten my tongue in two on account of them, even in the moment of their utterance, I am sure you would forgive and try to forget. And oh, could you know how passionately, how madly I love you? Enough, I care not to know, and I can neither forgive nor forget," she said, turning away with a gesture of contempt and aversion. "Oh, Nina, I have sometimes dared to hope that I was not altogether an object of indifference to you," he said half reproachfully. "You have sometimes smiled upon me, and caused my heart to beat high with the fond hope of one day calling you my own. Oh, Nina, how can I teach myself to resign that hope? My love for you is an absorbing passion. I think of you all day and dream of you all night. I feel that life without you is not worth having. Oh, dearest, does not your generous nature prompt you to give at least a little in return for so much? Is there not the smallest spark of love for me in your heart, a spark that may some day be fanned into a flame?" "Do I love you?" she cried, turning toward him again with flashing eye and curling lip. "Yes, as the wild gazelle loves the hunter who pursues it for his own sport and profit; as the gay butterfly, flitting from flower to flower in the garden, loves the rude boy who would catch and imprison it for the sake of its beauty. Thus, and thus only, do I love you, Marchand de Vere. You have my answer, and may lay your heart at some other fair lady's feet as soon as you like. Good afternoon, sir." And she walked away with firm, proud step and head erect. He gazed after her for an instant with a crushed and hopeless look, and a face of almost deadly pallor. Then catching up his hat, which had fallen upon the grass, he turned and hurried from the grounds with the quick, agitated step of one who fears pursuit, or would flee from himself if that were possible. The sound reached Nina's ear. She paused in her walk, turned and leaning against a tree, looked and listened till his form had disappeared among the trees, and she could no longer hear the faintest echo of his footfalls. And as she thus gazed and hearkened, her cheek grew white, an expression of anguish settled down upon her features, and she pressed both hands upon her heart in the vain effort to still its wild throbbing. She had had her hour of triumph to which she had so long looked forward. She had inflicted pain as acute as any she had ever suffered, but what did it avail, since the arrow shot from her bow had rebounded against her own heart, and in wrecking the happiness of another she had madly cast away her own? Yes, she loved Marchand de Vere almost as passionately as he loved her. She had fought and struggled against it with all the strength of her proud, strong nature. She had determined that she did not, would not care for him, that she hated and despised him, and had obstinately refused to look into her own heart. But she could no longer shut her eyes to the fact. She knew it now when it was forever too late, now when the knowledge brought only misery and despair. She fled to the same secluded spot that had witnessed the storm of grief and passion caused by those fatal words when first they fell upon her ear. Again she cast herself down upon the ground and writhed in bitter agony. Anger, pride, and resentment, love, remorse, and despair, each in turn struggling for the mastery. She loathed and despised herself for the part she had played, the falsehood she had told. "You, Nina Monteith," she murmured, while hot tears filled her eyes, "you who have been so proud of your truthfulness, you who have so hated and despised hypocrisy and deceit, what a hypocrite and a liar you have been! How can you ever have the smallest feeling of respect for yourself again?" Nina did not appear at the tea table, but sent Rose to say that her head was aching badly, and she would prefer to be left for that evening to the quiet and solitude of her own room. Dr. Monteith was absent also, probably detained at the bedside of some patient who was too ill to be left, and they reluctantly sat down without him. An hour later, as Ernest, Mrs. Barron, and Lily sat on the balcony, enjoying the evening breeze and the light of the full moon, Jarvis drove in, and checking his horse in front of them, delivered a message from the doctor to the effect that he had been detained by a patient who was quite ill, and on the way home had been called to attend to the injuries of an old woman who had met with a serious accident and whose case might possibly require his attention through the night. Therefore, they were not to sit up for him or to feel alarmed if he did not return before morning. "Who is it, Jarvis? Who was hurt, I mean?" asked Aunt Lettice. "An old woman that lives a little ways down the road, ma'am," replied the man respectfully. "I dunno her name, but a wagon run over her, and I reckon she's a good bit hurt." And touching his hat to the ladies, Jarvis drove down to the stable to attend to his horses. Aunt Lettice presently rose and went into the house, and the two young people were left alone. "What a lovely night it is," remarked Ernest. "Lily, what do you say to a stroll through the grounds?" "That it is the very thing I feel inclined for," she answered, rising and taking his offered arm. They were formed for each other, those two. Ernest felt it in his inmost soul, and loved the fair, gentle young creature hanging on his arm, and a love as deep and true and tender, if less passionate than that which the more fiery merchant felt for his brilliantly beautiful and fascinating Nina. As for Lily, she had learned to respect and reverence Ernest for his many sterling qualities of mind and heart, but had never thought of him in the light of a lover. With him it was different. He had not known her many weeks before he had acknowledged to himself that she was more to him than all the world beside. And but one thing held him back from speaking his love and suing for her hand. That little soft white hand that resting on his arm had power to send a strange, delicious thrill through his old frame. But one thing, which it may be he would hardly have thought of as an obstacle, but for a chance remark that he had once, very early in their acquaintance, heard fall from her lips. It was an expression of opinion, or perhaps more correctly of feeling, very naturally drawn forth by a story that they, Ernest, Nina, and herself, were reading together. A story in which the heroine, a lady of high rank, mated with one of ignoble birth. Lily wondered at her choice, and said that she herself, if selecting a companion for life, would care far more for family than for wealth. The words had fallen like a knell upon the true heart that was even then longing to claim her for its own, and far too frank and ingenious to deceive her, he had resolutely sealed his lips against any expression of his love, and had ever since striven to put it away, and think of her only as a sister. But day by day he grew more hopeless of success, and there were times when he was tempting to tell her all, and know his fate from her lips. Yet he thought that such a course might banish her from Wald, had hitherto withheld him from so doing. But he had never found it so difficult, so almost impossible to refrain, as on this evening, while wandering about the silent grounds alone with her, in the bewitching moonlight, feeling the soft touch of her hand on his arm, gazing down at her sweet face, and listening to the low musical tones of her voice. Words of love trembled on his tongue, but remained unspoken. Yet his secret was revealed to Lily in the tones of his voice, and in the ardent gaze of his fine hazel eyes into the azure depths of hers, as again and again their glances met. She knew that she was beloved, and in the same moment got a glimpse into her own heart, and found that it had been lost to him. They parted, and she went to her room in a strange, sweet tremor of joy and happiness. But he had not spoken, and why had he not, she asked herself, and seeing he had not, ought she to remain at Wald? She lay awake for hours pondering these questions, and at length came to the clear conclusion that she must go, and at once. She would write a note to Dr. Monteith and lay it on the desk in his private office. She could not tell the real reason of her departure, but would not speak of it as anything more than a visit to old friends, which she had long talked of making. For she did not know that circumstances might not soon occur which would pave the way for her return to the dear home she could scarce endure the thought of losing. And with this resolve she fell asleep. End of chapter 42.